Hey y'all, I'm AdaKay, and I must confess, I'm a trial junkie. I enjoy viewing trials as if I was the seated juror. So grab a cup of java, get comfy, and join me as we hop into court. And don't forget to comment, like, and most importantly, subscribe. And if you're really enjoying the channel, please join our membership. Good Friday morning. Yay. Hello, Dan. Hi, Skybell. How are you, Skybell? How are y'all doing this morning? Woo, I'm hot. Oh, freshly brewed, steaming cup of coffee coming through. I slept so well last night, y'all. I absolutely passed out and got to sleep in 30 minutes. I slept in for 30 minutes. We have the Georgia versus Chloe Driver case right now, and I got to turn it down in my ears. It is like screaming. There we go. Case going on. And then we also have, oh man, it's so hard. We also have the Ibarra trial happening right now. And it's like, oh no, we have two. What are we going to do? Hi there, everybody. Skybell Dawn, what are we going to do? I could do a simultaneous live, but the sound is in my ears at the same time, and I can't follow. I'm going to work on this weekend getting that switcher up and running again. I think I've got the mental capacity to tackle that for a third time. And then I can isolate sound. So what we'll do, I know a lot of people are covering it. So what we're going to do is I've got to fix my thumbnails and everything. I'll do that later. But we will watch the driver trial during breaks and lunch. And after, we'll go into the Ibarra trial. Okay? Sound like a deal? Deal? Schmeal? Awesome. Okay, let me get this up and going. The driver, there we go. Let it go. No, we don't want to let it go. It's Friday. Gosh, this week flew by, y'all. Flew freaking by. I don't understand it. It was like gone. What do y'all think about it? What are y'all doing this weekend? And while y'all thinking about that, let's hear a word for the wonderful sponsor that's keeping me awake today. Hey y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Keurig option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor. Go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com. Order you some coffee and show them some love. Yes, y'all. They are fabulous cup of coffee. You know, it's hard to find a good cup of coffee nowadays that doesn't taste like everybody else's. This has wonderful, this particular one is the Hill Country Ethiopian dark roast that I'm drinking right now. I really like it in the morning because it's a heavier roast. It's got a little more oomph to the get up and go. But it is, now I tear the lids off, but isn't that a cute packaging, y'all? Shooter Shack Coffee. So anyway, that's our sponsor for today. I think I'm going to have to get the fan on. It's hot in here. Oh, it's a little warmer today than it has been at this time of the day. So, for those of you who don't know, this trial is about a a young woman who gets connected, pulled into whatever you want to call it, a relationship with a man 20 years. Oh, hello, Ronnie. Hello, Adair. I mean, Andriel, um, and Adair. And she gets pulled into this and relationship in whatever way with a guy 20 years older than her. Nothing wrong with it, but she was 17-ish, if not maybe a little younger when she initially met him. As soon as she turned 18, they IBA, they got married, and then shortly after she got pregnant. By the time she is 19, no, 18-ish, she has a baby, late 18. When she's 20 years old, the baby is 13 months. She unalives the baby and tries to unalive herself. It is a polygamy relationship. Day 2, we had a witness that just shocked us all. I think everybody's mouth was on the floor. He discussed the fact that they like to drink their urine. I'm trying to make it polite. Dawn, wake up. Everybody wake up. We're here. We're here for it. So we're waiting for court to open up. I mean, we've got the signals, the sill, so it's going on. You're having deja vu. Hello, Dr. Bulbata. Um, I got my paper written, but I got to submit it. So I will be doing a little bit of that today. We will be going, let's go ahead. We're going to be hopping between the Lake and Riley trial, or Jose Antonio Ibarra is the person on trial, and this trial. We're going to be bouncing back and forth. So I got to create a new thumbnail with both of those. I don't want to wake up. I don't want to go to work today. No, I don't want to go to work today. I don't want to work today. That song was in my head. It was in my head. Okay, now one thing is about the Ibarra trial. He has asked for a bench verdict, highly unusual, and he is illegal. Let's get into that while we wait for the other. We will be going back and forth, and then we'll figure it out. But I'm so glad you're with me today. I is.
I'm going to start by swearing the interpreters, and then I'll go over some other things.
Oh, he's a mumbler.
Two.
He's got to swear in the interpreters.
Is the state ready?
Oh, I'm going to have to push this sound.
All right. Anything we need to take up preliminarily? I believe there was a motion yesterday. Is there an order with that, or I need to address that orally? If I missed something?
We do have an order, Your Honor. It was just emailed not to the court, so we will email.
Wow, this court is hopping today, y'all.
For the purposes of restarting, I do not anticipate any of those types of photos that would be subject to the order to appear until after lunch. So we will email Your Honor the proposed order and counsel our proposed order, and that could be something we can take up on a morning break.
That'll be fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, everybody. Love and appreciate everybody here today. This is the Ibarra trial. I got to make my stuff put up there so you know who's and what. Give me a few minutes. I've got to clear out. God almighty, this court is just hopping.
We called for the trial. I think the testimony will clear it up, but to the extent that that one fact in any way affected Your Honor's ruling, we would just point out that is still outstanding.
All right. We'll take that up, and you're welcome to remind me
Yes,
about that.
And Your Honor, it was brought to my attention by co-counsel that apparently during our live stream of the proceedings on Tuesday, the cameras and live stream that went out continued to record after Your Honor left the bench and the attorney was discussing matters. So I guess I would just ask that Your Honor instruct the media to stop live streaming when Your Honor is not on the bench.
Okay. And that is the instruction when I'm not on the bench or otherwise, call recess.
We may be
Maybe
doing this
sitting
in
here,
multiple. I may
that's
speed
the
up the.
signal to stop streaming. Thank
I
you.
gotta. Can't. Why can't I speed it up? Why is this custom one? I want normal. If this is the sound on this cord, I don't know if we're going to be able to follow it.
Where items of evidence were dumped
Okay, there
with
we
a
go.
rock.
They're not using.
Rather than move-
No.
You want to be heard further?
On February 22nd, Jose Ibarra
Let me know if you can't hear.
put on a black hat,
The other way.
a hoodie style jacket, and some black kitchen style disposable gloves. And he went hunting for females on the University of Georgia's campus. And in his hunt, he encountered 22-year-old Laken Riley on her morning jog. And when Laken Riley refused to be his rape victim, he bashed her skull in with a rock repeatedly. That is what this case is all about. The evidence will show that Laken fought. She fought for her life. She fought for her dignity. And in that fight, she caused this defendant to leave forensic evidence behind. She also marked her killer for the entire world to see. The forensic evidence that he left behind in this fight is his DNA, and only his DNA and Laken's, underneath Laken's right fingernails. He also left behind in a struggle with her over her phone, because the court will hear that she called 911. He left behind his left thumbprint on her iPhone, which was found not far from her body at the crime scene. And it is that forensic evidence alone that would give you enough evidence to find him guilty as charged on the counts in this indictment. But the evidence in this case will come in basically three forms. There'll be forensic evidence, there will be digital evidence, and there will be video evidence. And all three forms of those evidence will point to one person, Jose Ibarra, as the killer of Laken Riley. And this is not working. We'll start with a timeline, and the timeline is established by a lot of the digital evidence that you're going to hear about. And for Laken, that timeline begins basically at 9:03 in the morning. At 9:03 on Thursday, February 22nd, Laken Riley did something that she does all the time, and she went out for a morning jog. She lives not far from the crime scene, and Your Honor is going to see several maps in this case, and you will see that where Laken Riley lived, where the defendant lived, where our other victim, who you're going to hear from in this trial, Tasia Swee, lived, Building S at the University of Georgia Student Housing, and where items of evidence were dumped in this case, and where Laken was murdered. It's all clustered together, and it's all clustered together within about a half-mile radius of one another. And you'll see several maps throughout this case. But she left her house at 9:03 in the morning. We know that for several reasons. She was captured on her Ring doorbell, and you'll see that video through our first witness. And she also was captured on a trail cam that becomes very important in this case. And at about 9:05 a.m., she's captured running from her house down Rogers Road, eventually towards the crime scene where she encounters this defendant. She is running, as you will see, with a few things that are important. 2 AirPods, and they are noise-canceling AirPods, and her phone, her iPhone, is in her left hand. She's wearing typical running clothes, and you're going to hear a little bit about how she runs, what she runs with, because these things are important to judge what eventually happened between her and this defendant on the trail. She wears typically very tight running clothes because that's what's comfortable when you run, so it doesn't get it doesn't come off or get loose when you're running. And so this particular day, she's wearing running tights, white Hoka shoes, and 3 layers of clothing on her top. She's wearing a running bra, a shirt, and a tight black Lululemon jacket when she leaves her house. At 9:11 a.m. exactly, Laken is a few minutes into her run, and we have some digital data which we'll talk to you about, which is a Garmin watch that Laken had gotten for Christmas that she's wearing on her run. And this watch captured a lot of important data that you're going to hear about. But she is on her run, and her phone, she activates the emergency function of her iPhone. And you're going to hear about that through testimony of the witnesses who examined her phone. She activates the emergency function of her iPhone and she attempts to call 911. And she, in fact, does call 911. Her call is connected to ACCPD. At 9:12, you'll hear that the call was hung up, and I'm going to play the call for you. At 9:12, the call was hung up by the caller, not the 911 center. The 911 center did not hang up on Laken Riley. The phone hung up. And at 9:12, they tried to call her back, and there was no answer. This is an enhanced version of the 911 call, and there will be several stipulations between the parties in this case. We will execute a waiver of them as they come in. One of the stipulations was that this 911 call was sent to the FBI in Quantico, where they attempted to enhance the call. And this is a 1 minute and 8 second call, and this is the enhanced version of that call. And I'd like the court, when listening to the call, right about 55 seconds into the call, you're going to hear a voice.
Clark County 911.
No, Eddie, when you're on the
Hello, this is Clark County 911.
driver.
Hello, Clark County 911. Can anyone hear me? Clark County 911.
Yo Tango.
Let me go back. Sorry, we had two lives at the same time. So Sorry, guys, I'm trying to get everything up and running. My bad. Let me go back. I didn't realize it had popped off the screen. There we go. And we're playing.
Exhibit
There we
2.
go.
Could you
My
tell the
apologies.
court what we're looking at here? Explain this to us. What is this?
Sure. So the LR is the
There we go.
initials of Lake and Riley. You can see that at the bottom. And
trying to-
underneath her
Not easy to do all this while you're
name
live.
is a rough just address, I guess, of where she was at. And then underneath that, it says now. This is the exact time of when her location, like the way that it updated, it would say now. So that was her location at that exact time.
And is that what you saw when you first checked it?
Yes.
And where is that location? And is your house in here as well? And other people? We see other initials. CH, MC, whatever.
Yes. So CH is Connolly Huth. That is my roommate. And so her location right there is at our house. And then MC, that is one of my other friends who lived further down the street.
And LR was Lake and Riley.
Yes.
And where is that location that you saw her? Are you familiar with that location?
Roughly, yes.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
when you checked it, what about the first time you checked it? Approximately what time?
It was about 9:30 from what I remember.
So did you again check it again?
Yes. So when I got home from my first set of errands, and I saw that Lakin still wasn't home. That wasn't unusual because it was only about an hour after I checked her first location. So I thought maybe she was just still on a run. Checked it a second time around 10:45, I believe. That's a rough estimate. And I saw that it was in the same location. That did raise some concerns. So I texted Lakin and just was checking in on her, and then addressing Connolly in a group message. I said, she's been in the woods a while.
Did you have a cell phone service that day?
So that day there was an AT&T service outage. So I was not, I did not have service if I was not connected to the Wi-Fi at my house. So if I left the house, I was not able to communicate or receive any communication.
So where were you home then? At approximately what time did you get home when you realized that she had not left the woods?
That was about 10:45. And then I ended up leaving the house again because I still wasn't, I just thought she was still on a run, and there was maybe she was on the phone or something.
And then what time did you return again?
I would say roughly 11:30. I'm a little less familiar with what exact time that was.
When you got home at 11:30, was there anyone else home?
Yes, so I immediately pulled in and I saw Sophia standing outside with her dog. And I got out of the car and she just immediately said, can we go look for Lakin? Yeah,
And did y'all do so?
we did.
And what did y'all do?
So Sophia was a little bit more familiar with the trail. We walked down using her knowledge of the path that Lakin would usually take on a run. And then when we got a little bit closer, we were using the Find My Friends app to kind of go directly to where her location was until we were standing kind of right around it.
When you were at the location where you felt that Lakin was showing on her phone, did you see Lakin?
We did not.
Did you see anything that you think may have belonged to Lakin?
So when we were walking, Sophia noticed a lone AirPod that was sitting on the trail, kind of right around where her location was, and she picked it up, kind of assuming that it was Lakin's.
All right, and I'll ask Sophia about that. At some point, did you all return home?
We did.
Okay, when you got home, what did you do?
It wasn't shortly after that we got home that I called 911, or not 911, excuse me, the UGA Police Department.
May I have a question? Many was been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 3. Do you recognize State's 3?
I do.
What is it?
It is the phone call that I made to the police.
And is it a fair and accurate recording of your 911 call that you made on February 22nd, 2024 at approximately 12:05 p.m.
It is.
when you reported Lincoln missing?
It is.
Say move to admit State's Exhibit 3, request permission to publish. No objection.
Y'all, what are you thinking? What are y'all stinking thinking? I am trying to create a thumbnail that encompasses both trials.
Your Honor, did we have to toggle back over so that you could hear it? I don't know the system like that.
Yes,
It's-
we do. If you play
we
it from
do.
the laptop.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure. We'll see.
Yes, sir. Because I know it's playing, but I can't hear it.
Is that on HDMI? I don't know.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
12:05:55 seconds, February 22, 2024.
Mercy, please. This is Jared.
Hi, we're calling because our roommate went out for a run at 9. She usually runs like through Lake Herrick behind grad housing, and we haven't heard from her. And we all just got like service back, so we don't think it has anything to do with the outage. We went to go look to where her last location was, and all we found was an AirPod.
Okay. Hold on one second for me.
Okay.
You said last seen near the, IM field?
It's like behind the IM field, so we live near like, grad housing, like building 8, and so it's the woods behind there.
Okay, have you tried calling her since you just got service back?
Yes, we've been, yes. Her family doesn't have AT&T, so the one with the power outage, so they've had service the whole time, and her calls have been ringing through. We're just not getting answers.
Okay, so where are you at right now?
We are
Okay, guys,
1
we're
minute
going to
in.
pause. That's a good place because now this one is starting. Make sure y'all are seeing that. I got to flip this, that. I'm learning, y'all. I'm getting there, y'all. All right, everybody let Miss Andrea, we're back. Let her know we're back.
Man, you can bring water if you like.
Now, with
Hey, good morning.
you wasn't on the
You raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the proceedings now before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
State your name, please, ma'am.
McClendon Garrett.
All
That's
right.
McClendonGarrett.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. You can have a seat. Now, Ms. Garrett, I'm going to refer to you as your professional title, Dr. Garrett. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you please explain to the jury how you're currently employed
I work for the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities.
and what do you do for? Well, tell the jury a little bit about what the Department of Behavioral Health and Disabilities is.
So it's an overall department in Georgia. Oh,
Oh,
sorry about that.
sorry.
It is the department in Georgia that oversees mental health services. It covers a variety of things like outpatient services, hospitals, and also the part that I'm involved in is forensic services. So my job is to go in and do court-ordered mental health evaluations.
And those court-ordered mental health evaluations, are those typically for defendants that are facing criminal charges of the jury?
They are all for defendants who are facing criminal charges.
Typically, how long have you worked at DBHDD?
For about 8 years.
And was that your first job out of school?
It was.
In psychology, I guess I should be specific.
Yes, it was my first psychological job.
Okay, we'll get to that in a few minutes. And what did you do, or what have you also done while you've been working with DBHDD?
I have a private practice on the side, but I can't do any state court or superior court cases in Georgia for conflict of interest, so I do federal cases.
Okay, and those federal cases that you handle, are those similar to the ones you handle with your work as DBHDD?
Typically, they're a little different. In those cases, I'm usually doing mitigation evaluations. That's looking at what kind of psychological factors were involved in the person's background that may have influenced their behaviors. So it's not about whether they were competent or whether they were insane, but whether there's any psychological factors that should be considered as sentencing.
And everybody.
Okay. So not specific responsibility evaluations or competency evaluations as you conduct.
Not as frequently.
Okay. But have you had a chance to do some of
I've
those
done
in the
some
federal system?
competency evaluations, but I haven't done any criminal responsibility evaluations in federal court.
Okay. And do you have any other work that you do in the field of psychology?
Not at this time.
Okay. All right.
I did do police fitness for duty type evaluations,
Okay. You did do that previously, but not doing that
but I'm
currently.
not doing it anymore.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about your educational background.
I got my undergraduate degree in psychology from Duke back in 1998. Then I went to law school at the University of Arizona. I graduated from law school in 2003 and came back to Georgia and practiced law here in Georgia for about 8 years before returning to graduate school out in Oregon at Pacific University, where I got a master's and a doctorate PsyD in clinical and forensic psychology in 2016.
So you're telling this jury that after 6 years of practicing law, you did not want to continue doing that?
I did not.
Okay. You might have to explain that to the rest of us here. When you, how long did it take you to get your, it's a PsyD, is that what it's referred
It's a doctoral degree in psychology.
Okay. And how long did it take you to obtain that degree?
I had 4 years of coursework and then a year of practicum that I did after I completed the coursework. That was a full-time placement at Georgia Regional Hospital, Atlanta. And then I went and did a full year of internship that specialized in forensics at a hospital in Maryland called Springfield Hospital Center. After I completed that, I was able to get my degree, and then I spent another year there doing a postdoctoral degree education, also specifically in forensics. So I spent 2 years total at Springfield Hospital Center.
Okay. And is that similar to a medical doctor that works in the emergency room that has residencies and things like that?
So it's mandatory. The internship is mandatory for the degree. The postdoc is not mandatory, but it's recommended, especially if you want to go into a specialty area like forensics.
And you did that because that's what you wanted to do, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have any current license or certifications that you hold as a psychologist?
I'm licensed to practice psychology in the state of Georgia.
Okay. And that covers both clinical settings and forensic settings?
It's a general license, yeah.
Okay. And how long have you had that license?
Since 2017.
And do you have any annual requirements to retain your license, testing, or?
We don't have any testing requirements. We do have annual requirements. Well, actually, it's every other year. We have to have 40 hours of continuing education. So that's done through conferences, webinars, consultation meetings, things like that.
Okay. And you are up to date on all of your annual training requirements?
I am. We just renewed in December.
Okay.
Well, it's renewed in December, but I've already
Where
done
they
it.
have to
Okay.
qualify the.
Can you explain to the jury
Agree on those
what
qualifications.
psychology
Hi,
is?
Greedy.
Psychology generally is just sort of the study of
Gives
the mind.
jury an understanding
And
and
what type of, is there any type of diagnostic
Basically,
testing that you do when you are evaluating?
prove her,
an individual?
her
There's a variety of different diagnostics that people can do. It really depends on the
Trying to-
specific situation. So if you have a more specific question, I would answer that.
So I was going to ask you a little about the difference between clinical psychology and forensic psychology. So what do you do in a clinical psychological setting?
In a clinical psychological setting, you would at a minimum have a clinical interview, which is where you gather information about the person's background, what kinds of things have happened to them, what kinds of things they've done, their education, and their symptom presentation if they have any symptoms. If there are specific symptoms you're concerned about or specific things they're worried about, like some people want to get an assessment of their cognitive function, or some people want to get a diagnosis. So then there are specific tests that can be used for each of those different kinds of questions, and you tailor what tests you're using based on what their concern is, what the referral question is.
And how does that compare or contrast to the area of forensic psychology?
In that way, it's pretty similar. You still are tailoring everything to what the specific referral question is. The biggest difference are sort of in relational issues. If you're a clinical psychologist, you're there for that person. You're trying to help that person. You're trying to be their support. And so you have a different view. They're your client. You believe what they say. You don't have any real reason to question what they're telling you because they're coming to you for help. In a forensic category, they're not your client. The person that you're interviewing is not your client. Usually the person is an attorney or a judge or somebody else other than the person who is speaking to you. And because they have court cases typically or things like that that they have to deal with, you have to be more mindful of the fact that they may have an agenda. So you're not taking everything that they say as gospel. You don't just accept the things that you say. You do a lot more on the lines of looking at records and looking at other things to try and to see if what they say is consistent with what has been seen by other people.
Is it fair to say that a clinical psychologist is more in the lines of a therapist? Someone
Yes.
that helps someone through their specific diagnosis?
Yes, that's correct.
And as a forensic psychologist, you are taking the role more as an objective observer, considering not only what that person tells you, correct, but what also you might look at as other collateral sources and evaluating the circumstances of what happened.
That's correct. And we don't do any therapy at all. It would be unfair to the person you're interviewing to pretend like you're a therapist. So we make it very clear up front, we're not your therapist, we're independent. Because if they start believing that you're a therapist, they will interact with you in a different way. And they may come to believe that you're on their side and tell you things that they wouldn't otherwise tell you. And that's not fair. So our job is to be independent and neutral and just reach the best conclusion we can.
And ma'am, are you a member of any professional organizations in your area of psychology?
The sort of standard ones, the American Psychological Association and the Georgia Psychological Association.
Okay. And what about any articles or studies? Have you been involved in publishing anything in these areas?
Not really. I'm more of a hands-on practitioner than a researcher. I have done some presentations on violence, risk, and aggression, and on grooming behaviors. When I talk about grooming, we did a presentation on how sort of predators will bring in, like, it's usually considered in sex crimes where people will bring in girls to be prostitutes and they groom them to that process. So there's a process of treating them very kindly and helping them out and being their savior, and then exerting control and putting them on the streets and making them do things. So I did a presentation for the American Association of Forensic Psychologists that was based on research about grooming like that.
Okay. And how about testifying in court? I assume you've testified in court before, is that right?
I have.
How many times do you believe you've testified?
Not many. Maybe 50.
Okay. Do you have any recollection of the number of times you've testified either for the state or for the defense in a case?
It would be roughly 50-50.
Okay. And each of those times that you have testified, have you been tendered as an expert in the field of either clinical psychology or forensic psychology?
I have.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I'm going to move to tender Dr. Garrett as an expert in the areas of forensic psychology, clinical psychology specifically, and I guess specifically on conducting and completing competency and criminal responsibility evaluations. All right, so you talked a little bit about a forensic psychology, the difference between clinical and forensic psychology generally. What are the specific steps that you go through when you generally conduct a forensic psychological examination like the ones you would have conducted here?
So I will go and meet the person wherever they are, in the detention center or a hospital or their attorney's office, wherever, and conduct a clinical interview. Spend a lot of time speaking to them about their background, about their mental health symptoms, and about how they're doing at the time of the evaluation. So you're trying to get sort of a full picture of the person from, I mean, we start out with where were you born, all the way up to how are you doing today? And then depending on what the referral question is, there would be other sections. So if I were doing a competency evaluation, I would then ask them questions about their understanding of what happens in court, their ability to describe their case, their ability to think clearly about what their legal options are, and their ability to communicate that information to their attorney.
When you, I guess let me take you one step back before you go see them. You receive some sort of document or referral for this process, I assume?
We get a court order and a referral and hopefully at least a police report, indictments, warrants, things like that.
Do you recall in this case who you received the referral from?
I believe the referral came from the state's attorney's office.
Okay, from, do you remember if it was from Ms. Gropper herself?
I believe
the
so.
District Attorney, Assistant District Attorney, okay. Do you recall when you received that in this case?
It was in 2022.
Do you have your report available to
I
you?
do.
Okay. Can you look on page 1 and can you look on page 1 and see when you received that?
I can tell you when the order was written, but that's not when I get them.
Sure.
It goes through a whole process, but the order was dated September 30th, 2021.
And then you received it, or your office, I guess.
Our office
DBHDD
received it
received
in May of 2022.
Okay, and I assume there's a process through DBHDD when they get it, and then they assign it to.
Assign it to a region, and then the region assigns it to a psychologist.
Okay, so you are assigned to a specific region within DBHDD for these types of evaluations?
I'm not personally, but
Okay.
most people are. I work for the state office, which means I'm a floater. They send me where they need evaluators.
Okay.
So I was working up here in this area for a while. Now I'm over in the east. I move around. I'm all over the state.
Okay, all right. So when you get a referral form, does that generally come with, you said you said you hoped you get like an indictment or a police report, but does that referral form come with all of that information, or do you have to reach out to the referring office to obtain those documents?
It's supposed to come with all of that. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
Okay. Do you recall in this particular case when you got the file that you started working from, what documents you had at that time?
I don't specifically recall what came originally. I believe I got the investigative summary up front, and an evaluation from a privately retained psychologist.
Mhm.
And I'm probably an indictment. I don't remember specifically what came.
Okay. Your report, you did two different reports in this case, is that right?
That's correct.
You did a competency evaluation and a criminal responsibility evaluation, right?
Yes, sir.
And I was going to deal with the difference in that in just a minute. You touched on it a little bit. What is the difference between a competency evaluation and a criminal responsibility evaluation?
So a competency evaluation is how somebody's doing right at the time you do the evaluation. It's sort of a slice in time. Are they currently able to understand what's happening in court and able to work with their attorney in their own defense? A criminal responsibility evaluation is how the person was doing at the time of the alleged crime. So that answer could be very different depending on how much time has passed. So we have to look back and see what was going on in their life at the time of the crime.
So in this case, the criminal responsibility piece is looking at Ms. Driver around the December 8, 2020 timeframe, correct?
Correct.
The competency evaluation is looking at her at the time that you conduct that actual evaluation,
That's correct.
because that is geared towards her case moving forward and whether she can be an assistance with that case and understands what she's going through, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in this case, you did the competency evaluation. You found her to be competent to stand trial ultimately, right? That's not an issue that you're talking about today.
That's correct.
When you did that competency evaluation, how long did you spend with her when you conducted that initial interview?
About an hour and 45 minutes.
Okay.
Actually, sorry, at that time it was 2 hours and 35 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to make sure we were correct. That was in August of 2022. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that was 2 hours and 35 minutes at the Cherokee County Detention Center with Ms. Driver.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall in that report, do you have the competency report with you as well?
I do.
I think this is the same for both evaluations, but you listed sources of information that you had in that evaluation. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And you listed several things, including Ms. Driver's, some records from Ms. Driver at the jail, hospital, medical records from her at the jail, correct?
That's correct.
Reviewed her Wellstar Kennestone Hospital records as well.
I did.
Specifically, some handwritten notes that she had made during the course of that stay at the hospital. Is that fair?
That's correct.
You said you had the indictment, a summary report from the City of Canton Police regarding their investigation, and you had a evaluation that had been conducted by a privately retained expert, in this case, Dr. Roberta Ballard, too. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you had the opportunity, I presume, to review all of those things before you went and saw Ms. Driver?
Some things I reviewed before and some things I reviewed after.
Okay.
Like to get her jail records, I had to get her to sign a release of information. So I got that information after.
Okay. Okay. So when you went and met with her in August, she signed a release form for you to obtain the records from the jail.
That's correct.
And you reviewed those after your evaluation.
But
Okay.
before I read the report. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Did you ever reach out to myself or Ms. Trethewey to obtain any additional information that you would need for your evaluation of Ms. Driver on either incident?
I don't recall reaching out to counsel.
Okay. So tell me specifically, when you meet with Ms. Driver, how do you go about discussing these issues with her? I assume there's some sort of rapport you're trying to establish with her so she can be honest with you. Is that fair?
There's sort of we call it sort of a forensic report.
Okay.
There's, we're not overly friendly, but we're obviously, accepting and empathetic. We always start with an advisement of what their rights are. We let them know that it's not confidential. We let them know that they do not have to answer our questions, that they have the right to consult with their attorney, and that anything that they tell us can be included in a report, and we might have to come to court and testify, and that the information can be used at sentencing.
And Ms. Driver had already been through an evaluation with a privately retained psychologist that you were aware of, right?
That's my understanding.
So did she express to you that she understood what this process was going to be like?
She did.
Okay. She didn't have any issues communicating with you about any of the questions you were asking her?
She did not.
So are there any specific types of tests that you do while you're conducting this evaluation, or is it really just talking to her about her experience?
Sometimes there's testing done. I did not do any testing in this case. I spoke with her. I did a clinical interview. I did a competency interview. And then when I went back, I did a criminal responsibility interview.
Would the testing be done more if you believe that there were cognitive issues with Ms. Driver?
If there's cognitive issues, if there's specific concerns that they might be feigning or exaggerating symptoms, if there's comprehension issues, yeah.
Okay. You did not have any concerns about any of those issues as it related to Ms. Driver?
I did not.
Okay. So when you talked to her, do you recall what the first set of topics were about this particular case with Ms. Driver?
About the case or about just in first topics covered in the interview?
Your interview.
Background information.
Okay. And what did you learn about Ms. Driver's background?
I learned that she had sort of an unstable early childhood, that her family moved around and she felt like they were kind of cold, but that she also left the family several times. She left and moved in with boys. She even left the state and moved in with a boy. She had some suicidal ideation early on, some self-injurious behavior, and we're talking about like cutting. She would cut her arms. She, I think, attempted an overdose on sleeping pills. She also abused substances. She started at a young age using marijuana and then cocaine and experimenting with some other drugs as well.
Did you ask her if she had ever been evaluated or diagnosed as a teenager or earlier on in her childhood?
She stated that when she was younger, she did get some treatment. She saw a doctor. She wasn't sure if it was like her pediatrician or a psychiatrist, but that she did see a doctor who prescribed her some antidepressants early on, but she did not take them.
Okay. And you're not aware of any records or evaluation reports that you've ever seen about her?
I've not seen any documentation of that.
Okay.
I forgot about that one.
After discussing her background, what would your next topic of discussion generally be with the evaluation?
In the competency evaluation, the next step would be to talk to her. Well, in both of them, the next step would be to talk to her about her current mental status, how she was doing at the time of the interview.
Okay, so let's skip off the competency evaluation piece. Let's just focus on the criminal responsibility.
So we would do that, the mental status in both evaluations.
Okay. When do you recall doing the second interview with her regarding the criminal responsibility piece?
It was about a month later in September of 2022.
And was there a difference in Ms. Driver's personality when she met with you both in August and September?
In August, she was upbeat. She described herself as being excited. She talked about not really sleeping and having a lot of projects she was working on in the jail. She said she was annoying her roommates by singing and dancing and doing gymnastics. So she was really very upbeat the first time I spoke to her. When I returned a month later, she showed signs that she had been crying before she came into the meeting. She was disheveled. Her hair wasn't done. Her jail clothing was disheveled, and she expressed sadness and feelings of worthlessness and hopelessness.
Are those symptoms, or those signs of things that you saw from her just in her personality to you? Are they things that you would pick up on in the nature of your evaluation of her?
That's pretty much the purpose of the mental status exam, is to look for things like that, because they can show sadness and feelings of hopelessness, feelings of worthlessness, feelings of being persecuted, sleeping too much or sleeping too little, changes in appetite, changes in activity level, change in speed, the rate at which people speak, the rate at which they move. All of that can be suggestive of a depressed state, of being in an episode of depression. And then the other end, the being excited, not sleeping at all, having a lot of projects, really being in, like, a lot of people really love being that way because they get things done. They have a lot of things that they can do, and they have a lot of energy, and they don't feel like they need to sleep. So they'll stay up for days on end without getting any sleep. And that would be a sign of mania or hypomania, which is sort of a subclinical level of mania.
Okay. Part of the sources that you were reviewing in this case, including her records from the jail, is that fair?
Yes.
And those records included evidence regarding medication that she was taking?
That's correct.
Can you describe the medication
Sorry,
that she
guys,
was
I've been
on
doing behind the
while she was in the
work.
jail at that point in time?
Let me just say this, guys. Welcome, everybody. I'm sorry I've been a little quiet, been doing some behind the scenes work. This is what I was doing. I was trying to get thumbnails done and trying to get it to where I can get people to understand we're doing a dual live today. So the next couple of days. So what do y'all think? Okay. Want to say thank you everybody for joining. Greatly appreciate you so very, 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 very much. We are going to be listening to this trial first because we started it first. When they're on break, we're going to go over to the Ibarra trial. And when they're on break, we're going to go back over to the driver trial. So we're going to be bouncing for a few days until this one.
Even from when she came into the jail until you.
I will be.
So they actually changed her medications a lot. They tried different things, and she frequently said she didn't want to be taking any medications at all, and she would refuse the medication. So the medications were adjusted and changed and moved around a lot. When she first came in, she was taking medications to address mood. She was taking medications to address anxiety, and she was taking medications to address symptoms of psychosis, like hearing things, seeing things that aren't really there, disorganized thoughts, things like that.
Can you describe specifically the medication that she was on? Do you recall?
Can I refer to my notes?
Absolutely, yes.
So when she first came in, she was exhibiting signs of depressed mood, hopelessness, suicidal ideation, and labile affect, which is how you present your mood, the outward expressions of emotion, and labile means that it moves up and down. So she had shifting moods, shifting emotions. So they were looking at a possible unspecified psychosis according to the records. So she was prescribed Prozac, which is an antidepressant, Visceral, which is actually an antihistamine, but it's given for anxiety, and Zyprexa, which is an antipsychotic.
And that is, you said that was when she first initially was in the jail. Were those symptoms that she was being observed with in the jail, were they consistent with the, I guess, diagnosis or impressions that the medical staff at Kennestone had of her when she was at the hospital?
So my medical records, I believe, from Kennestone were incomplete.
Okay.
I only had about 118 pages from Kennestone Hospital, and there was only one psychiatric report in that file that I had.
Okay.
And at the time of that evaluation, she was sedated and did not get any information.
Okay, so that didn't really give you any information.
So I didn't really have any information about her mental health from the hospital. So
okay.
I started from the jail.
And so from the initial arrival at the jail and the description you just gave of her mood and her conditions that she was showing, how did that change over the course of the next months while she was incarcerated?
She continued to express a lot of paranoid ideation, thinking that people are out to get her, out to harm her, talking about her behind her back. She also expressed a lot of what we call delusions of reference, which is when you see something that's sort of innocuous and you interpret it as having some special meaning to you. So a lot of people will say, oh, I was getting a message from the TV or the radio, like it was talking directly to me. Not that I was hearing what they were saying, but there was something underlying it, a coded message that was just for them. Other people will think that they're getting instructions from people's facial expressions, body language, objects, and things like that. So she was describing getting a lot of coded messages from sounds she heard, things that facial expressions of people in the jail, that she was doing something wrong, that she shouldn't be there, things like that.
Those reports that you're referencing, those are things that she was telling you about in the course of your evaluation too, is that right?
Those are things she told to the jail staff, that the jail staff documented in their records, and she also told me very similar things.
Okay. And in conducting your evaluation, that is one of the things that you are trying to look at in terms of the consistency of what she is telling, not just yourself, but other people that she's interacting with. Is that fair?
Yes, consistency, and especially if there's if it's detailed. So you look at, if somebody gives something really vague and then it changes, that is something that we are concerned that they might be making it up because they can't remember more detailed things to share over time, so that it's very vague. And if they do try to use something that's detailed, then the details might change over time. So we look for both of those things.
Okay. And for an example, you noted this in your report that that she said to you that people are communicating with me through their body language and I'm not supposed to be here? Is that one of the things you recall her saying to you directly?
Yes, she said that in terms of how she was feeling in the jail, but she also said that she had felt those things before as well.
Okay. Before the incident date?
That's correct.
Okay. Did she talk to you about how long she had been feeling those paranoias, those concerns about how she was seeing and hearing things?
She told me that that actually started a long time ago when she was a teenager, and that she was.
I'm getting another video is up. Where's this other sound coming from? I only have 3 things up. Why am I getting? Okay, let me see where we are in this live. 120. I'm going to have to zero out all these lives. Oh, that's weird. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I have some weird sounds going on. And it didn't make any sense. I apologize. Let me get back to where we are with her. And we are right there. My apologies, y'all. I don't know what the heck was going on, but it was like I had a double of her in my ear. And I'm like, why am I hearing both of you at the same time, but delayed? So anyway, we're fixed. I hope. I don't know if y'all were.
Delusions of references. She was starting to see things and making them think that she needed to hurt herself, that she wasn't supposed to be in the universe, she wasn't supposed to be in the world. And that she reached out to her family, the family she was living with, and wasn't able to get help and was instead given CBD oil. And that once she started taking the CBD oil, that there was a big jump. She felt like it was very potent. That's how she felt. And that her paranoia and delusions of reference and magical thinking all increased sort of significantly and sharply after starting to take that drug.
Now, I'm going to kind of get to the CBD specifically. One of the things that you diagnosed her with was cannabis use disorder. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And is that based on the CBD that she was taking?
Yes, she believed that it had THC. Now I have no idea what was in the cannabis oil she was taking.
Right.
But she believed that it was intoxicating, and she continued to take it, and it was causing her significant distress.
Did she explain to you that the CBD that she was using was being given to her by the husband in her life, Mr. Ben Michael?
She did. She indicated that she had ordered some online, but that Mr. Ben Michael, I've been calling him Mr. Joy, so I'll try and whatever is most consistent.
We've got 3 different names for
him,
yeah,
so it's hard to keep up. But she said that he did not want her to use the commercial one. So he brought her one that was produced by a friend or brought to him by a friend. She didn't really know the source.
Okay. So what she was using was one that had been, what she told you she'd been using was one that had been provided by a third party, not the stuff that she ordered.
Correct.
Okay. Is it fair, Dr. Garrett, that the use of substances, illicit substances specifically, can influence or increase someone's paranoia and delusions?
Yes. And even illicit and even legal drugs can do that. Anything that has sort of an intoxicating effect can negatively impact somebody's symptoms. So if you have, and cannabis is sort of well known for being something that causes people who don't have mental illness to have some level of paranoia. And so the addition of cannabis to somebody who is pre-existing paranoia can increase, it can sort of ratchet that up and make that worse.
in
Mental
your belief that
hospital for the forensically insane.
the symptoms that she was reflecting to you in her earlier years or teenage years, were those caused by her mental health situation, or were those caused more by drug use?
It's difficult to say.
Okay.
It was a long time ago, so self-report is not hugely reliable for things that happened that long ago. But the way it usually works is either a substance can trigger an underlying mental health condition, can cause a new mental health condition, or can be a way of trying to medicate a condition that already exists. So those are the most common ways that we see, early mental health and substance use interact.
Okay.
Which one of those was at play in this case, I couldn't tell you for sure.
Now, you are familiar with the dynamic in which Ms. Driver was living during this incident that we're talking about in this case. Is that right?
Based on her descriptions.
Yes. Was that also information that you learned through other sources in this case?
There was some information included in witness statements given to the police that were summarized in the investigative summary.
Okay. And I don't want you to talk about anything those specific people said, but you're aware she was living in a polygamous or polyamorous relationship with Mr. Ben Michael, right? There were multiple wives in their relationship. That's something that you were aware of.
Yes, she told me there was another woman before her, but that she left and that she went with Mr. Ben Michael, and then 2 other women joined later.
Okay. Did she describe to you, did Ms. Driver specifically describe to you the nature of how her relationship with Mr. Ben Michael was in the beginning and how it developed over the, about three years she was with him?
She described meeting him when she was 16 years old, sitting at a bus station, I believe, and that she found him charming and intelligent and engaging, and he gave her his contact information. And about a year later, when she was 17, she reached out to him, and he accepted her in, and they began a romantic relationship at that point when he was 38 or 39 years old.
Does the age discrepancy between Mr. Ben Michael and Ms. Driver at that time, did that cause you concern, or did that play into your consideration of her evaluation?
Yeah, it was one of several factors. Between her sort of unstable childhood, the sort of push and pull with her parents, returning to her parents, leaving her parents, things like that, her substance abuse and her young age all made her, in my view, particularly susceptible to wanting to be with somebody who's older and willing to take her in and protect her and things like that. So I felt like that may have been a factor in why she chose to join this group.
Okay. Did she describe to you the nature of the relationship she had with Mr. Ben Michael early on when they met?
A little bit, not a lot. She did indicate that he got her off all drugs, that she was supposed to be very clean and was not able to use drugs anymore, that she tried marijuana one time at a drug circle and got in quite a bit of trouble for it, and then never did anymore again until a couple months before this incident. And that she basically described, him being a partner, that it was good, and that she believed the things he told her, and that she accepted the lifestyle.
And she accepted the lifestyle when the other 2 women came in to that group. Is that?
That's my understanding. We didn't talk about that in any kind of detail. She did not express any dissatisfaction with their presence. She talked about them being there, but she didn't say anything positive or negative about it.
Okay. And at some point in time, they had a child. Mr. Ben Michael and Ms. Driver had a child together.
That's correct.
Hannah in the context of this case, right? Was Ms. Driver ever able to explain to you any difference in their relationship once the child became involved?
I think she started to become more concerned about having a normal life for her child once she had a child. She was concerned that there was no prenatal health care, that there was no birth certificate, that there was no social security, that there were no vaccines. And she started feeling, she described to me sort of feeling like she was concerned that her baby wouldn't get a normal life.
Okay. Stability is something that she was looking at? Is
It
that fair?
seemed that way.
Okay. You were aware that their living arrangement, they didn't maintain a set home.
She described them as nomadic.
Yes. Going back to the medication issue with Ms. Driver, your records that you reviewed while she was at the jail, you said that they tried her on different medications at various times. Is that common when trying to treat someone with mental health illnesses?
To a certain degree, there was more fluctuation in hers than I would normally expect to see. Whenever you give somebody a medication, you don't know, everybody responds to medications differently. So they start at a low level and they increase. And if there are side effects, they may try a different medication. Then they have to start over again at a low level and increase up to a therapeutic level. Symptoms may change. They may have to address different things as things go along. They may have to add a new medication in to address any kind of side effects. So there's always some adjustment. In Ms. Driver's case, there was more because she did not believe in taking medications and did not want to take medications. So she would get better, and as soon as she was better, she would say, well, I don't want medications. I don't need medications. And they would try to explain to her, the reason you're feeling better now is because you're on medication. But she didn't want to take them, so she was taking them sporadically and consistently, and they would lower the dosage to make it less impactful on her mental state. And then they would have to change it again because her symptoms would flare up. There would be a change in her symptoms after that.
Is that common generally for people that have mental health illnesses, have issues with them taking medication?
Yes.
Is it common for people with mental health issues to basically believe that they're okay? They don't recognize their own issues?
That's actually a symptom of schizophrenia. Yeah.
Right. And I guess more particularly so in a case for Ms. Driver, excuse me, who had a lifestyle leading up to this circumstance of not wanting to take pharmaceutical medication at all, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And further than that, someone that is not taking medication consistently and refusing to cooperate with that treatment plan, that can further, I guess, delay the ability to get treatment for those particular illnesses. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see that in Ms. Driver in this case?
There was some indication of that because whenever she would reduce her medications or go off her medications, her symptoms would become more evident. And she was on suicide watch several times for long periods of time. She had to be restrained because of self-harm behavior. She put in strapped into a chair. They have a restraint chair that they can kind of roll around, you know? And they had to put her in one of those because she was hurting herself.
Okay. What ultimately did you diagnose Ms. Driver with in this case?
Schizoaffective disorder, borderline personality disorder, and the cannabis use.
And we talked a little bit about that. So let's focus more directly on the schizoaffective disorder. What is that? Can you describe that for the jury, please?
Schizoaffective disorder is, a lot of people know about schizophrenia. So it's schizophrenia plus mood. Schizophrenia is when somebody has thoughts that are different than other people. They may, or perceptions that are different from other people. So they may see things that aren't really there, or they may hear things that when there's nothing to hear. They may smell things that aren't there. They may feel things walking on their skin or feel things in their body.
It's not good.
So those are hallucinations. They may have delusions, which are fixed false beliefs that persist even in the face of contrary evidence. And that's usually not just, these conspiracy theories are bound these days, right? Everybody's got a theory about things. Those you can see how they develop. You can see what they're based on. When you're talking about a delusion, it's something more than that. It's when there's really no other explanation for their belief other than that they have a mental illness. So a lot of times it takes the people are out to get me, people are out to harm me, or I have special powers. I can fly, I can see things, I'm smarter than everybody else. I spoke to one gentleman who was positive that he was the president of Mars. So that's the kind of thing that we're looking at.
I'm not too sure she really is.
Schizophrenia,
so
plus you also
effective.
get disorganized thinking.
I've worked with
So they may
effectives.
change subjects
Took care
without
of
any indication of
schizoaffectives.
why. They may
I'm
start
not
out
sure I'm
talking
saying
about
schizoaffective.
the sky is blue, and then when the sky is blue, the leaves are green, and then the leaves die, and you end up talking about death. There's like these very loose associations between what they talk about, or they kind of flow off onto some different track, and it's hard to get them back. So that's sort of the disorganized thinking portion of schizophrenia. So when it's schizoaffective disorder, you've got the hallucinations, delusions, and thought disorder, plus problems with your mood, depression, mania, and sometimes both. Sometimes they go back and forth. Sometimes it's just one or the other.
And what about the borderline personality disorder? How does that play in?
Borderline personality disorder is sort of a lifetime thing. It's characterological.
You can't treat it.
Oftentimes it's triggered by some sort of trauma or some sort of feeling of abandonment in early childhood. But it's a pattern of behavior that starts in adolescence and continues throughout their life, whether in school, at work, at home. It's a consistent part of who they are. And it involves things like unstable relationships. So like Ms. Driver talked about having sort of a push and pull with her parents. She'd go back to her parents, she'd leave her parents, she'd go back to her parents, leave her parents. That is sort of indicative of an unstable relationship. It's also an unstable sense of self. So you might one minute think, oh no, I'm a good person. I'm a great person. I do good things. And then the next minute you might think, I am horrible. I'm a terrible person. And they hold all of this sort of at the same time. So it's they call it a dialectic, where you try and hold these things. And that's sort of a big word. And I don't even know why I used it, but you try and hold all of this stuff inside, and it leads to aggravation, anger, impulsivity. And one of sort of the characteristics is sort of this need to hold on tightly to people in your life. They call it frantic efforts to avoid abandonment. And that's something that was even noted in the jail records when other people in jail when Ms. Driver started experiencing people at jail as sort of rejecting her or being critical of her, she would get suicidal and self-harming. That's that kind of thing we're looking at, where people will do whatever they can to keep people from leaving them. And so all of that sort of comes together to make a very unstable interaction, both with themselves and with the world.
Now, in this particular case, were you aware that Ms. Driver had continued to have contact with Mr. Benyamin while she was in custody?
I had heard that occurred, yes.
Is that something that would be a consistent symptom of someone that has borderline personality disorder, as you just described it?
Yes, in my opinion, it is.
Okay. Would that be more particularly heightened in a situation like this, where she viewed him as the leader of this group, this cult type of religious foundational group?
That plus just sort of the general stress that was in her life, all of those can increase that kind of thing.
Okay. Now, these diagnoses that you made, they are based on actual psychological findings through medical journals. Is that accurate?
There's a criteria that has been set out in the Diagnostic Statistic Manual that lays out all of the well-researched and defined different kinds of disorders and what their specific criteria is to meet those.
And what are we up to now in the DSM-5?
The DSM-5 TR, the text revision.
Okay.
So it's right after 5.
All right. And those, I presume as a clinician or even as a forensic psychologist, you interview someone, you make notes of everything you see, and you go back to the DSM guidelines just to review and make sure, all right, do I think this person meets this particular diagnosis? Is that fair?
Yeah, there's sort of an interplay. You go and we study the book, right? So we know generally what we can we'll get triggered when somebody says something or does something. We'll go, okay, that reminds me of XYZ. So then you would ask them more questions because you want to see that it meets. And then you take everything back and yes, you pull up the diagnostic criteria and you walk through, does she meet, because there's like a whole list of criteria and they have to meet some of them, but not all of them because nobody is the same. Everybody is different. And so you look at all of them and you see where do we have signs that she meets that criteria and where is that supported by other sources as well.
Now, you have talked a little bit throughout your testimony about confirming that someone isn't making it up.
Yes.
I think in the medical parlance, they call it malingering.
Yeah, there's a couple different ways. Malingering is one, that's an intentional fabrication of symptoms or an intentional exaggeration of symptoms, specifically for the purpose of secondary gain. But we also have to be aware that not everybody's, secondary gain is hard to prove and hard to demonstrate. So you're also looking for just, are they exaggerating for whatever reason? Because it's their personality to exaggerate. Are they exaggerating everything? So just because somebody is malingering or feigning or exaggerating one thing doesn't mean they.
Sorry, guys, I need to say this real quick. I am working on college stuff while we're letting this just roll. I don't want y'all to think I'm ignoring you. I'm just trying to let this testimony roll because there's a lot in there. I am struggling so much with this testimony to a point, and my hearing aids keep going in and out. I had to change the battery. I'll tell you why a little bit more. I'm a little quiet on my opinions on this testimony until I get to the end because I'm not too sure I'm on board with it. So true. So true.
They don't have a mental illness. Doesn't mean they aren't being honest about other things. So you really have to parse all of that out.
And you took steps in your evaluation to determine if you believed that she was either faking it or malingering or anything that would.
I didn't do any testing, but I did pay attention to that. That was something that I seriously considered.
Does that go back to the idea of her consistency with the statement she was giving you in both of your interviews you conducted?
Yes.
Is it also fair to say that you were able to evaluate that based on not only what she told you, but what she had told Dr. Ballard in the reports that she conducted?
I didn't look too carefully at what she told Dr. Ballard, so I couldn't testify about what she told Dr. Ballard or but generally speaking, my recollection was that it was very consistent.
Okay.
And it was consistent with what was in the reports from the jail.
All right. So you had jail records that were indicating those same ideas and symptoms, correct?
Correct.
You had at least a report from Dr. Ballard, which drew similar conclusions that you looked at and reviewed, right?
Yes.
And you obviously had your own evaluations that you conducted of her over 2 different periods of time.
Yes.
And you spent about 4 hours and 15 minutes by my calculation with her over the course of 2 times.
About that, yeah.
Do you believe that that's a fair time frame to spend with someone
That's
when
cool,
conducting forensic evaluations? Such
I
as
wouldn't
this?
have guessed that.
It's more than we usually do.
Okay. Can you explain, you talked about it a little bit. Can you explain the delusional compulsions and what delusions are specifically?
So I talked about delusions a little bit already, but they are a fixed false belief that it's held even if you have evidence to the contrary, and is so unusual that it couldn't be justified. It couldn't be explained by any other reason other than there's something wrong with the way the person's thinking. A delusional compulsion is when a person, if their delusion had been real, then it would have justified their conduct.
Can you give us an example of a delusion generally that you see frequently in your line of work?
There's so many. A lot of them have to do with, I saw a gentleman who believed that his family members had been replaced with imposters, that they looked like his family members and they talked like his family members, but he actually believed that there were aliens inside there, like pod people, I guess. He believed that they had taken over his parents' appearance and bodies to harm him.
And what specifically in Ms. Driver's case can you point to as some examples of delusions that she was dealing with?
So she talked generally about paranoia, that everybody was ganging up against her, everybody is talking about her, everybody is out to get her in some way. She talked about, on sort of the opposite end of the spectrum, sort of a grandiose delusion that she had special powers and special skills. And that started back when she was a teen, with believing that she could read minds and that people could read her mind and things like that. It continued with this sort of magical thinking, that things that she did could impact the world. So if she, walked the right way, talked the right way, breathed the right way, then it would be good for the world. If she walked the wrong way, breathed the wrong way, talked the wrong way, that it could be bad for the world. And that is sort of she also talked about delusions of reference, which I also talked about before, thinking that somebody's facial expression, that they were giving them a specific message and not like a "I don't like you" message, like, because when people glare at you, we all do that, right? But she's talking more about somebody would talk about death in a completely different context. And she interpreted that as, they're telling me specifically that I have to kill myself, that kind of thing. She would see a knife just lying out in somebody's kitchen where it's supposed to be. And she would see that and she would interpret that as, that's a sign that I need to kill myself and my baby, cut your throat, cut my throat. So she had a lot of that was going back at least a month or two before this actually happened.
And you were able to observe or identify those delusions based on what Ms. Driver was telling you, number one, right?
Yeah.
And also you were seeing that from some collateral sources in this case based on statements made in the investigative summary from the police department.
That's correct. And she said it to the jail.
Yes. So for example, if she was, like an example of a delusion to her could be a fellow inmate at the jail saying that her grandmother died, she could interpret as a statement to her that she needed to kill herself.
She could. That's not one of the ones she specifically mentioned. She mentioned being at a 12 Tribes event where they were talking or preaching about being accepting of death. And she interpreted that as the sign that it was time.
And are you aware that she went to a 12 Tribes event the morning of December 8th?
Yeah, that's the one she was speaking of.
Yeah, she was specifically telling you about that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you described what delusions are and what delusional compulsion are. Did you believe that Ms. Driver was suffering from delusional compulsions during this time frame?
I believe she was experiencing delusions.
Okay. You were aware that she was reporting issues and evidence of domestic violence, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You were aware there was an incident about 10 days before the December 8th incident of report with law enforcement in North Carolina where she had a black eye? Were you aware of that?
I was aware that she had a black eye when she went to see her mother.
Yes. You saw that source in the information that you were provided that her mom reported the black eye to law enforcement.
I believe so. I don't have a specific memory though.
Okay. Are you aware that there was a time frame? Did Ms. Driver tell you about a time frame with which Mr. Michael took their child from her and had her away from her for a period of time?
She did.
Okay. Did she talk about how that affected her mental state? Did that add things to your evaluation with her?
She talked about that in terms of why she went back to him. That she had called her parents, texted with her parents and asked them to come pick her and Hannah up, but that she used it from a phone that's monitored by Mr. Benjamin, and that he discovered those messages and came and took Hannah away from her before she could go. That her parents did come get her, but only got her. And that he was telling her that she would never see her daughter again if she didn't come back, so she returned back.
She talked to you about the nature of how she felt about her child, right?
A little bit, but not that much.
Did she tell you things about how she felt like she was downloading herself with Hannah when she breastfed?
She did. She talked about that she believed that she was downloading her sins or the bad parts about her into her child through breastfeeding. She also talked about pouring her sin into the child. And I believe there was a statement, report from Mr. Benyamin to the police that was described in the investigative report that she called Hannah, that Hannah was no longer her child, but was a sin. And so there was a lot of evidence that she really believed that by having a child with somebody who was married, by having a child in this sort of open relationship, that it was a sin, and that she passed that sin on to her daughter. And so they shared that they were both embodiments of sin.
Okay. And you specifically indicated in your report that she believed that she needed to take her own life because of those delusions. Is that fair to say?
That was my impression, yes.
Okay.
That and everything in the world was telling her to.
Yeah.
So it wasn't just about the belief about sin, it was those delusions of reference that she was experiencing both before, during, and after, that everything was telling her that she needed to do this in her mind.
Okay, Judge, can I have one? These delusions that Ms. Driver was experiencing, do you believe that they go beyond what Mr. Joyce was trying to teach her with respect to their belief system?
I do. I mean, there were certainly things that she talked about that aligned with the things that he taught her. But there are several reasons why I don't think that the ones that were really leading up to this were actually part of that religious belief, mostly because she started questioning those religious beliefs, and then she started getting a lot of distress about it. And while the beliefs, the magical thinking parts that she could impact the world, that may have been something that she learned from Mr. Benyamin, but the delusions of reference, those are different. Those are something else that, as far as what I've seen and what I've been told so far, is not a part of their religious beliefs, that that everything's telling you need to die is not part of it, as far as I've seen. And the other reason I don't believe that it's entirely just what she's been taught is that she was having delusions before she ever even met him. And so you take somebody who's vulnerable, who's young, who's already delusional, who's already using drugs, and you bring them in and you start teaching them this stuff. A sane, stable person might start believe it, maybe, but a person who has a personality disorder and a delusional disorder and a substance use disorder, you're teaching them something that increases those problems as opposed to decreasing those problems. So if she started out, that's sort of her baseline. And she started out as vulnerable and delusional and was only made worse by this. So while it may be consistent, that doesn't mean that's all it is.
Without her receiving any medical treatment during that period of time, and particularly the months leading up to this incident, is it fair to say that her situation would only get worse?
That would be my assumption, yes.
This is not what you diagnosed her with, this is not like being diagnosed with the common cold or the flu that you can.
It's not going to go away by itself. No.
Right. This takes medical treatment in terms of pharmaceuticals, therapy, a whole host of things. Is that
All
fair
of
to
those
say?
things, yes.
And will be something that Ms. Driver has to address for the rest of her natural life.
I believe so, yes. It may be episodic. It can come and go. People get on medications and they do better, and they have treatment and they do better. But even with the treatment, it can still come back. And then you need to adjust your treatment. People can sort of learn to tolerate psychiatric medications just like they can learn to tolerate drugs. So you need to constantly be vigilant and aware of the things that are the early signs so that you can make changes before things get bad. And that's not really something people with schizoaffective disorder are good at.
Particularly, as you've seen in the jail records, someone that's not consistently taking her medication, right?
Right.
There were other indications that, or Ms. Driver, did she talk to you about how she was attempting, you said she was attempting to, I guess, not believe some of the following and teachings that Mr. Joyce had, but was there also indications that she was trying to leave that setting with her child?
She told me she tried to leave multiple times. She talked about one incident. She really only talked about two in particular, but one of them was an incident where she ran out in the street and tried to flag down a motorist. And the other one was when she called her parents and tried to get the parents to come pick her up and take her home to Tennessee.
Were you aware that her relationship with her parents was somewhat isolated by this group setting?
My understanding from the things that Ms. Driver told me was that she was incredibly isolated from everybody outside of the little family that they made, that she was not allowed to speak to other people unless they were trying to recruit them, that she wasn't allowed to go into stores or spend money or use a phone without being supervised. She wasn't allowed to have a job unless they really needed it. So she only had like 2 jobs in her life, and they were about like 2 weeks long or something like that. A motel, I think, like cleaning up motel rooms or something like that. I can't remember exactly. But so she was very isolated. The only people in her life were the people that the family, the group, the cult, whatever you want to call them, allowed her to be access to in her descriptions.
Did she tell you that when she would have occasions to talk with her parents, that frequently, or even all the time, that Mr. Ben Michael was there listening to her phone calls?
That they were monitored? Yes.
Yeah.
She did tell me that.
And that he would frequently monitor her text messages.
We did that one
communications
yesterday,
with
Dan.
anybody through her phone. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
Ooh, that's weird.
And I think you said it earlier, but
Very good,
your
John.
clinical opinion is that someone who was already in a state of paranoia and experiencing delusions prior to that type of environment, that type of living situation would likely enhance that tenfold.
Yeah, at least over time. It may at the beginning because the borderline personality disorder, she may have really liked that close control at first, but over time, without any kind of treatment and things like that for her delusions and things like that, yes. And then I think it got worse with the baby because she started to realize that maybe the baby needs something different. And started to question things, and then the CBD happened, and I think that all just sort of triggered a decompensation, is what we call it, when your symptoms get worse. That she decompensated at least starting in September of 2020, and just continued to go down and was not able to get the treatment that she needed.
As jury has heard from one witness in this case that was with Ms. Driver during the course of that time, a man named Jason Spillers. You were not privy to his testimony. You'll probably thank yourself for that in some ways.
Can y'all hear me?
He described Ms. Driver as going in and out of basically what he called catatonic states at times. Mm-hmm. Is that something that's consistent with someone that's dealing with schizoaffective disorders?
I think that, yeah, it could be. And it's hard to say what would have caused that. She told me about one of those as well.
Okay.
She told me that I believe it was on Hannah's birthday that she went into a catatonic state. She said that she felt like It was more of the magical thinking. She said that her brother had been shot and that she felt like that she somehow caused it, that it was somehow her fault, even though he was in Florida and they were up in Connecticut. And that she couldn't move, she couldn't breathe, she couldn't eat, she couldn't do things because she was afraid that it would have a catastrophic effect of some sort. She didn't have a specific thing that she said would happen, except that she was afraid she'd never be able to touch her daughter again, was one thing she mentioned. And that she did not get up until Mr. Joyce, what is Ben Michael.
Joyce. You can call him Z if you'd like.
Sort of forced her to get up. I think she said that he poured water on her, that he kicked her, that he set Hannah on her chest to try and make her get up, and that she eventually did get up, but that she was still in sort of a depressive state, and she was very unhappy about, looking like crap and going down and having pictures taken with the family and things like that. And then she also started to talk about some delusional thoughts she had about photographs and people taking photographs so that they could download you back into that point.
You're
in time,
bad.
And it sort of would create. And this is something I've heard from other people as well. This is not as unusual as it might sound, but that by taking a photograph of somebody, you sort of create, I don't know, like anybody back up their hard drives and you create a picture of what happened at that time. So if anything goes wrong, you can go back to that. That's sort of what she was describing, and that by taking a picture, he could then, if she died, download her back into that same spot, which she found to be very distressing.
Just one final question, Dr. Garrett. We're going to hear from Dr. Ballard later, so I don't want to put words in your mouth about what findings she made in her report. But is it fair to say that your belief that she met these DSM diagnoses as far as schizoaffective disorder, bipolar, is that consistent with what you saw in Dr. Ballard's report as well?
I believe so, but I don't remember specifically what the opinions or diagnoses Dr. Ballard made.
Is it also fair to say that experts such as yourself, particularly in the field of psychology, can have disagreements about someone's diagnosis?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, we're just people. We do our best. We can make mistakes. We can interpret things differently. And that's not even necessarily a mistake. People interpret things differently. And then there's also a lot of gray area. So you might say, well, she doesn't have schizoaffective disorder. She's got bipolar disorder with psychotic features. It's the same factors. It's the same symptoms, just they align a little bit differently. So people may disagree on whether it's this one or that one, or whether it's an unspecified psychotic disorder because it seems a little different than your normal psychotic disorder, which could be impacted by lifestyle and things like that. So yeah, there's gray area. There's a lot of room for different ways of interpreting, different ways of seeing evidence. And everything has to come from a human as well. So we get our information, and this driver is a human. The people at the jail who took down notes about what she did are humans. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody interprets things through their own lens. So yes, there is room for disagreement.
But your final conclusion is that she definitely suffered from these disorders that you have diagnosed her with.
I am confident that she was experiencing delusions. I'm confident that those delusions included paranoia, delusions of reference, and magical thinking. She also reported auditory and visual hallucinations. She also described and exhibited both depressive mood and sort of hypomanic manic mood that I was able to see both sides of that coin. So yes, there may be different ways of arriving at what the actual name of the diagnosis is, but I am confident in the symptoms that I observed and documented.
I can't do my homework and do this. I'll do it later.
All right, we're going to take a recess before cross-examination, and I'm going to let you be in recess for 15 minutes. That'll be back in the jury room at 5 till 11. Leave us your notepads. Don't talk about the case. You can step outside if you'd like. Be back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to this. I want to hear the grant opening statements because I don't know anything about it. Opening statements. Here we go. Oh, yeah. I hope y'all liked my thing. Does that look okay, y'all? Does that look okay? I need validation today. It won't let me put it. Pick up the poo, put it in a bag, and leave it in the driveway. Excuse me. This is what my friend did. She put the poo in the bag, and just dropped it, just set it in the driveway. And then it happened again. But she made a little sign, do not allow your dogs to defecate in my yard. This is not their toilet. And then when it happened again, she called the police. Told them she wanted them for trespassing because they had to come onto the property in order to do it. Go get them. Go get them. But I tried to put it and YouTube wouldn't let me. It rejected my comment. Usually means they think it's spam. Try changing it a bit. I did 3 times. So I get it too, not just you. Oh, that was cute. That was a poet and I didn't know it. Are you talking about Mardi Gras? What are you talking about, Skybell? Please. Sorry, my love. I'm not connecting.
Cam that becomes very important in this case. And at about
Why is the
9:05 a.m.,
stream not
she's
sharing?
captured running from her house down Rogers
go.
Road, eventually towards the crime scene where she encounters this defendant. She is running,
When is
as
it?
you will see, with a few things that are important. 2
When?
AirPods, and they are noise
Hi,
canceling AirPods.
Tracy.
And her phone, her iPhone
Not
is in
my
her
sister
left
Tracy,
hand.
another Tracy. Awesome Tracy.
She's wearing
She's
typical
awesome.
running clothes, and you're going to hear a little bit about how she runs, what she runs with, because these things are important to judge what
Decorate.
eventually happens between her and this defendant on the trail. She wears typically very tight running clothes because that's what's comfortable when you run, so it doesn't get it doesn't come off or get loose when you're running. And so this particular day, she's wearing running tights, white hoka shoes, and 3 layers of clothing on her top. She's wearing a running bra, a shirt, and a tight black
Tracy and
hubby. She leaves her house.
Happy anniversary to
At
you.
9:11 a.m. exactly,
Mucho, mucho.
Lakin is a few minutes into her run, and we have some digital data, which we'll talk to you about, which is a Garmin watch that Lakin had gotten for Christmas that she's wearing on her run. And this watch captured a lot of important data that you're going to hear about. But she is on her run, and her phone, she activates the emergency function of her iPhone. And you're going to hear about that through testimony of the witnesses who examined her phone. She activates the emergency function of her iPhone and she attempts to call 911, and she in fact does call 911. Her call is connected to ACC PD. At 9:12, you'll hear that the call was hung up, and I'm going to play the call for you. At 9:12, the call was hung up by the caller, not the 911 center. The 911 center did not hang up on Lakin Riley. The phone hung up. And at 9:12, they tried to call her back, and there was no answer. This is an enhanced version of the 911 call, and there will be several stipulations between the parties in this case. We will execute a waiver of them as they come in. One of the stipulations was that this 911 call was sent to the FBI in Quantico, where they attempted to enhance the call. And this is a 1 minute and 8 second call, and this is the enhanced version of that call. And I'd like the court, when listening to the call, right about 55 seconds into the call, you're going to hear a voice.
Clark County 911. Hello, this is Clark County 911. Hello, Clark County 911. Can anyone hear me?
That's heartbreaking to me.
Clark County 911.
Talk.
Yo Tango. There is a long break in what happens next. It was Lakin's mom, who Lakin usually talks to on her run, who started calling Lakin at around 9:06 that morning. And you'll just see the call logs from that and the evidence of that through Lakin's phone. And when she could not reach Lakin, she began calling Lakin's 3 roommates. And you'll meet all 3 of them: Lily Steiner, Sophia Magana, and Connolly Huff. All 3 of them are University of Georgia students at the time. They were all seniors. And Lakin herself was at UGA, but had recently transferred to the University of Augusta Athens campus because she wanted to be a nurse. But the 4 of them still live together. And the roommates are all, I would say, technologically savvy and security savvy. And they all 4 had iPhones. And there's a function with an iPhone called Find My iPhone, which you can share your location with other people. And the four ladies in that house, roommates, shared their digital location with one another 24/7. And so when Allison Phillips, Lakin's mom, began calling and looking for Lakin, she notified all the roommates. And then the roommates started checking the ring door camera, checking for Lakin, texting Lakin, calling Lakin, and no response. I will say that this particular day, February 22nd, 2024, happened to be the day where there was a widespread phone outage by AT&T. And so some of the girls did have AT&T as their service provider. Lakin did not. She's Verizon. And so the girls were having phone problems due to that widespread outage. And so you'll hear about how that kind of interfered with their ability to really find where she was. But eventually, they could not find her. They could not find her for hours. And even though Lakin would go out on long runs, she always had her phone with her. So they became concerned.
That's full blast
So around
report, y'all.
11:30 on the day of her murder, two roommates,
I can't
Sophia
go
and
any
Lily,
higher.
went and walked the trails back behind the intramural fields at the University of Georgia where Lakin used to run, but they also had her digital profile.
I was
And
working
her
on it.
digital profile put her in the middle of the Oconee Forest, and they had noticed that she had not moved. She had not moved for hours. And so they walked to where they could last see her digital profile, and the two roommates found one of Lakin's AirPods. They photographed it, they collected it, they went back to their house where they could have Wi-Fi to connect because they had no phone service in the forest and the outage was on. And at 12:05 p.m., they called the University of Georgia police and reported that Lakin Riley was missing. So it isn't until the police respond immediately and they take that digital profile, and you'll meet Sergeant Maxwell. He is the officer that found Lakin's body. And it takes him, even with her digital profile, this is a very forested area. And she obviously wasn't on the running trail. She was off the running trail. And it took him about 25 minutes, even with her digital profile, for him to locate her. And he did locate her. And you're going to see the body cam footage of him locating her. And what he found when he found her is that she was hidden, kind of almost under a tree and covered up with a bunch of leaves. The first thing he noticed was that her breasts were completely exposed. All three layers of her top clothing were pulled up above and around her neck. He also noticed that her running
So degrading for a woman.
Wears above her navel were pulled down and her underwear was protruding from her tights. He also noticed severe injuries to the left side of her head. He began immediately trying to save her life, but he could tell that she was dead. She was cold. But he began CPR, and you will see the efforts of him and several other University of Georgia police officers where they try to save her. They have to move her out of this area so that they can get her flat on the ground. They give her chest compressions. They give her CPR. They put those pads on her chest to try to start her heart. Eventually, the fire department and EMS comes and they do the same. They work her for several minutes, but she is dead.
The victim, Dan.
She is dead. And there was nothing they could do to stop it or help her. You'll see the crime scene measurements. The crime scene in this case was worked by the GBI in conjunction with UGA PD. You will hear in this case from GBI, UGA PD, FBI, and ACC PD. The four of them really in conjunction worked this case. And the crime scene, importantly, when they get there, there's really very few items there. But item number one, where you see on the trail, is the other AirPod that Lakin was wearing at the time that she was running. And then they saw a disturbed area of leaves to a point where they found two rocks and a tree, both of whom have, or all three of which have Lakin's blood on them. And then Lakin's body was a few feet away from that, where you see the green there. And then her phone was not found near her body. It was found where you see item number 8, which is the other tree that you see there. But her
Body
person was taken 64 feet off that trail. So from where AirPod is, item number 1, to where you see items 2, 3, and 4 is 65 feet. So in legal terms, he asportated her 64 feet off of that trail so that he could attempt to victimize her. This is the crime scene. You'll see how wooded it is and why it took Sergeant Maxwell so long to find her, even though he didn't have a digital profile.
Related.
And in here, this photo is actually the phone. And so it took them a really long time to find the phone. They were calling the phone, they were pinging the phone. Her phone was on silent, so they couldn't hear it. I mean, it wasn't until it got dark that they could find her phone, but they kept looking for her phone because they knew the phone was there. And they found it. And when they found it, this is what Daniela Stewart of the GBI saw on her iPhone.
What are you talking
exactly
about?
where
Pulling
the
your
phone would
hearing
be
aids
if you
out.
go to hang up the call on the iPhone. So at the bottom of the iPhone, she found this latent print in blood. They processed the phone immediately, and that latent print was sent to ACCPD. And we'll talk about that a little later. And here's some of the Garmin data. And there are some things that we will never know about exactly what happened between Jose Ibarra and Laken Riley on that trail.
I'm having
But
to
we
use
know enough.
earbuds today, which
And what we know is that at 9:10 a.m.
makes it
from her
much harder
Garmin
for me to
that she
hear.
was wearing, as she is trucking along and she is clipping 7-minute miles. She's running, doing her thing, listening to music. Something happens. He does something to her to make her stop dead in her tracks.
Yep.
She initiates the SOS function on her phone and calls 911, and she immediately stops. And after that, you'll see some of this Garmin data, her movement, because it went to the FBI CAS team. They're the ones that analyzed it, and you'll hear about it. She's on this trail with this defendant for about 4 minutes.
The green
and
and
then
blue
you see
squirrel.
4 minutes later, her Garmin moved 65 feet into the woods. And there's some additional movement
I do not use the
of
GoPro.
her along that time. And her heart rate is still going until
Don't like GoPro.
9:28 a.m. Her encounter with him was long. Her fight with him was fierce. And that is what the Garmin data shows. And once her heart stops at 9:28 a.m., there's no more movement from her Garmin. So what happens next? Well, UGA PD leave, and they really got nothing other than a PP Tom incident that had occurred on campus at 7:57 a.m. And I'm going to talk to you about that one last. So what they do is it is a combination of good police work and luck, pure luck. But they start dumpster diving. ACCPD is dumpster diving, UGA PD is dumpster diving, GBI is dumpster diving, FBI is dumpster diving. Everybody is just looking into every dumpster in the Athens area for anything because they had nothing. And at a dumpster, at an apartment complex where he lived, a police officer named Zach Davis of ACCPD finds this hoodie jacket. And when he looks in and sees it, it's in a recycling bin and it's standing out because it's right on top. And he noticed it had long,
Edge. Thank you,
dark
Dr. Bullbetter.
hair on it, wrapped around one of the buttons, and he could see blood.
Yes, she's
And he thought that was suspicious. So he calls UGA PD. They respond at 9 o'clock on the day of Laken's murder. They collect the jacket found in the dumpster, and they send it immediately to the GBI crime lab indicator for testing. But while they're there, they look around and see that one of the residents in this apartment in B32 had what's called a Eufy camera, which is like a ring camera but works a little different, had a camera aimed at that dumpster. And so they asked the resident that night, hey, can we come in? Can we see your camera? He agreed to let them see it. And this is what they saw. At 9:44 in the morning, about 15 minutes after Laken Riley's heart stopped, this is what they see.
That's a great camera angle, by the way. Yep. Greatest of all time. Yep. I've had police ask for mine in my city. That's irrefutable. Why is he even in trial? Oh my gosh. They have that, and that's him, and he knows it's him. I'd be fleeing the country. I wouldn't even be
So they
working
saw an
this. I'd be
individual.
running.
They did not know who it was at the time.
Oh,
Dump the jacket in the dumpster and go to those bushes there and dump something there. So they go to the bushes, and this video has been enhanced, and I'm sure you're going to hear a lot of testimony about this video, enhanced the best they could by GBI
look at
Cyber.
the hat.
And I know the court sat through some motions to suppress where this black Adidas hat, there was a lot of discussion about, and you're going to hear more about all of those things. But this is an image that they locked in on and began to circulate around the neighborhood, or as the cops call a bolo. Be on the lookout for this individual. They didn't know who he was, and they circulated that. But they did go also that night, still the night of February 22nd, to the bushes, and they found 3 black disposable kitchen gloves. And those gloves were also sent immediately to the crime lab. And one of the interesting things about the black disposable gloves, when they got to the crime lab and they were analyzed, this is a picture taken at the crime lab, is that on the thumb of the gloves, there was a hole. There's also other holes in the gloves, and they found them. But on the thumb area of one of the gloves that the crime lab examined, they found a hole. And they also found blood, and that blood was later to be determined to be Lake and Riley's blood on those gloves. So I've already told you about the geographic locations. They're all clustered. You can see in this map, the crime scene is at the top in the middle, called body crime scene. The dumpster where the items were found is marked. Building S is right by the bus stop, and then Lake and Riley lived further up, Millage Avenue, towards the top of this photo. But the distance between the Building S, which will become important, and Lake and Riley's body is about 300 yards. The distance between the dumpster and Lake and Riley's body is about 500 yards. And the distance between the dumpster and the bus stop and where the defendant lived, because he lived in that apartment complex, is about 150 yards. Everything is close together. So what happened next in the investigation is that the very next morning, on Friday, February 23rd at 8:32 a.m., as ACCPD, again, is just looking out for anything. They had the bolo at that point. They encounter a person named Diego Ibarra. And Diego Ibarra is wearing a black Adidas hat that has some interest to them, which is they believe to be the identical hat that they had seen in the video the night before. Mm-hmm. And I will tell you this, on that hat that Diego Ibarra was wearing the next day is Lake and Riley's blood. So their theory that that was in fact the same hat was absolutely correct. So they encounter Diego Ibarra. He gives them a fake green card. They know it's fake because it has 2 different dates of birth on it. And so they ask him to go back to his residence, and they begin talking to him. UGAPD arrives, and they begin to take over the scene. From the information that they had gotten from Diego Ibarra, they knew that hat was a hat seen in the video because of the proximity of the crime. And at some point, Diego began telling them he's got brothers in the house sleeping, and there were many communication difficulties at first because the first responding officers did not speak Spanish. No one in this apartment, D126, could speak English.
Okay, back to this one.
All right, cross-examination.
Dr. Garrett, what percentage of the population has a mental health disorder?
Oh, I don't know. Do not know the answer to that question.
Okay. Is some type of mental health diagnosis pervasive in our society?
Yeah, because the diagnoses range from very mild to extreme. So yeah, we all have symptoms and things that bug us.
Okay.
Could fall into a category.
All right. And you'd agree that having a mental health diagnosis is not the same question as whether somebody is criminally responsible, correct?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay. And somebody can have schizoaffective disorder and still be criminally responsible.
They can.
And somebody can have borderline personality disorder and still be criminally responsible.
They can.
And somebody can have cannabis use disorder and still be held criminally responsible.
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you specifically. I'll go back sort of to the beginning. you talked about how one of the things you diagnosed her with was cannabis use disorder. And in your report, isn't it true that you indicated that Ms.
Really?
Driver told you
That's just being
that she
high.
believed that that
That's
CBD
being high.
had high levels of THC in it?
Cannabis
Yes, she told me that.
use disorder.
And when you were testifying about the reasons for your diagnosing her with cannabis use disorder, you talked about the intoxicating effects of THC, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And so in making that diagnosis, are you assuming that there was THC in that substance?
Yes.
Okay. And so if you learned that when she went to the hospital on December the 8th, she was tested and she tested negative for THC and the substance was tested and only tested positive for CBD, would that change your diagnosis?
Yes.
Okay.
It would change that one diagnosis, not the others.
Okay. And you also put in your report that Ms. Driver represented to you that her use of CBD was involuntary, correct?
That she said that she wanted to use CBD oil that she purchased online, but she wasn't allowed to. So she was given the CBD oil that was brought in by a friend. She didn't know its source, but that after a while it was not helping her and she felt like she felt worse, but she was then required to keep taking it.
Okay. Are you aware that Ms. Driver was evaluated by 3 different doctors in this case? Dr. Ballard first, then you, then a Dr. Zaham?
I heard about the third evaluator recently, but I've never seen a report or any information about that.
Okay. Were you aware that she told Dr. Zaham when asked about the CBD that it was still in her bag, but she doesn't even remember if she was still taking it?
She just says,
I was never given a report. I've never been told what was in the report.
Sustained rejection.
All right.
Question two, since you read the report into the record.
I'll rephrase my question.
All right, I'll strike that question and you can.
I'll
move on.
rephrase it. If she told Dr. Zaham that the CBD was still in her bag, but she doesn't even remember if she was still using it, would that be inconsistent with what she told you?
It would be inconsistent to the extent of whether she remembers it or not. That doesn't necessarily mean she didn't take it.
Okay. Now you indicated that, I think your language was that you became aware of the fact that she was still communicating with Benjamin Ben Michael after your evaluation. Is that right?
I heard something about her accessing text messages or some sort of communication device from within the jail.
Okay. But you spent over 4 hours with her on August the 11th of 2022 and September the 2nd of 2022?
Yes.
And she told you all kinds of things about her relationship with Benjamin Ben Michael and how abusive and oppressive it was, right?
She gave me a lot of information.
Did she ever tell you in your 4 hours together that she was still actively communicating with him on hundreds of jail phone calls?
She did not.
Okay. And as part of your forensic evaluation process, is it typical for the evaluators to tell the defendant what the possible options and outcomes are for each? For example, would you explain to her the concept of not guilty by reason of insanity and what would have to be found in order for her to avail herself of that defense?
Yes.
Okay, and that's typical, right?
It is.
Explain that to them?
It is.
Okay, so she would have known from the jump what would have to be proven for her to establish that defense.
Not from the jump.
Okay.
That's not the first thing you tell them. I went through the entirety of her background. I already had gathered all of her mental health symptoms before we even talked about any plea options. So she had already given me her background information, what she had experienced in her childhood, what she experienced in terms of her drug use history, what she had experienced with.
It's just getting to the point that everything people do becomes a disorder instead of just simple addiction. I know addiction is a disorder. It's a medical condition. It just amazes me. I can sit here and twiddle my thumb and have a twiddle thumb disorder. Everything has a label. That's all I was getting at. It was just
The cult,
my own
what she calls
crap.
the cult.
Sorry.
And it wasn't until the competency evaluation when we talked that when we went through all the different plea options and what their meaning and consequences are, that was the first time I gave her any information about what
I have a mic disorder.
insanity plea means.
And when it comes to people in your type of position that do these types of
I'm
evaluations,
making fun of the real disorders. I'm
is it
saying.
common to explain what not guilty by reason of insanity means?
Yes, we've got to make sure that the part of the competency evaluation is to make sure they understand what the different options are and what their potential consequences are.
Okay,
So yes, we go through each one of the pleas.
all right. And she had already met and been evaluated by another doctor, Dr. Ballard, prior to you seeing her, right?
I believe so.
Okay, and do you know what Dr. Ballard discussed with her about what had to be established for the insanity defense?
I do not know what her proceedings are. I don't know when or where or how she might have covered that topic. I'm sure she would have covered that topic, but I don't know if it was the first thing or the last thing.
Okay. And you indicated in your report that when you met with her, let me get your language here. You found her to be able to maintain a reality-based conversation, and the statements that she made during the interview were logical, coherent, and relevant.
At the time of the evaluation.
Okay. So when you met with her, she was stable on her medication, and you didn't have any concerns about her being able to.
The first time she was mildly hypomanic, but yes, she was generally stable. The second time she was depressive, but she was not actively hallucinating.
Okay. And you indicated that she relayed to you that the relationship and the status of the sort of polygamist lifestyle was positive?
I didn't ask her about that.
Okay.
She relayed to me that she joined the group, that other people joined, and that at the end she was questioning things, but we didn't talk in any depth about how she felt about the relationship in the early years, the honeymoon years. We didn't talk about that.
All right. Well, did you talk about how she felt about those relationships in the later stages?
She didn't talk about the sister wives at all. I don't know why I use the sister wives because of that show, I guess.
Okay.
But the other wives, she didn't. She talked about them existing, but she didn't say good or bad things about them.
So when she met with you, she expressed complete indifference about all the other people in the group and her lifestyle.
Yeah, she just described it. She didn't say whether she had thoughts or feelings about it.
Okay. And are you aware that she told Dr. Ballard, who evaluated her, that she initially didn't mind having multiple women and that it made sense to her, but the reality of it was very toxic and stressful and very hard for all of them to get along?
I don't have a specific memory about that, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Okay. And are you aware that she reported to Dr. Ballard that there were frequent arguments, sharing an RV with Mr. Joyce and the other wife, and then a third woman joined, which added to the conflict?
I don't have any recollection.
Okay.
Of that.
That would be inconsistent with what she told you?
Not particularly because I didn't ask her.
Okay. So you did not inquire about sort of the dynamics of the group on December the 8th of 2020?
I talked about what she was experiencing and feeling. I didn't ask her about other people.
Okay. So you didn't get information about Jason Spillers or Jessica Kafijian?
I knew that they were there.
Okay. But in terms of her thoughts about that relationship and how that related to her decisions to commit the act, you didn't get into that at all?
Those were not the basis for what she told me was why she behaved the way she behaved.
Okay. But one of the things that you were capable of reviewing in this case and had was her handwritten notes from December the 9th of 2020, the day after she killed Hannah, right?
I did have those.
Okay.
Or at least I had some. I don't know if I had the totality.
All right. So in terms of her very first statements about why she killed Hannah, are you aware that she said, "I was going insane and no longer wanted to be with his friends, but kept coming back for him"?
I don't have a specific memory of that, but I may have had that information.
Okay. Are you aware that in her first statements about why she killed Hannah, she said, "I only wanted my baby and husband, but he refused"?
I don't remember that.
Okay. You'd agree that her own statements the day after she killed Hannah about what motivated her act would be highly relevant to her state of mind the day before?
It'd be relevant, not necessarily dispositive, since she was medicated and in trauma,
Okay.
but it would certainly be relevant.
All right. So your evaluation of her was taking place in 2022, and these statements she was making to law enforcement was the day after. Can we agree on
So
that?
it would definitely improve her memory.
Okay.
For the record, she made those statements at the hospital, not too long.
I'm sorry. She made them to law enforcement at the hospital. And did you, in reviewing and reaching your conclusions about this case, review all of these handwritten notes that she
I
provided
reviewed
to
the
law
ones that I
enforcement?
had.
Okay, can I approach and show you and see if you recognize them?
Sure. I don't recall this one.
Okay. And in your report, you indicate that one of the things you received were the Kennestone Hospital handwritten notes of Chloe Driver, correct?
Yeah, they actually said Kennestone Hospital on the top, and that one didn't, so I'm not sure. If I can look at my notes, I might have a copy of the ones that I actually
Okay.
reviewed, if that's okay.
Are you, I can approach. Is this what you're referring to?
I think the other records that Ms. Driver.
Those are the ones that I had.
Cruises notes, not the Kennestone Hospital.
These are the ones that you have?
Those are the ones that I have.
All right. So you would have known in your evaluation of her that Ms. Driver told the psychiatrist at Kennestone Hospital, I was stating for months I couldn't handle my husband's lifestyle anymore.
I would have had it. I don't specifically remember everything that she wrote. There's a lot of information in this
Okay.
case, I'm afraid.
And you would have known that she wrote to the psychiatrist for the first 2 years, not so much because it was just us traveling. But then once he got people listening to him more, I started feeling scared and was begging for attention for us to be with the baby.
I don't remember that one either.
Okay. So these statements about her begging for attention, her not liking his lifestyle, these statements that she made close in time to the crime, you did not factor those into your determination about what her.
There were certain ones that I remember reviewing, saying that she felt, can I reflect? I can't remember whether I don't think I got an answer on whether I could review the notes that I had to reflect
Sure,
my
of course.
recollection.
You can't read them, but you can refresh your recollection of them.
Let me just see if I have them here.
You can read them. You can't read them.
I can't read them aloud. I hear ya. Okay, yes, I did review that.
You did review what?
The document you just read.
And are you aware that she made statements that to law enforcement the day after she killed Hannah that stated, I just wanted to have a normal life with Nimsy?
I don't have a specific recollection. It wouldn't surprise me though.
Okay. And would statements about wanting to have a normal life with her baby, wanting to be with just her husband and her baby, and wanting to be away from the cult, would those things be delusional?
No,
Okay. Those would be rational, right?
I believe so, but they could be influenced by her mental health condition, but yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about Ms. Driver's statements in evaluations and in the investigation of this case that are relevant to her ability to distinguish between right and wrong. Are you aware that one of her first inquiries while in the hospital was, how long will my prison sentence be for killing her?
I have heard that.
Okay. And from a psychological standpoint, let me rephrase my question. Is that consistent with her statements to you about her ability to distinguish between right and wrong?
It certainly reflects an ability to distinguish between what's legal and not legal.
Okay.
There's a little bit more gray area when you talk about right and wrong on a more ethical, moral appropriateness level.
Okay, but we're talking about the law. So would you agree with me that she has expressly made statements that she understood what she was doing to Hannah was wrong?
She did state to me that she knew that it was wrong, but she also stated I was at peace because it's how it's supposed to be. So this, again, both sides of that coin. Yes, she appeared to understand a legal wrongfulness, but there is some question about the moral and appropriateness in her
Okay.
mind.
And you said you had Dr. Ballard's report when you did your evaluation. Are you aware that she told Dr. Ballard, as soon as it happened, I regretted it. I thought I shouldn't have done this. This was not supposed to happen.
I said before, I didn't read her report all that carefully. I did review her report, but I don't remember the specific things that she said. But a statement like that after the fact also would not surprise me.
Okay. So
Mature.
you'd agree that the best historian of whether she understood the difference between right and wrong would be her, correct?
Maybe.
Okay. And when she was expressly asked if she thought her behavior was wrong, she said yes.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Okay. And in being evaluated by Dr. Ballard, are you aware that when she
Could have been the other way around.
discussing whether
They were
knew her
jealous
actions
of
were
her.
wrong, she also volunteered that
But she had the baby.
she
at the-
locked the door so that she could
Got
also
more
stab
attention.
herself in the throat and make sure that she died.
Yes, I'm aware that she locked the door to try and kill both herself and her daughter.
And are you aware that those were statements made by Miss Driver in response to whether she understood what she was doing was wrong?
Yes.
Okay.
Based on her report.
Right. Well, and you're relying heavily on her report for your testimony about her delusions.
And based on
right?
the other psychologist report.
Understood, not Miss Driver's report? Okay,
Yes, I did rely a lot on Ms. Driver's report.
okay. And with regard to your inquiry with her about whether she understood what she was doing to her daughter was wrong, isn't it true that she told you that she apologized to her daughter before she repeatedly stabbed her in the neck?
She did say that she apologized.
And
Bill could have been very delusional.
I want to talk to you about
Need to go potty. Need to go potty.
her statements to you
Now
surrounding
the dog needs
the
a comfort
actual
break over here. I
event.
bet.
You'd agree with me that the pertinent question for purposes of criminal responsibility are state of mind at the time she committed the act,
Yes, ma'am.
right? So the testimony you just provided to the jury was from childhood to arrest, correct?
Yes, throughout the whole course of her life.
All right, so I want to talk about December the 8th when she's in the room with Hannah.
Okay.
Okay. What information did she provide to you about what she was doing in the room with Hannah just prior to her killing her?
She indicated that she had come from the 12 tribes meeting where she had believed that they were talking about death to give her a specific message that now was the time to do this thing that she'd been getting messages about to kill herself and her daughter. And that they got to the location and that when she went to go join the other two wives in one room, that Mr. Joyce like snapped at her and said, no, go to, she called it Brett's room. I believe Brett was somebody who previously lived there or previously traveled with him. So she told me that she interpreted that instruction as an instruction that she should kill herself and her daughter. She indicated that she was trying to do some research on her phone about how to get away, how to escape and move money and things like that. And that she went to try and change her daughter's diaper and didn't have a diaper and asked for one to be brought to her, and somebody threw her a dirty shirt instead, and that she interpreted that giving her a dirty shirt instead of a diaper as a statement to her that she's not worthy of this world and she needs to leave this world. She's not even worth a clean shirt, and that therefore she should kill herself. And so that's when she said she did.
Okay. And she told you, and you put in your report, that she was alone with Hannah in the room and she was doing research on her phone about bankruptcy and how to get away with her daughter.
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that she had a phone with her in that room based on her statements to you and based on your review of the police report, right?
Right. She said she was doing research on her phone.
Okay. And you also put in your report that she didn't have any access to money. Is that right?
She had told me that part of the deal with joining this was that every woman who joined the group had to turn over all of their funds and put into a joint account to make it more spiritually strong. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but that everybody had to donate all of their money to this account, and that they were not allowed to use it without express permission or access it without express permission.
Okay. And are you aware that she had $1,000 cash in her bag with her phone and the baby's effects?
I did not know that.
Okay. Are you aware that she told Dr. Zom, who evaluated her, that when she left her parents' house, she
Judge,
put...
I'm gonna object again. We've already been down this road about what Dr. Zom
That
says.
pisses me off.
I'll rephrase it.
Royally
If she told, if she told somebody else that she put $1,000 cash in her
That
bag
is
before she went back
wrong.
to Dianne, would that be inconsistent with her statement to you that she didn't have any access to money?
Not exactly. And let me explain, because I know you're looking at me like I'm crazy. But she had talked about in the time when she went to try and get her mother, of trying to put together some money, trying to access some money, trying to move money towards her parents. So there was some indication already that she was trying to move money around, trying to save up, trying to do something that would help her escape with her daughter. So I didn't specifically ask her whether she had access on that day. So I couldn't say that it was inconsistent with her financial situation on the day.
But she represented to you that she didn't have any access to funds, right?
Overall, over the course of the relationship, that's what she said.
Okay. And you were not aware that she had $1,000 cash in her bag?
I was not.
Debit cards in her name, were you aware of that?
I did not know. I didn't.
Blank checks that related to an account that had $65,000 in it?
I have no information about that.
With regard to the actual event, we talked about her telling you that she knew it was wrong, and her statement to Dr. Ballard that she knew it was wrong and immediately regretted it. And we talked about her statements about locking the door to make sure she could accomplish the acts. I want to talk about the specific trigger that caused her to kill Hannah.
A lot of labeling and diagnosing and trying to make sense of this.
Did she tell you that Dianne throwing her the dirty shirt for Hannah was the last thing that triggered her, that nobody wanted her or Hannah to be here?
I believe that was the last trigger, yeah.
Okay, so she
Yeah,
needs
mine
a clean
is there.
shirt for the baby. She tells you he throws her a shirt up to the window. He's in the driveway and tosses her a shirt up to the window, and it's dirty.
That's my recollection.
Okay, and she indicated that was the trigger
Correct,
that told
Dr.
her
Butter.
nobody that wanted her or the baby to be there.
That on top of 3 months of seeing signs and symbols of those things, it was sort of the straw that broke the camel's back, I guess.
Okay, but on the 8th, in terms of her state of mind, on the 8th, when she committed the act, that is what she relayed was her trigger for committing the act, correct?
It's what she relayed was the last thing that happened before she triggered the act. I mean, nobody can be parsed into one moment in time. Everybody's life builds upon itself. So if 3 months of seeing everything as being a sign that she's supposed to kill herself, the fact that it was a shirt that finally tipped it over, the last thing that happened, doesn't mean that's the trigger. It's the last thing, the final thing.
Right, but if this jury is going to evaluate what her state of mind was at the time of the crime, you'd agree that her state of mind closest in time of the crime was what was happening in that room with Hannah on that day?
Not really, because like I said, we're not just a moment in time. My sitting here in this chair, speaking to all of you and having butterflies in my stomach and, anxiety is not just because I'm sitting here right now. It's because I've sat here before. It's because I've sat there before. It's because I've experienced it before. And all those experiences lead up to how we interpret events. And unfortunately, in this driver's case, all of those experiences were, you shouldn't be here. You're bad. You're going to be punished. The world is going to end. And you and your daughter are sinful and you need to not be here anymore. And every single new thing is not a separate thing. It's an additional thing. It's adding a weight on top of a weight, on top of a weight, on top of a weight, until the bench finally crashes.
How much
I thought
information
you
did
said
she
the
give
B word.
you about exactly how she killed
Bench.
Hannah? Was her memory intact? Did she have any problems giving you the play-by-play?
She basically said it was fuzzy. She remembered that she had done it. She remembered that she had harmed herself and harmed her baby, but that was, I didn't get a, first I stabbed her and then I stabbed her there and then we didn't do that.
Did you ask her?
I asked her what happened and she told me what she could remember as far as I could tell, but I did not try and get a blow by blow because that's not necessarily relevant to my question.
Her memory of the event is not relevant to her mental state at the time she committed
She
the crime?
remembered it happened. Her memory of the specific identified details is not, it could have changed over time. I asked her to tell me as much as she could remember. She told me what she told me. It was relatively vague, but I did not get I moved my arm this way, I moved my arm that way, I moved that arm the other way.
Okay.
That's kind of fair enough.
Did she report to you that her memory was vague?
She just gave me a vague report. I don't remember what she said about about the quality of her memory.
Okay. And I want to talk to you a little bit about what specifically vague means, because obviously her mental state
Vague?
during the commission of the crime,
Are y'all
what
hearing
she
me?
did,
I'm
what
not
she
hearing
remembers,
me in my ears.
is relevant to whether she understood the difference
my
between right and
monitor.
wrong and what motivated her actions.
I'm
So
not hearing
let's break it down.
That's what I said. Okay.
Did she tell you that she went downstairs and grabbed a knife from the knife block in Gerald Aglin's kitchen?
She did not.
She did not tell you that. Okay. Did she tell you that she didn't even look at the knife? She just walked up the stairs, looked down, and closed the door and locked it?
She did not.
Did she tell you that she was scared that somebody would come into the room if she didn't lock the door?
She did not.
Did she tell you that she played a lot of video games and she knew that if you stabbed someone in video games, they die immediately?
She did not.
All right. Did she tell you that she fed Hannah, breastfed Hannah, and then laid her down on the bed?
She did not.
Did she tell you that at that time Hannah was happy?
She did not.
Did she tell you that she laid her down and stabbed her in the throat?
She did not.
Did she tell you that she stabbed her once, but she wasn't dead, she was just quiet and bleeding out?
She told me that she stabbed her.
Okay. Did she tell you after she stabbed Hannah once, she stabbed herself in the throat 3 times?
She told me that she stabbed herself.
Okay. Did she tell you that at that moment she was standing there wondering why they weren't dying?
I don't remember that.
Did she tell you that she was confused at that moment because they were supposed to die immediately?
No.
She did not?
No, I don't have no recollection of her saying that.
All right. And did she tell you after she was confused about why they weren't dying immediately, she went back over to Hannah and stabbed her in the neck again?
She did not.
And did she tell you that when Benjamin broke through the door, that's when she tried to stab herself in the heart in her chest?
I know she did subsequently stab herself in the chest after stabbing herself in the throat, but the specific timing of it, I don't recall.
Okay. And if she had made those statements to another doctor in this case, would you agree that her memory was substantially intact?
Sounds like it.
Okay. And you didn't inquire about those details, or she didn't give them?
I didn't specifically inquire about the blow by blow. I talked to her about what thoughts and feelings and experiences that she was having leading up to and during the event.
Okay. All right. We talked a lot about her delusions, and you indicated that just because you have a delusion or a delusion disorder doesn't necessarily mean that you can't be held criminally responsible, right?
You have a delusion that the sky is really purple, and that doesn't mean that you needed to go and shop with a 6-pack of beer. So no.
Okay. So I want to talk to you specifically about I'm going to to try to do a modern day flip chart here, so bear with me. We will complete this together. All right, can you see this on your screen, Peter, on the screen you're on?
It's on.
Okay.
Just warm it up.
All right. All right, I want to talk about what delusions she indicated she was suffering from on December the 8th of 2020. And I want you to tell me what they are, specifically what the particular delusion was, and whether that related more to her general worldview or whether that related to Hannah and the acts that she committed against Hannah.
Okay, I'll try.
Okay.
But you're presuming that a person who's mentally ill has got something that's this easily definable. There's a lot more mud in this water than a box over here and a box over there. So I will do my best, but
Well, you have used the broad term, she suffered from delusions. And this jury is going to have to make findings about what particular delusions and how those related to the act.
Okay.
So I need you to try in terms of your professional capacity and in terms of the information you collected and what Ms. Driver specifically reported, because whether she had a delusion is not the issue. The issue is what the particular delusion was.
I understand.
So if you could tell me what the particular delusion was, and on December the 8th of 2020, I don't need to talk about her delusions from childhood, what her delusions were on December the 8th of 2020, and whether those related to and were connected to the act of murdering Hannah, or whether those were more worldview delusions.
Okay. She had delusions of reference.
Okay.
That don't appear to be related in any way to their worldview or religion. So I would put it under the particular delusion connected to the act.
And what delusions are you discussing?
Those are the delusions that everything in the world was telling her that she needed to kill herself and her daughter. That that's how she was interpreting things that people said, things that people did, objects in the environment.
Okay. So just a general, everything was telling her to do it.
Well, she had specific things that she mentioned. She mentioned the people at the 12 tribes talking about accepting death.
Okay.
And she interpreted that as being a specific sign that not only was she supposed to do that, but that this was the time. I believe she said something along the lines of, she was like, oh yeah, okay, that's it then, this is the time.
Okay.
So people talking about death, seeing knives in her vicinity. She had been talking about that both before and during the event. She talked about, those were the two biggest ones. She talked about a whole bunch of other things, odd beliefs about the world that may have been things that her husband taught her. I don't really know much about his belief system that he's set up.
Mm-hmm.
She talked about there being only 169,000 people in the world, and that everybody else is a demon control robot or something like that.
Can we talk for a minute about the difference between a delusion and a bizarre belief?
Mm-hmm.
You use the word conspiracy on direct. There's a difference between like a delusion and like a conspiracy theory. So when you're having like a group mentality, like a cult, and they all subscribe to like a particular set of beliefs, and you're not just evaluating one person's mental state, but a collective belief. That doesn't necessarily have to be a delusion, even if it's a fixed belief that is seemingly completely disconnected from reality.
Generally speaking, but if you take a set of instructions and a set of circumstances in which the only information that a person who already is delusional and give them that information, just because it's consistent with the information doesn't mean that it's not playing on her delusions, increasing her delusions. She already had delusions that were paranoid, that people were out to get her. So when you add on top of that instruction that is firmly rooted in this guy's power and ability to say, your paranoia is correct. The paranoia you already have is accurate. Your parents are working with the CIA. They're out to get you. Everybody's out to get you. That does not help a pre-existing delusional situation. So yes, it could just be a firmly held world belief, a religious belief. Certainly, some people don't believe other religions and think that's weird that people believe the things that they believe. But in this particular case, you're talking about a woman who was already damaged. She was already delusional. And you pile more false information on top of that, and you can exacerbate that existing delusional set. And so you can make delusions worse. You're more likely to believe the information that's given to you if you're already delusional, if you're already paranoid, and they say, oh, yeah, but you're not paranoid. The CIA is really after you. You start to believe that. And if that's all you hear, that's everything that's everybody around you. And that's how cults work generally. I'll give you that. That's how religious movements work. That's how all of those conspiracy theories work. But the problem is that in Chloe Driver's case, there's clear evidence, well, self-report, which is supported by other information, that she already had delusional beliefs and she was already susceptible to that. So they were just made worse by this situation. So while that may be a firmly held religious belief, it's also possible that it's delusional in her case, because not every sovereign citizen is crazy, but some sovereign citizens are crazy in the vernacular.
Sure, and crazy and criminally insane are not the same.
Not the same thing, I know,
Right.
I understand.
And crazy and subject to criminal responsibility are not the same thing.
That's correct.
So I want to go back to this. With regard to her thought process on December the 8th of 2020, based on her self-report, your evaluation, your review of the file, were there any other particular delusions, and what were they, that were connected to her act of murdering Hannah?
The other one that I would say would be the magical thinking that she experienced. And that is also related to the religion that she was being taught, that she was being fed on a daily basis. But she was being told that she had the capacity, the ability to change the world, cause pain or solve pain, cause a catastrophe or save the world from a catastrophe. And she already had magical thinking before this. She had beliefs that she could read minds. There was all other things going on with her before all this happened. So if you put this in there, and she also had an experience of having been punished for not stopping the pain, not correcting whatever she did wrong. She talked about having walked the wrong way and been told she had to do a weird dance or walk backwards to make it right, that she had this power to make it right and also the power to make it wrong. Another time she talked about being punished for not putting out the right energy by being forced to stay in bed for 24 hours, not allowed to use the restroom. She urinated on herself, that kind of thing. She talked another time about when she was pregnant, she was put into an RV with or a trailer of some sort with all the windows blocked, and the room was completely dark. And that while she was in there, she was terrified, that she was screaming, that she was seeing things, that it really messed her up. And
was that a delusion on December the 8th of 2020 that related to the act of Hannah Driver?
so I'm getting there.
Okay.
So the ideas of reference, the magical thinking, this belief that not only can she affect the world, but she must affect the world, or else she's going to get punished. That's not necessarily delusional. The punishment is not necessarily delusional, but the belief that she could actually change the world is delusional. And then you add that to her belief that she was sinning, that her daughter was sin, that both of them were being told that they were not right, that they were not supposed to be there, that they needed to be gone. That combination of symptoms was all at play at the time that she committed this act.
And she made statements that she believed she was sinning because she was married to a man with more than one wife. She had a baby with a man that was married to someone else, correct?
Those were some things that were included in, I think, her searches on her internet.
Okay. And the statements she made about Hannah were that she felt like she was passing her sins on to Hannah when she breastfed her, right?
That's correct. Okay. And she talked about downloading her sin and pouring her sin. It was sort of like a generational sin kind of thing.
All right. And as it relates to what her particular delusions were on December the 8th of 2020 that related to the act of why she murdered Hannah, can you think of any other specifics that we can put on this list?
Those were the ones that really stood out to me. I'm sure there were other thought processes involved, but those are the ones that I really remember.
Okay. Did she ever indicate at any point in any material that you have reviewed that she was afraid of Hannah?
No.
Did she ever indicate that she thought Hannah was a threat to her?
No.
Did she ever indicate that she felt like she had to defend herself against Hannah?
No.
I have nothing further.
Redirect.
Yes, just briefly.
Okay, now we are in redirect. Guys, I don't
So,
hear my,
I just want to clarify,
at all,
as Ms. Crawford
with
was
these
asking
on.
the question, she was
Um,
typing in here
my
that the
voice
save or harm the
clear.
world, walking the wrong way, having the right to walk backwards to make it right. You actually described those as applying to the delusional aspect of Ms. Driver, correct?
I think it's probably both. It's one of those ones that maybe you should have a over the line kind of thing, because she was experiencing those thoughts at the time, according to the way she described it all to me. And it is relevant to how I thought about what happened. Because there was an element of, I could be punished and I could experience bad things. I could cause harm to other people if I don't follow the instructions that everything is telling me that I need to kill myself and my child.
Sorry, I'm a horrible typer, apparently. And I can't spell. Goodness. Okay, so maybe they apply in both categories.
I mean, these things kind of bleed together when you're talking about somebody who's got a mental illness and is fed odd beliefs.
Now, Dr. Garrett, to be clear, you do not believe that Ms. Driver was suffering, even though she was suffering from a mental illness, she was not in a 24-hour, 7-day state of delusion. Is that fair?
Nobody really is. Symptoms come and go. They fluctuate. They have, they can be episodic. They can have periods of time where they're really bad and they might get better for a while and then get bad again.
There are specific things that would trigger her particular delusions that she was experiencing, as you described it.
That's the way it seemed, and things would happen in the world that she would interpret as being directed specifically at her, and that would trigger distress.
When she's interviewed after she's arrested, whether in the hospital or at the jail by law enforcement, or rather interviewed at the hospital by medical staff or by law enforcement, you would agree with me at that point in time was not the same day as the day of this incident, right?
At a minimum, I believe it had to have been the next day. She was in procedures and sedated the first day, according to the psychiatric intake.
Were you aware at the hospital that she was provided fentanyl when she first got to the hospital?
I did see that they gave her a lot of medications to help treat her pain and calm her down.
Those medications could help her calm down and return to, I think, what kind of you described as more of a sane state. Is that fair?
Yes.
It is fair to say that anyone in a sane state.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the leading nature of the questions. This is his witness.
Does someone in a sane state understand the difference between right and wrong?
Typically.
Does
What somebody thinks when they're doing well versus when they are in distress, and even take out psychosis. If you're in real distress, you're stressed, you're traumatized, you're scared, your memory is different, your way of interpreting the world is different. People who have a traumatic experience may block it out for a period of time and then it may come back. Even some of the statements that were made to the police in the investigative summary talked about how she wouldn't even really remember she would snap and lose all sense of herself, and then would apologize afterwards, and she didn't even know it had happened. So there is, once you come out of that state, you can look back on something, hindsight's 20/20 for all of us, and say, oh, that was wrong, that was bad. But at the time, maybe not, who knows?
How would you expect someone that is sane to react when being told that they've killed their daughter?
Distraught.
Would they express
Scared.
remorse?
I'm sure they would.
Are you aware that Ms. Driver did?
Yes.
Ms.
Sorry, the root to all this is the man. Had he not done what he done to her, and he had not impregnated her, which is the goal of this philosophy, this way of living, keeping barefoot and pregnant and popping out kids left and right, which is a way of controlling and solidifying that control, we wouldn't be here. Am I still muted? Can y'all hear me? Can someone tell me that you can hear me? I know you're delayed. Okay, great. So that's my take on this so far is, it's so hard sometimes for people to look at the picture and they just see the bright, when you look at a picture with a bunch of colors and a lot of stuff in it, the loudest, the sharpest, the brightest things hit you first. We have to be able to move all of that color away and try to find the root. And the root to all this is this guy. And I want to know why he's not possibly being charged. He met her at 16. He's 20 years older. In most states, if you were under the age of 17, but I don't know in this state, in Texas, if you are under the age of, I think, 18, and you're dating someone 3 years and 1 day older than you, that's statutory. Doesn't matter if it's consent. If you're 16 years old and you're dating someone who's 19 and a half, statutory. That person is mandatory 5 years minimum in prison. Mandatory. So where's this in this picture? What is the Georgia? I don't live there. I don't know the law there, but I'm hoping it's similar. Why is he not being looked at? He groomed her at the age of 16. Now, they may not have been intimate until they got married at 18, when she turned to 18, but I just question the fairness. She didn't have parents to guide her, protect her. The system, her parents failed her. Where are the parents involved in this? I mean, I know a lot of the times we can't go back and blame everybody for her actions. I'm just saying this is a bigger picture. And everything that this child went through has led up to this. What the other woman said to her were likely the same as what BJ said to her. You got it. And are they legally married? I thought they said she was number 1, but I'm not sure. Are they legally married? In Georgia, the age of consent is 16. I think that's ridiculous. I think that's absolutely ridiculous, but I can't do anything about it. If they're not legally married, but the age of consent is 16, she's screwed on that end. Not to be tacky, but it's still a morality issue here for me. And I cannot comprehend. Well, I can't say my own personal stuff here, but I will say this. I can't comprehending a parent, no matter what the child says or does, allowing a minor of that age and younger to be with somebody 20 years older. There's nothing that guy wants than to be inappropriate. Even at 15, whatever. I just think that as long as my daughter is living in my household, she's not going to date anybody 20 years older than her at 16 years of age. It ain't happening. I still have some control. I feel for her in this case. Do I believe she had moments of lucidity? Yes, I do. But do I understand being in a position that everything's out of your control, people manipulating you? I've been in it in my 20s, and I was in a position that I couldn't get out of, even if I had a cell phone and a car to drive away. Because guess what? That control doesn't reach just to me. That control reaches to threats against family, threats against loved ones, threats against a lot of people. There's a lot of mind games, and is it Stockhausen syndrome or whatever that's called? that can happen here. And even though you're physically able to be considered free to move away from somebody, you mentally don't recognize that ability. You believe their reach and their control is so far and so vast that you can't get away. And if you attempt to get away, thank you, Stockholm Syndrome. If you attempt to get away, it is far worse for you, your child, your family, all of that. And I hate that this happened to her. I hate that she unalived her child. But right now, from what I see, I believe that she was not in her right capacities for some time. Should she be running the streets free at this point? No. Is there a lot of deprogramming that's going to have to happen? Yes. Is there a lot of help that's going to be needed? Yes. All of that is going to have to happen. Do I believe she should go away for life for this? No. Do I believe that there needs to be some accountability and responsibility taken by somebody to step up and advocate for this young girl, put her in a facility where they will truly work on her inner health, their mental health, not just drug her, and deprogram all of that stuff? Yes. Is there going to be years of therapy? Yes. But throwing her in a jail and locking the door and throwing the key away is not the answer to this. Andrea Yates, y'all remember her from Houston years and years ago that unalived her children. I still firmly believe that her husband should have been brought up on charges because, y'all, I've read that case inside out. I've worked at the hospital where she was. I know the situation far better than most people on the outside do. And I will say this, she was in such bad shape of postpartum depression after baby number 2, baby number 3, whatever. They told her husband, do not have more children until this is under control. If you do, this is going to be disastrous. He kept getting her pregnant. They kept controlling her, he and his mom. It's a similar situation. Similar situation. Do I believe that this child may have had postpartum depression as a part of what's going on? Absolutely. From what it sounds, from what I've seen. Am I a doctor? No. Am I a woman? Yes. Who've had it? Yes. Who's been through it? Yes. Mine was very mild. No birth in a hospital, a home birth? Yes. Thank you for reminding me that. The religious beliefs that play into this, I'd be the one to hang the jury at this point. If they were to go for guilty, I would have to go for guilty but reason of insanity. I would have to go for that. And I would like to see her get help because I believe that this poor child, by the lack of love, care, and attention of her own family and her own parents, who were not there to take care of her, should be held somewhat accountable in some form of another. But they're not. And then a predator like this guy who knew they can read people. A predator can walk down the street and know that I've been a victim. They know. So, exactly. She needs real help. She can become a loving mother again. She could become a wonderful person in society. She could become advocates for people like her. God knows. I'd rather have an advocate who knows what they're talking about versus somebody who's book smart. But I'll take book smart because there's nobody else. I'm not real fond of this person testifying, but that is my opinion. And so this grieves my spirit. I just hope they get it right.
Mr. Gropper asked you about
I'm done.
explaining the
I'm gonna go back to
NGRI
homework.
findings and conditions in order to make that a defense in court. You discussed that with her, correct? That was discussed with her after you had already talked to her about all of her mental health background, her background with pre-Ben Michael, with Ben Michael, leading up to December.
I always get mental health history before I tell to anybody about the NGRI or any of the other defenses or plea options because I don't want them to change their answers based on what the criteria is for.
Did you have any reason to believe that she was telling you these things in order to fit this narrative of an NGRI defense?
I'm sure there was some element of that, but not the driving force. I mean, there's always some element of that, that she believes that she knew she was getting an evaluation for that purpose. So I'm sure there was some element of that. But all of her statements were consistent over time, consistent to me, consistent to other people, and consistent with what other people said about her. And so there was a lot of evidence that the symptoms she talked to me about were things that existed before, during, and after the alleged crime.
In your statement about the trigger of the
Dr.
incident
Bullbutter,
that
I
day
could be
about
very
the clean
wrong.
shirt and her not feeling worthy of a clean shirt,
We have.
you're not saying that that is the specific thing that made her do it. Really, it's a combination of things she experienced.
It's
over the
okay to
months leading up
disagree
that
with
day,
me.
Yes.
including the 12 tribes that morning, including the treatment through those religious cult group aspect, right?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
I can't believe how scared she was.
Oh, wait, I am.
I do have been scared. Look at her. Looks like she's 14.
But the receiving of that shirt, the dirty shirt, I think you actually expressed it in your report, that was an indication that she was not worthy of life, and that's why she took the action she did.
Who was the
That was the
young
last thing
man in
that
the
happened
black
before,
and the white?
according to what she told me.
Her.
And that is an example of the delusions that you are describing that she was suffering from.
Yeah, that's a sample of the delusions of reference, interpreting innocuous events as having special meaning.
Thank you.
Are you familiar with the concept of a murder-suicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and just because somebody wants to kill themselves doesn't make it not a murder, correct?
Correct?
Someone can want to die and still be criminally responsible.
Yes.
Did you say a moment ago to Mr. Kessler that Ms. Driver did not express any remorse for her crimes?
I did not say that.
Okay. He said a sane person would have remorse, was his question to you?
Well, yeah, he did ask that, but then he said, are you aware that she expressed remorse? And I said, yes.
That she did express remorse?
Yes.
Right. And in the hospital, she in fact wrote, "I'm sorry I killed her," right?
I understand that.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Any further questions of this witness?
I understand it's a strict, very strict.
All right,
very
any reason to
important
keep
reach.
this witness?
I don't disagree with that,
Okay,
but
thank you, ma'am. You may be excused.
the bar's way too high. Is the bar too high in this case? That's a good question.
Members of the jury, we are going to conclude today's proceedings at this time. We're going to let you have the afternoon off. Please leave us your notepads. And as I have been instructing you, do not have any conversations with anybody, do not do any research
There's a
about this
question for y'all.
case, including anybody involved in it, any of the subject matter that's been discussed.
Okay, so we're done for the day on this one. I'm going to reset. And we're going to get over here. We're going to do this so I know where we're resetting. Get the sharing up. And we're going to switch cases, but let's have a palate cleanse, shall we? Let's have a palate cleanse. I know I went on a little bit there and I kind of preached a little bit, and that's my opinion. And I understand people can have a different opinion, and I will respect that opinion. Your life and experiences are different than mine, and there may be something in your opinion that makes me look at it differently, and that's perfectly fine. I can only share from my side of the boat. With that, some of you know I am a survivor of sex trafficking, and I was held against my will for a year. I don't talk about it very much, but I understand that in my situation, he took over my own apartment, and things got really bad really quick. And there were opportunities I could have just ran, but at the same time, I knew that if I did what he was capable of because I saw it. I knew that he had harmed other girls' family members. I knew all kinds of stuff. This was not a small town thing. This was a bad, 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 bad situation. That said, I understand the mind games. I understand the brainwashing. I understand what it's like to be sitting somewhere knowing that within one step you could be free. One step. But at the same time, if you take that step, who else is going to be hurt? And if you're caught, how bad is it going to be for you? And that's the other thing. If you notice, she ran out into that street, and what happened? No, I'm not disrespected in any way. I am so not disrespected. I'm fine with it. No disrespect at all was taken. She runs into the street, if their story is correct, trying to flee. For example, they chase after her. Neighbors come out. They create a story or whatever they say. And you saw what happened. Nobody, that one lady who stepped up for her, he ended up slamming her on the ground and busting her face, and he got charged. And so it's one of those things that you just kind of, unless you've been in something similar to that situation, you can't understand how hard it is to get out. Same with battered women. But when you're in that kind of situation, you look at freedom and then you look at the fear that goes along with it. But in legal standards, she is correct. I don't believe that I believe the bar is too high for this case. I don't think for this case she's going to meet the bar. And it's okay to feel differently about the situation. I'm just saying, I'm looking at it from this perspective. You're looking at it from that perspective. Now, that said, I've also said we're early. I mean, I've not seen all the evidence in this case. I am still on the fence. Actually, I am on the fence, but I rather err on the side of caution than to just slam the door immediately, just from what I've lived and experienced. So I'm not using my life experiences to persuade others' opinions. It's fine. I value everybody's opinion, but legally insane is true, nearly impossible to meet. The jury could just find her not guilty, and they could. I doubt it. I don't think that they're going to just find her not guilty. Definitely am not. And that's one thing I will say I love about my community here is we can all respect everybody's opinion and still agree to disagree. Let's see, but they put a child for life maybe away. That girl, what alive her mother tried to do. Dad did too. You are right about the law. I'm not disagreeing about that. I think that if we're speaking strictly legally, they haven't met the case for illegally insane. I mean, not guilty by the reason of insanity. They've not met that part of the case at all. They have not. I just wish that there was another option, depending, because there's more and more situations like what I've talked about that out there. She does need to be punished for what she did to the child. I don't disagree with that. I think that um, there's a lot that needs to happen here. Sometimes I think law is not black and white, and this is where I couldn't be a jury on this trial. Yeah, my thing is why, yeah, there's no charges filed against the father. And the father was probably a large part of what was going on here, which we're finding out. But we are talking somewhat about two different things, and I'm okay with people disagreeing with me, and I'm okay with accepting other people's opinions. But if I break this down legally and I get out of that other boat, which I kind of have one foot in each boat right now. If I get out of the boat, I don't think they have met the prerequisites needed to be found not guilty by reason of insanity. My mom, first husband was a bad guy. My mom got away with got away with I need to finish school. She ended up ended yeah. Yeah. So this is just sad. It is sad. And I wish there were more laws in place for victims of cult groups or groups that are such as cults and the abuse that they suffer. Um, I like David Koresh, just saying. But anyway, we're going to switch cases. Now we're going over to the Jose Ibarra case, the murder of Lincoln Riley, where he unalived her. This is totally different. My opinion over here is totally different. But understand, guys, that I am who I am because of all my experiences, and I help a lot of people. That's one reason why I'm a minister. I'm a chaplain. I help a lot of women who've gone through what I've gone through. It's one reason why I'm looking at going into law, is because of my past experiences, and I know where there's some help that needs to be looked at, places that are weak in the law. There's places of assistance that are just flat out not there. Um, I would love to pass a law that if you are a victim of any um, trafficking crime, S trafficking or ST as we call it, um, that any health issues that arise for the rest of your life due to the situation of ST should be covered under an insurance or the state or victims' rights or something, because there's a lot of things that I live and go through every day that I suffer from that are rooted in that experience of my life. And I have to pay for it. There's no assistance for me. And so that's kind of where my heart is in helping people like that and the disabled. You know what? It's hard sometimes, but I'm alive. I am 0.0001%. I'm a 25-year survivor this year, and that is heavy. Dan, are you leaving us? So now we're going to hop on over and pick up where we left off in the Jose Ibarra case. I think they may be. I'm going to go back and look. I hope I didn't run you off. I guess I ran Dan off. I apologize, Dan. They have totally cut the court feet. There may be another thing that the court has to deal with. They're not on camera. Okay, back to my homework. I'm sorry we chased you off, Dan. Not my intention. Oh, Toy, thank you. I'm so sorry, Skybell. That is one reason why I'm a Lord ass. Thank you, Gritty. I just hope I didn't run anybody off by my discussion. Oh, I understand. I understand. It's okay. I just want to make sure that my conversation didn't run people off. It's pretty heavy. Dr. Bullbutter, I am a big fan of yours, and you've never offended me. We are all good, and thank you so much. Oh, Carmen, thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you. You're amazing. Thank you, beloved. Thank you. Why did my volume just crash? I better not have a short in this thing. These are $500, $600 here, $600, sorry, earbuds. Oh, congratulations, everyone. Gotta do this so I can read it. Aw. Dan, I hope you have a great weekend. I hope I didn't run you off. I really do. It's not my intention to do so. So not my intention to do so. You are a joy to have in our group. I love your jokes. Have a great weekend, love. Tracy, thank you so much for being here. Adios, amigos. See you later. What is going on? Hold on, guys. You're so right. Hold on. I don't know what happened. StreamYard has changed on us. I did hit a different presentation mode and it didn't accept it. I apologize. That is on StreamYard. Let me go back a little bit. Here we go.
Call a
My
Bobo.
apologies.
Be on the lookout for this individual.
I
They
set
didn't
it
know
on
who
my
he
end,
was,
but it didn't click.
and they circulated
We
that.
weren't
But they
going
did
through
go
some
also
changes.
that night,
I may or
the
may not
overnight of
renew my
February
subscription.
22nd, to the bushes, and they found 3 black disposable kitchen gloves. And those gloves were also sent immediately to the crime lab. And one of the interesting things about the black disposable gloves, when they got to the crime lab and they were analyzed, this is a picture taken at the crime lab, is that on the thumb of the gloves, there was a hole. There's also other holes in the gloves, and they found them. But on the thumb area of one of the gloves that the crime lab examined, they found a hole. And they also found blood.
My
And that blood was
apologies.
later to be determined to be Lake and Riley's blood on those gloves. So I've already told you about the geographic locations. They're all clustered. You can see in this map, the crime scene is at the top in the middle, called body crime scene. The dumpster where the items were found is marked. Building S is right by the bus stop, and then Lake and Riley lived further up, Millage Avenue, towards the top of this photo. But the distance between the Building S, which will become important, and Lake and Riley's body is about 300 yards. The distance between the dumpster and Lake and Riley's body is about 500 yards. And the distance between the dumpster and the bus stop and where the defendant lived, because he lived in that apartment complex, is about 150 yards. Everything is close together. So what happened next in the investigation is that the very next morning on Friday, February 23rd at 8:32 a.m. as ACCPD, again, is just looking out for anything. They had the bolo at that point. They encounter a person named Diego Ibarra. And Diego Ibarra is wearing
Dan,
a
I
Adidas
thought
hat.
you were
Some
leaving.
interest to them, which is they believe to be the identical hat that they had seen in the video the night before. And I will tell you this, on that hat that Diego Ibarra was wearing the next day is Lake and Riley's blood. So their theory that that was in fact the same hat was absolutely correct. So they encounter Diego Ibarra. He gives them a fake green card. They know it's fake because it has 2 different dates of birth on it. And so they ask him to go back to his residence and they begin talking to him. UGAPD arrives and they begin to take over the scene. From the information that they had gotten from Diego Ibarra, they knew that hat was a hat seen in the video because of the proximity of the crime. And at some point, Diego began telling them he's got brothers in the house sleeping, and there were many communication difficulties at first.
Why are you
The first
leaving?
responding
I
officers
do
did
not
speak
accept it.
Spanish. No one
Why
in
are you
this
leaving?
apartment, D126, could speak English. So at some point, UGA brought 2 of their Spanish-speaking officers on scene, and the communication became a little easier. Officer Bridges, Officer Sand, both of whom are native speakers of Spanish, arrived and began taking over in the communications. When they get there, they are attempting to secure the residence for a warrant. And before they could do a security sweep to secure the residence for a warrant, Argenis Ibarra, who's in the middle in this slide, comes out with a garbage bag in his hand. He eventually gives officers consent to enter the residence. And when Sergeant Epps enters the residence, he sees Jose Ibarra asleep in the bed. And that is how he's been identified in this case. You will see there are 5 residents that lived in apartment D126. Jose Antonio Ibarra, this defendant, also goes by the name of Victor, which will be important because a lot of the communications within his phone and some of the witnesses just call him Victor. So Jose Ibarra is Victor. It is in fact the same person. Diego Ibarra is Jose's older brother, goes by the name of El Gocho, is a nickname that many people, including this defendant, call him El Gocho. Argenis goes by Manny, and Rosbelli Flores Bello goes by La Gorda, and then Juan Carlos Diaz Hernandez, they call Carlito. And I suspect the state will tell you right now, you're going to hear from Rose Belly and that residence. You will also hear that all the residents, Diego, Argenis, and Rose Belly, at least those three, are currently in federal custody on some immigration issues. But we are going to produce Rose Belly to testify to the court about the things that she saw and observed that day. And it is Rose Belly who identifies Jose Ibarra from the dumpster video. The officers, when they saw Jose Ibarra that day, saw that he had many injuries to him. Scratches on his arm, scratches on his wrist, scratches on the back of his neck, scratches on his hand. And they photographed those injuries to him. And then they began to do an additional canvas of this entire apartment complex. There are multiple buildings in this apartment complex, A, B, C, D, and E. Multiple teams of agents began going around looking for cameras, talking to residents. What do they know? What do they not know? And one of the things that they found is that the Ibarras lived at D126. Right next to them is D125, and right next to D125 is D124. 124 had a ring camera. 125 had a still camera. And they went and collected videos from those two apartments. And importantly, on the day that Laken Riley was murdered, at 10:21 a.m., Jose Ibarra is captured on D124 coming out of his apartment with a bag, and now his clothes have changed. He's wearing different clothes than he was wearing about 40 minutes ago. And he has a bag in his hand, and he's walking towards a dumpster, another dumpster in their apartment complex. And that dumpster, by the way, had been emptied the day of the murder. So when the officers went to check that dumpster had nothing in it for them. But in the next door neighbors, still camera shot at 10:24 a.m., 3 minutes later, Jose Ibarra is walking back towards his apartment, empty-handed, nothing in his hand. So they searched the residence that day, and they found a few things of significance. Number one, they found 3 more black disposable kitchen gloves, which were sent to trace evidence for plastics and polymer examination, and they concluded that they had originated from the same source as the gloves that were recovered in the bushes. They recovered 2 of the defendant's Samsung cell phones, which you will hear some evidence out of, but they also found no bloody clothing, no bloody anything, and the shirt and the satchel that you see the defendant wearing in the video, the dumpster video, were never found. They're not in that residence. So what other forensic evidence? The parties will stipulate to the prior Daubert hearing that this court has heard, so we will not be recalling the fingerprint evidence, but we will have a stipulation with the transcript and all of the exhibits that thumbprint,
it does. It
blatant print that was on the phone was sent to ACCPD that night.
I just actually paid
And eventually,
to this.
the digital image of that thumbprint on Laken Riley's phone was compared to Diego Ibarra, Argenis Ibarra, Rose Belly, and Juan Carlos, and they were all excluded. They didn't leave that thumbprint behind. And it was matched to this defendant, Jose Ibarra. It is Jose Ibarra's left thumb on Laken Riley's phone. And the analyst or the expert who did that analysis testified at the Daubert hearing. He showed the court 15 points of comparison that he found, and his results were peer reviewed by another examiner. They were peer reviewed blind, and she agreed with him. There's also DNA in this case, and you're going to hear about 3 different types of DNA: traditional, YSTR, and true allele. All true allele is probabilistic genotyping, but it is a computer software program that deconvolutes or separates complex mixtures of DNA. That's what true allele does. But before you can go to true allele, you have to start with traditional DNA. So all of the items of evidence that you're going to hear DNA results from started with the traditional DNA. They were swabbed, they were amplified, they were, quantified, all the things that you do with regular DNA. But we do have some regular DNA results in this case. First and foremost, the jacket. The jacket found in the dumpster has blood on it. And in the blood for traditional DNA is Laken Riley's DNA and this defendant's DNA. And only the two of them, Jose Ibarra and Laken Riley's blood, are on the jacket that he dumped in the dumpster. The rocks and the trees from the crime scene, they were also processed for DNA, for latent prints, and for everything we got. But on the rocks in the tree, just Laken's DNA, Laken's blood on the rocks in the tree. They attempted at first, which is protocol, to do what's called YSTR DNA testing on Laken's fingernails. So both her left and her right hands were swabbed by the medical examiner in this case, and they were both sent to DNA for analysis. YSTR is a better fit for trying to separate male and females because only males have Y chromosomes. And so they attempted YSTR first and they were successful. The problem with YSTR, and the officers did gather the DNA of Jose Ibarra, Diego Ibarra, and Argenis Ibarra. They are brothers, and blood brothers share the same paternal line, and they share the same YSTR profile, unless there's a genetic mutation. And what the lab found when they tested the fingernails of Laken Riley is that, first of all, the left hand, there's nothing. No DNA of any other person other than Laken. But on her right hand, there was male DNA. And for the YSTR testing that they tried first, Jose Ibarra could not be excluded as the donor of that YSTR profile, and neither could Argenis, because, again, they're blood brothers. They share the same YSTR profile. But Diego could be excluded. And that's because Diego carries a genetic mutation that the lab was able to see, and he was able to be excluded as the donor of YSTR profile underneath Laken's nails. But after the YSTR was done, it was then sent to True Allele, along with a lot of other items. And when True Allele tested, and the data was sent into the True Allele program, it didn't test it, but when the data was sent into the True Allele program, True Allele excluded Argenis as the donor. True Allele excluded Diego, who had already been excluded by STR anyway, but True Allele matched Jose Ibarra to the DNA underneath Laken's right fingernails. To this likelihood ratio, which I have before the court here, 10 billion times more probable than a coincidental match. I'll tell you, the gloves that were tested, that's all just Laken's blood, the black gloves that were in the bushes. There's a straw that was tested, that is the defendant's blood. I want to talk to you about that a little later. And then the hat, the black Adidas hat, is also Laken's blood. And then the jacket also did contact swabs. So in addition to the blood on the jacket, they did contact swabs that were sent to True Allele. And again, it's the defendant and Laken on the jacket. But importantly on this dark blue jacket, also Laken's hairs that were wrapped around the button were sent to trace evidence. They are consistent with Laken Riley's hair. And of course, it's consistent with her long dark hair and all the microscopic analysis on it. Her DNA is on that jacket, so there's really no need to do DNA on the hair because her DNA is already on the jacket in the form of blood. But they looked microscopically at her hair and it's consistent with her hair. But the important thing they found about several of the hairs, I believe over 15 of them, is that they were forcibly removed from her head. They did do a sexual assault kit on Laken, and several things were tested. But the bottom line is her entire sexual assault kit was negative for male DNA. Her clothing was looked at with AP, P30, you'll hear about that. There's no semen present. However, her underwear was sent to the trace evidence section as well, where they concluded that her underwear had been forcibly torn. So the medical examiner, Laken was sent to GBI headquarters in Atlanta or Decatur, where Dr. DeMarco conducted an autopsy on her the very next day after her murder. What the medical examiner found is that Laken had depressed skull fracture on the left side of her head, and she had 8 other lacerations on the left side of her head, which literally looked like holes. She had a small subarachnoid hemorrhage on the right side of her head, and she had multiple abrasions to her face, her neck, and her torso. She also had what's called petechia in both eyes, which is consistent with some form of asphyxia. And asphyxia can come in many forms. It can be a drowning, but most importantly in this case, it can be a form of strangulation. It can be manual, it can be literature, it can be all kinds of things. But what the medical examiner said in this case is that Laken Riley died as a result of the effects of blunt force trauma to the head and asphyxia NOS, not otherwise specified. She can't really say if it was from chest compressions, maybe manual strangulation, but there was something going on in this struggle where this defendant deprived her brain of oxygen for long periods of time. And that was her cause and manner of death. But I want to talk to you about something that happened before, and it is count 10 of the indictment, and it is a peeping Tom. Shortly before 7 a.m., Jose Ibarra is seen on a trail cam. And this is a version of the trail cam.
Long farewell.
Or this is the angle you'll see. And you'll see an individual, and the state will be the first to tell you this video quality is not fantastic. But there's more than just this video. You'll see an individual wearing a dark hoodie, eventually a dark hat, black gloves, and holding a styrofoam cup. And UGA attempted to enhance this video. GBI Cyber attempted to enhance this video. This is about as good as it gets. You can see a bag. They've studied this video 1,000 times. You'll hear the things that they saw in looking at these videos. The male is seen on the trail cam exiting the defendant's apartment complex. That's how he gets onto the trail. It's further beyond outside the scope of this exact clip. But he gets on through a path from the defendant's apartment complex to this trail that leads onto campus. And this is Rogers Road. This is UGA Village housing for graduate students. And this is a bus stop that's used by students to take the bus to get to a class. At 7:01 a.m., this individual is seen at this door that you're going to see in the bottom or the middle of your screen. That's apartment 114. And in that apartment, 114, building S, lives a graduate student. She's an Indian national. Her name is Tejaswi Sarathi, and she is here at the University of Georgia studying. This defendant is seen trying to open her door at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, that's no jury.
And there's about an hour's worth of video that was watched by UGA PD that between 7:01 a.m. and 7:57
That is
a.m.
so true, Carmen.
on the second day of February,
On of AJ, welcome,
about
love.
70 minutes before Laken Riley is murdered, this defendant goes to the door of apartment 114 6 times.
You have no
Twice
idea.
they can see on video that he attempts to open her door. And at one point, you'll see in the video where he ducks down. And that is because at some point, the student
The crime
inside
itself was not, but there was
her
other stuff that
came at
was
her
caught. That
door,
was
and she
pretty
approaches him at the
damning.
door and says, "Excuse me." And she will testify to this court that when she said that, she's looking at her peephole, he ducks down. And you can actually see that on the video. And just here's a portion of her 911 call where she calls at 7:57.
I was in the shower and then I heard some noise and I came to check that someone was, I saw there was a peephole. Someone was trying to open the door and then I said, "Excuse me," and then they just ran away and then now they kept trying to.
Yay, got my homework done. Woohoo, so I can interpret tonight.
Okay, and what's going on?
So she says she was in the shower and she heard her door jiggling. And she said that somebody was at her door. She says, "Excuse me." He ducks down and he tries to look through her back window and does look through her back window. This is her back window. This is the backside of Building S, and this is exactly how it was that morning. This is body cam footage of Officer Bridges, who's one of the officers that responded. Her blinds are open wide. They're open, not only open, but they're pulled up more than halfway. The right side is her living room. The left side window is her bedroom, wide open. Her blinds were that morning. She said that's how she kept it because it was kind of a dark place, and it was more comfortable for her to have some light in. And that's how her windows were. And she said when she turned around, she could see the person who she can't identify. And we'll be the first to tell you she can't identify him. She didn't get a good look at his face. He had that hat over his face. He had a hood on. She describes the clothing, dark hat, dark jacket. Didn't get a look at his face because when she looked through the peephole, he ducked down, but she could see him peeping into her window, looking into her window. So the FBI CAS team is a specialized team with federal government that analyzes digital evidence. And they were brought in this case to look at data from the defendant's phone, the victim's phone, cell phone records, all of these things. And some of the data that they got from the defendant's cell Samsung, one of them, which is 1B7, which you'll hear a lot from, is called Rubin data. And Rubin data is something that's collected by Samsung, and the FBI CAS team analyzed Rubin data, looked at the Rubin data in this case, and at the time of the peeping at Tasia Swee's apartment, the defendant's 1B7 phone.
Oh,
is
Dawn,
right
I
over
just
her
literally
phone.
sent Ian an
And these are the
email.
digital
Okay, let me go
points
get
by
my,
the FBI.
let me go work on the
But
thing
also,
now,
there is a white
because I'm going to
styrofoam
interpret
cup.
that tonight.
In the video,
I've
you
got
can
a group
see
of people who
black
want to
gloves
watch.
and a white styrofoam cup of the peeping. This cup was found by UGA PD as they were coming onto the trail to come to Lake and Riley's scene. They thought it was unusual because there's no trash out there usually, and it's just sitting there. They collected the cup, and you can see in this next image, if you see where the retaining pond is in the middle of the screen, the cup is near there. So in between Building S, where Tasia Sweet lived, and in between where Lake and Riley's body was found, was this white cup. That white cup was collected and sent to the crime lab at the GBI, and it is the defendant's DNA on the straw of that white cup in between the two crime scenes. So also out of his phone and out of his social media, the defendant, when he woke up that morning, kind of did us a huge favor and started taking pictures of himself. And here are the pictures that he took of himself and posted on Snap, and also can be found on his phone. And one was taken at 4:30 a.m. The second one was taken at 5:37 a.m. And you see in that one that he is wearing the black Adidas cap with the stickers on it, with the same jacket, with the hoodie. Also, he took pictures of himself wearing the same shirt that you see in the video of B32 and the bag that was never found that you see on the side of him in some of the videos taken on the day of Laken's murder. And also you can see from, again, D124 and D125, the day before the murder, he is wearing the evening before the murder. So this is the 21st at 9 p.m. He's wearing the same clothes. So in the end, Your Honor, that is a summary of the evidence that the case, summary of the evidence that the state has in this case. You will hear forensic evidence. You will hear digital evidence. You will see videos, all pointing to the same conclusion, that this defendant murdered Laken Riley, and he also peeked Tasia Sweet's apartment. At the close of all the evidence, we are going to ask that you find him guilty on every count of this indictment, because the state will be able to prove every bit of it. We ask that with your verdict, the close of the evidence, that you bring justice to Laken, Tasia Sweet, and this community. Thank you.
Is that, or? Sure. Sure.
Judge, the evidence in this case is graphic and it's disturbing. What happened to Laken Riley is graphic and disturbing, and it is a tragedy. The loss of any life that young and apparently full of promise is a tragedy. And I'm sorry that the family is having to go through this and be here for the presentation of this evidence. People have used this case for their own personal gain, financial gain, political gain. And while this process has its place for testing evidence, it's very poorly suited to healing hearts and minds. So it's the evidence that we have to talk about. And the evidence in this case is very good that Laken Riley was murdered. The evidence that Jose Ibarra killed Laken Riley is circumstantial. The evidence that anyone had any intent or certainly committed any sexual assault is speculation. Most importantly, in this case, you'll hear no evidence that a sexual assault was committed. You'll hear nothing from the GBI, the FBI, UGAPD, ACCPD, that after looking at all of the evidence in this case, scouring for anything that could help prove this allegation in the state's indictment, that they found any biological evidence that would suggest that, any physical evidence that would suggest that. There's no injuries that are consistent with the sexual assault. And in this case, it's an effort to explain a tragedy, but it's not based on evidence. The evidence that Jose Ibarra killed anyone is circumstantial. The state's presentation in their opening had a lot of detail about information, again, that showed that this event happened. But upon a closer look at the evidence that links Mr. Ibarra to that event, it is lacking. You'll hear that his phone was in the area, and you'll hear that the cast team that ran the locations of this phone. And there is good evidence that the phone itself was in the area. What you'll also hear, though, is that when they looked into this phone, when they did a close examination of who was using this phone, it wasn't just Jose Ibarra. It was other people in that apartment who were using this phone. And that comes through an investigation into the accounts that were used through this phone, and also from people who met other people associated with this phone who had used the phone to message people. And so while the phone was there, that's true. It doesn't show that Mr. Ibarra was there. And you'll hear that Mr. Ibarra's fingerprint was on Laken Riley's phone. But you also hear that he was wearing gloves, supposedly. And that this hole that was supposedly in the gloves that they found would not have left that mark. you'll hear that someone in that video, in the so-called dumpster video, was wearing an Adidas hat. That's true. When they find that hat, and specifically the hat that was tested in this case, it was worn by Diego Ibarra, not Jose Ibarra, Diego Ibarra. And you'll also hear, and the state will ask you to consider different types of forensic evidence and to suspend your understanding of how that evidence is evaluated. Because while they will say that Mr. Ibarra's DNA was present at the scene, what they'll tell you is that without this software that we can't test, this proprietary software used by the GBI, without that, their expert wouldn't have been able to say whose DNA it was. She wouldn't have been qualified to testify about whose DNA that is. So they have to use a machine. And they're going to ask you to trust that machine where the human being isn't good enough. But with this fingerprint, they're going to ask you to trust a person because a machine isn't good enough. When they run those fingerprints through the database of fingerprints where they know Mr. Ibarra's fingerprint is, it doesn't come up. And so while a machine is good enough in one situation to try to convict Mr. Ibarra, it's not good enough in another. And it's this kind of gymnastics that it will take to tell the story with this circumstantial evidence. We waived a jury trial in this case with the hope and trust that despite the nature of this evidence, that you could come to a verdict that was not just a way of easing this family's suffering, but it was based on an impartial and honest assessment of the evidence in this case. If that happens and the presumption of innocence is respected, there should not be enough evidence to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Ibarra is guilty of the crimes charged.
You may call your first witness.
Lily Steiner. The Elmo. Thank you.
I'm saying some choice words that It's not nice, so you don't want to know what I just said. I just think it sucks that people like me can't do certain things because of who we were unfortunately connected to at one point in our lives. That was far out of our control, and to me, that sucks. I can't help that I married a guy and he ended up turning into a felon. And now that affects how and where I can work. I think it sucks. It has affected me in so many different job positions, I can't even begin to tell you.
Right now. Did you go to the University of Georgia?
I did.
And did you graduate?
I did.
When did you graduate?
Graduated in May.
Why can't we hear you?
While you were at the University of Georgia, where did you live?
I had the volume full. I can't go any shorter. Sorry, guys.
Address was
Microphone is off.
Village Avenue.
Nothing I can do.
Athens, Georgia.
I guess we can read captions.
And I had 3 roommates, Conley Huth, Sophia Magana, and Lakin Riley.
How long did the 4 of y'all live in that house together?
Connolly lived with me for 3 years, and then Sophia and Lakin moved in. We lived.
Yeah, well,
I lived with Lakin.
let me get through my education and see. Is it really that hard to get into though? I hear that the
How would you
background
describe
check
your
is
relationship
brutal
with
as
We were roommates.
everything you did from the moment you were born, they know about.
Roommates is an overgeneralization.
Social media
of,
search,
our
everything.
relationship. We, our house was like a little family, and we called each other our family. We did everything together. We had family dinners, family TV nights and movie nights. They can brought a sense of joy to all of our lives that has been missing ever since. So.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Henry was been marked for identification purposes of states exhibit 1. Do you recognize the person in states 1?
I do.
Who is it?
Lakin Riley.
And does it fairly and accurately depict Lakin as she appeared in life?
Yes.
Statement moved to admit states exhibit 1, request permission to publish. No objection.
It's admitted, and you may.
No, well,
So
honesty and full
how old
closure I
was
can give them.
Lakin?
They just may
She
not
was
like what they
22.
hear.
where did she go to school?
I have too much.
At the time, she was going to Augusta College of Nursing, which had
Right
an
there.
Athens location.
What was she studying there?
Nursing.
Prior to attending Augusta
me get
College,
my
had
degrees.
she attended the UGA?
Yes.
How long was she at UGA?
She was at UGA for 3 years before that.
Did you and Lakin and your other roommates share each other's location?
We did.
Tell the court how you all did that.
So there's an app called Find My iPhone, Find My Friends, and you can request to have other people's locations, share your location with other people. So we did that with a lot of our friends.
Tell the court, where were
Let me
you
get my
on
degree and then I'll try.
February 22nd?
I went a few different places. That morning I was at our house, and then I ran a few errands, ended up back at our house, ran another errand, went back to our house.
Did you see Lakin that morning?
I did not.
What time did you leave your house?
Around 9:30, I believe.
Okay. And when you left your house to go out, was Lakin there or not there?
She was not there.
At some point, did you become aware that people were looking for Lakin?
So I kind of had concerns of my own. When I left the house the first time, I wanted to go get coffee with Lakin. I knew Lakin was the only one who may have been home. Sophia was taking an exam and Connolly had class. And so I knew Lakin might have been home. I went downstairs and I didn't see her sitting at her usual spot at the kitchen table. So I checked her location to see where she was. And I saw that she was on a run at on a trail that she typically ran.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit 2. Do you recognize States 2?
I do.
What is States 2?
This is a screenshot from the app Find My Friends of Lagan's location.
And is that how it appeared when you checked it on the morning of February 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
Statement moved to admit States Exhibit 2. No objection.
Two's admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes.
Publishing States Exhibit 2, could you tell the court what we're looking at here? Explain this to us. What is this?
Sure. So the LR is the initials of Lakin Riley. You can see that at the bottom. And underneath her name is a rough just address, I guess, of where she was at. And then underneath that, it says now. This is the exact time of when her location, like the way that it updated, it would say now. So that was her location at that exact time.
And is that what you saw when you first checked it?
Yes.
And where is that location? And is your house in here as well? And other people, we see other initials, CH, MC, whatever.
Yes. So CH is Connolly Huth. That is my roommate. And so her location right there is at our house. And then MC, that is one of my other friends who lived further down the street.
And LR was Lakin Riley.
Yes.
And where is that location that you saw her? Are you familiar with that location?
Roughly, yes.
Yeah. And when you checked it, what about the first time you checked it? Approximately what time?
It was about 9:30 from what I remember.
So did you again check it again?
Yes. So when I got home from my first set of errands, and I saw that Lakin still wasn't home. That wasn't unusual because it was only about an hour after I checked her first location. So I thought maybe she was just still on a run. Checked it a second time around 10:45, I believe. That's a rough estimate. And I saw that it was in the same location. That did raise some concerns. So I texted Lakin and just was checking in on her, and then addressing Connolly in a group message. I said, she's been in the woods a while.
Did you have a cell phone service that day?
So that day there was an AT&T service outage. So I was not, I did not have service if I was not connected to the Wi-Fi at my house. So if I left the house, I was not able to communicate or receive any communication.
So where were you home then? At approximately what time did you get home when you realized that she had not left the woods?
That was about 10:45. And then I ended up leaving the house again because I still wasn't, I just thought she was still on a run and there was maybe she was on the phone or something.
And then what time did you return again?
I would say roughly 11:30. I'm a little less familiar with what exact time that was.
When you got home at 11:30, was there anyone else home?
Yes. So I immediately pulled in and I saw Sophia standing outside with her dog. And I got out of the car and she just immediately said, can we go look for Lakin? Yeah.
And did y'all do so?
We did.
And what did y'all do?
So Sophia was a little bit more familiar with the trail. We walked down using her knowledge of the path that Lakin would usually take on a run. And then when we got a little bit closer, we were using the Find My Friends app to kind of go directly to where her location was until we were standing kind of right around it.
When you were at the location where you felt that Lakin was showing on her phone, did you see Lakin?
We did not.
Did you see anything that you think may have belonged to Lakin?
So when we were walking, Sophia noticed a lone AirPod that was sitting on the trail kind of right around where her location was, and she picked it up, kind of assuming that it was Lakin's.
All right, now I'll ask Sophia about that. At some point, did you all return home?
We did.
Okay, when you got home, what did you do?
It wasn't shortly after that we got home that I called 911, or not 911, excuse me, the UGA Police Department.
May I have questions, Mr. Turner? Many what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit 3. Do you recognize States 3?
I do.
What is it?
It is the phone call that I made to the police.
And is it a fair and accurate recording of your 911 call that you made on February 22nd, 2024 at approximately 12:05 p.m.
It is.
when you reported Lake Innocent?
It is.
State of United States Exhibit 3, request permission to publish. No objection. Your Honor, did we have to toggle back over so that you could hear it? I don't know the system like that.
Yes,
We
we do.
do.
The laptop.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure, but we'll see.
Yes, sir. Because I know it's playing, but I can't hear it.
Is that on HDMI? I don't know.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
12:05 seconds, February 22, 2024.
Mercy Police, this is Jared.
Hi, we're calling because our roommate went out for a run at 9. He usually runs like through Lake Herrick behind grad housing, and we haven't heard from her. And we all just got like service back, so we don't think it has anything to do with the outage. We went to go look to where her last location was, and all we found was an AirPod.
Okay. Hold on one second for me.
Okay.
You said last seen near the, like, IM fields?
It's like behind the IM field, so we live near like, grad housing, like building 8, and so it's the woods behind there.
Okay, have you tried calling her since you just got service back?
Yes, we've been here. Her family doesn't have AT&T for the one with the power outage, so they've had service the whole time, and her calls have been ringing through. We're just not getting answers.
Okay, so where are you at right now?
We are.
I'm going to stop CCC 3 at 1 minute in. Is somebody else also talking?
Yes. So I was
Tell the
having
court.
trouble explaining kind of where Lakin's location was, just because I wasn't super familiar with that area. So Sophia Magana, my roommate, took my phone.
Okay, are y'all together when you're making this call?
Yes.
At our house on Miller's Avenue Extension.
Okay, are you able to come? Hold on, let's see. Can you come, like, do you know where the intramural field parking deck is?
Yeah, we can go there.
Okay, can you go there and meet the officers? What's your name?
My name's Sophia Magana.
And what's your friend's name?
The one, her name's Lakin Riley.
Oh, 7:43, second, February 22, 2024. What is your phone number?
The one that I'm calling you from is 678-756-0513.
What's your friend's phone number?
Okay, I'm going to ask you, do you remember Lakin's phone number off the top of your head?
Kind of, but yeah. if I
Are
can-
you about to say it to 911?
Yes.
And is the number that you gave 911, was that Lakin's cell phone number
Yes.
that we're about to hear?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Let me look. 779.
Do you know if she has class or anything at this point?
She has a class at 1, so that's, it's her nursing. She that's the nursing school, and she does not miss class.
Oh, 8:43, second, February 22, 2024. How did you get her last known location? Was it from her phone?
Yes, it was updating, so that's why we're a little confused. Yeah, but we didn't see her phone up anywhere when we went. But she hasn't moved for almost now.
When you call her, does it go straight to voicemail or does it just keep ringing?
It keeps ringing. I'm on my way to the iron field now.
Okay, that's fine. How long ago was it that you last called her?
I mean, like 5 minutes.
12:09:56, second February 22, 2024. Okay. So what kind of vehicle are you going to be in so the officers know to look for? How did she get there? Did she run from your house there, or did she take a vehicle there?
I found the picture. Sorry, guys. I've been hunting for this.
Okay, we've got officers on the way, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Police, this is good.
Hi, my name's
So after you made that 911 call, what did you do?
I drove to the the intramural fields parking deck on UGA's campus to meet with the police.
And where did Sophia go?
So Connolly was in class. Sophia went to go pick up Connolly from class so that they could meet us.
Feels like she's muffled.
And did the three of y'all meet there?
Yes.
And were the police officers there?
Yes.
At some point, did a police officer ask you if you could show him the location of Lakin as it depicted on your phone?
Yes.
And did you do so?
Yes.
And the thing that you showed him, as it states Exhibit 2, what we've already looked at?
Yes.
How long did y'all have to stay there that day at the Iron Fields?
It felt like forever. I'm not sure of the exact amount of time, but maybe around 5 hours.
At some point, did the police ask you to show them the ring footage from your home where Lakin had left out in the morning?
Yes, there were a few times that the police asked for different things, but I did show somebody at some point, yes.
Yeah, personal insurance. Yes. Penny was marked for identification purposes, the state's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize it?
I do.
And did you put your initials and date that thumb drive?
I did.
What is state's Exhibit 4?
This is the ring footage from our front door of Lakin leaving that morning.
And is it a fair and accurate recording of that ring footage?
Yes.
They would move to state's 4, request permission to publish. No objection.
We're fine, everybody.
I'm going to pause it quickly. Do you see, first of all, in States 4 that is now being published, the date and the time of this footage?
Yes.
Could you tell the court where is it and what is it?
It's in the bottom right corner.
And what's the date and what's the time?
February 22nd, 2024, 9:03 Eastern.
And who is that person that we see in State's Exhibit 4?
That is Lakin.
I know. What time? What time are we doing it? I need to know. I need to know. Yes.
After 9:03 a.m. on the 22nd day of February, did you ever hear from Lakin again?
I did not.
Did you ever receive any text messages from her?
Not after 9:03, no.
Any calls from her?
No.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
I have to go fix me some lunch in a minute.
Yes, sir. And she would like to remain.
You call your next witness. Let me just call your, go ahead, who is that?
Sophia Magano.
Sophia Magana. My plan is to take comfort breaks, 1 in the morning, 1 or so in the afternoon. I'll look for, sort of in between, so just to let you all know that. If something needs to happen outside of that, let me know.
Yes, sir. Maybe take one access witness on it.
That's fine, that'd be my plan, I agree.
Right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give in a matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Great. If you can please take a seat. And I know you are soft-spoken. Can you please move that microphone right close to your mouth so that His Honor can hear you and that counsel for the defendant can hear you? It's really important that you be heard, okay? And Madam Court Reporter is very close to you as well. She has to be able to hear everything you're saying because she's taking it down. All right. Spell your first and last name, please.
SOFIAMAGANA.
How old are you?
I'm okay.
Okay, all right. What do you do for a living?
I'm a teacher.
What do you teach?
I teach special education, high school language arts.
How long have you been a teacher?
4 months.
Where did you go to college?
I went to the University of Georgia.
Did you graduate?
Yes, ma'am, in May.
Of this year?
Yes.
Where were you living at the time of your graduation?
I was living in a house off of Village Avenue Extension.
Who were you living with?
Lily, Connolly, and Lakin.
How long have you lived together?
I lived with them for 2 years.
I want to direct your attention to February 22nd, 2024. What were you doing that day?
I was taking my GACE exam for my certification.
How do you spell that?
GACE.
Oh, she's little.
It's a test you're required to take to get certified as a teacher in the state of Georgia.
Were you allowed to have your phone with you when you took the test?
No, ma'am. I had to put it in a locker.
What time did you leave your house that morning to take the test?
Around 8:20.
When you left your house that morning, did you see any of your other roommates?
I saw Lakin and Connolly before I left.
Where did you see them?
Connolly was on our couch and Lakin was sitting at the table, and I spoke to him for a little bit.
When you left out, where did you go for the test? Was it on campus or elsewhere?
It was on campus. It was in Clark Hall.
How long were you there taking the test?
I got there around like 8:45, and I left maybe around 11:15.
When you completed your test, what happened?
I got my stuff, I got back in my car, and I drove back to my house because I didn't have service, so.
When you say service, you didn't have what service?
Phone service.
And why didn't you have phone service?
Because AT&T had the outage that morning, and my provider is AT&T.
So what happened when you were eventually able to get service back on?
I got back home, and when I got service, I had some text from Connolly, my roommate, asking me to check
It's
down
Friday
the
Night
house
Frenzy.
if I saw Lakin
It's supposed to
anywhere.
start at 7:30.
And
Is it
got into
their
the house
time or
and got
my
a phone
time?
call from Connolly
Is it
and
East Coast time, West Coast time, Central
Lakin.
time? Someone help me.
After you got the call from Connolly and from Lauren, did you look for Lakin?
Yes, I looked for her around the house and outside, in her car, kind of everywhere, every room, every corner, a few times, and I didn't see her.
What did you do after that?
I grabbed my dog and I decided to check her location on Find My iPhone, and then got my dog on his leash and started heading out to go towards her location.
Did you go alone, or did someone else besides your dog go with you?
Champ came with me, and then my roommate Lily.
Champ is your dog?
Yes, ma'am.
So where did y'all walk, and about how long did it take?
8:30 Eastern, so that's 7:30.
We walked down the trail that was
Created live stream. They'll go like it.
So it took us
Please.
about no more than 15 minutes, so I'd say maybe 10 to get to where we got.
May I approach the witness room?
He's way down there.
I'm showing you 3 exhibits at the same time.
Are you kidding me?
State's Exhibit 5, State's Exhibit 6, and State's Exhibit 7.
The image is
Starting
too
first
big.
with State's Exhibit 5, do you recognize that overall photo?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
It's a map of the trail.
Yours are not
State's Exhibit
connecting.
5, no objection. State's Exhibit 6 and 7, can you look at both of those?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize both of those?
Yes, ma'am.
What
The
are they?
pictures I took when I found an AirPod.
And they fairly and accurately depict what you saw on February 22nd of 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
State of Utah, States 6 and 7, request permission to publish. No objection.
6 and 7 are middle, and then it was about 6 and 7.
And may we toggle back over, Your Honor?
Yes.
Starting first with State's Exhibit 5, and I have a pointer that I think you could use that has a laser. And that's not gonna be able to see that. Your Honor, can you see the screen?
Why are you not connecting?
I can.
It-
Connect. You got the other corners? Okay.
And that's probably gonna be better.
I think she's got it.
If you could show His Honor, what direction did you and Champ and Lily go, and where were you when you found an AirPod?
So we started here, and then right about here
At the end of the,
at Millage, where it
Millage
turned
Avenue?
into a sidewalk.
okay,
We got to the sidewalk, and then there's the train tracks like right here, and there's a little like trail that's just been walked over a lot. So we went down the trail, and then crossed over the train tracks, and then walked this all
around the
way.
retaining pond?
Yes,
On the
ma'am,
side of it?
around the retaining pond.
All right,
Can I stand up?
you may stand with the court's permission.
Connect hearing
But
aid.
keep your voice up so Madam Court Reporter can hear you.
Connecting.
Okay. So we walked.
So
here,
are we,
And then
No,
this
we're
is
not.
where like the main trail starts. So we got over here. There's like a turn. We took
oh, I don't know.
So in the, when you say
I
there's a
have
trail
no
there?
clue.
Yes, ma'am. It's all a trail.
And
paved
that's
trail.
on the top right part of State's Exhibit 5. For the record, I'm just making.
It's a federal
record
case.
for
I don't know
the-
anything about that case.
Where
Federal? It is
within the
absolutely not.
trail, or
What
on the
state
side
is
of the
it in?
trail, the middle
That
of
will
the trail,
depend.
Where within the trail did you find the AirPod?
The
Start this
AirPod
crap all
was
over. I'm getting
towards
pissed.
the left-hand side, but still on the
Why
trail.
am I not able to Bluetooth
showing
my
you
freaking hearing aids?
First of all, how did you find the AirPod?
Yep, it has.
Champ was sniffing a lot, and so I looked down because he was really fixated over a specific area where I kind of had stopped, and he was pulling, and then I looked
Oh,
over and
yeah,
noticed there was,
it
like,
should.
a white
I don't know. We'll
AirPod.
have to look at that court and
State's
see.
Exhibit 7. What are we looking at there? And can you see the AirPod?
Yes,
Can you point to it for the court?
it's right here.
The
It
bottom
shows
of
my
the-
hearing aids are paired, but I hear nothing.
That's where I found the AirPod, or where it was when we got it.
And you said this is State's Exhibit 6. First of all, do we see Champ in State's Exhibit 6?
Yes, ma'am, he's right here.
All right, in the corner, the left corner of the photograph.
Yes, ma'am.
If you could use State's Exhibit 6, show us within the trail where you found the AirPod.
The AirPod was about right here.
Thank you.
Okay, where your shadow is?
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
a shadow of a person?
Yeah, my shadow.
I'd love to have you in the courtroom.
Thank you. While out there, did you see Lakin?
No.
When you found the AirPod, did you look at it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you think it was Lakin's?
I did.
And why did you think it was Lakin's AirPod?
She always had a little bit more wax on her AirPods, so I noticed the earwax.
And was it also, did she have, what color were her AirPods?
They were white.
So did you
Ew.
collect it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did you eventually give it to the police?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Handing you what's been marked for identification purposes. State's Exhibit 8. And I'm just gonna ask you to look inside this bag for me, and I'm gonna ask you a series of questions.
Okay.
Look inside that bag. Do you recognize what is inside State's Exhibit 8?
Dang.
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
It's her AirPod.
Is that the one that you picked up on the 22nd day of February, 2024 that you gave to the University Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition?
Yes.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 8, request permission to publish.
Eight submitted and you may publish. Is it one? Just one?
Just one. After you found the AirPod, Ms. Magana, what did you do?
I took the pictures first just to remember. And at that point, I picked it up and I turned around to Lily and I told her we were going to walk back to call the police because we both didn't have service.
And did y'all do that?
Yes, ma'am, we
And
did.
then where did you go after the police were called?
I went to go pick up my roommate Connolly from her class, and then I met Lily with Connolly at the IM field deck.
And when y'all were at the IM field deck, did the police respond?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you tell them the information that you had gathered?
Yes, ma'am.
What time does what in this trial?
Ms. Magana, did you receive any text messages, any calls, or
3
any
hours?
communication with Lake and Riley after 9:03 a.m. on the 22nd day of February 2020?
No, ma'am. My last text from her was at 9:02.
May I have a moment with counsel, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will have any questions with witness.
Excuse
Yes, sir, and she would also like to remain.
Ms. Stephanie. 10-minute recess. I'm going there. When things settle, I'm going to take a minute.
So we're in a quick recess. I'm trying to do too much at one time. I went to create my thing, and it said my picture was too big. It's like, what?
It's just when he gets to the point where you see her physical body, we're gonna ask that. That will clearly be allowed to be seen in the courtroom, but not
Tonight,
on a camera.
the frenzy will
And I'm,
one
Ms. Beck,
I'll interpret 5-6 hours straight.
okay. So
It is posted.
that will be the order granting your motion. I will just, so that's not the next witness, it's the next.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll make an announcement, make it clear to them. When we call that witness as well. They have? And they understand they should not. Okay. I'm told that they are already aware of the motion and understand the terms of the motion and will abide by that. So it will not be live streamed.
Well, you work for ICE. Can you not use this as some kind of training thing? Continuing
That is covered too as
editing?
well, so there will, I don't see the still camera. Oh, there you are. No still camera shots of anything depicting autopsy or crime scene photos
Thank you.
involving the victim, that the victim is present. Okay? Thank you. And your next witness is?
Kevin McCready. And may you please toggle back over, Your Honor?
Sure.
Raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear from the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing?
Ooh, love the recipes, guys.
Thank you. Please take a
Keep
seat.
it up.
Spell your first and last name, Madam Clerk.
My name is Kevin McGreevy. First name is spelled Kevin. Last name is McGreevy. V as in Victor.
What do you do for a living?
I'm the training coordinator at the Athens Clarke County 911 Center.
As the training coordinator, first of all, how long have you worked there?
31 years.
31 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the way that the Athens Clarke County 911 Center receives, records, and maintains 911 calls?
I am.
As the coordinator also, are those 911 calls kept in the ordinary course of business?
They're stored on a server which is secured in a key card access only area.
I want to ask you about two particular 911 calls. But before I do that, if a person is calling 911 from the University of Georgia campus, could you tell the court how does that happen? Because does it come into you? Does it go to UGA? If a person were to call 911 from the campus?
Okay. University of Georgia has its own 911 center. It's a PSAT, Public Safety Answering Point. So any 911 call on campus that is placed from a landline, it goes to UGA's 911 center. If there's a 911 call from somebody on campus with a cell phone, that's going to come to our center. And once we determine the issue is occurring on campus, we will transfer the call to UGA PD.
Right. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing you several documents and thumb drives. I'm just going to stay with you until we go through them, if you don't mind. State's Exhibit 9, do you recognize that?
I did.
What is it?
It is a business record certification that I signed in reference to 911 call recorded.
And is it a 911 call recording that came into ACC PD on the 22nd day of February 2024 at 9:11 a.m.?
Yes.
State of New State's Exhibit 9.
Okay. Nice and middle.
Can you tell us for the record what phone number, when a person calls 911, you all capture the phone number?
Yes, the phone number.
And what was the phone number that made that 911 call at 911?
77077.
State's Exhibit 10, what is that?
This is a copy of the phone call.
The one made at 911?
Yes.
And you listened to that prior to today, and is it a fair and accurate recording of that 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 10.
Okay. 10 submitted.
State's Exhibit 11.
Okay, this is a business record certification. This is a printout of a CAD call. CAD being an acronym, Computer Aided Dispatch. It's the computer system that we use in the 911 center.
And what is the date and time of the 911?
What do you mean
call
press live?
Is referring to?
February 22nd, 2024 at 7:57 a.m.
And did that call actually first come into ACCPD?
It was a cell phone call. It was answered by our center. We transferred it to UGAPD.
So it did start with you first.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 12, you recognize, oh, State would move to State's Exhibit 11.
Any objection to 11? This is 757 call, right? No.
State's Exhibit 12.
11 submitted.
Thank you.
And 12 is a copy of the 911 call audio recording.
From 7:57 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
And is it a fair and accurate recording of that 911 call?
It is.
Your Honor, the State would move to admit State's Exhibit 12.
Any objection to 12? Certification, I think 12 is the recording itself. Is that correct? Yeah, I got it. Okay.
Admitted? Okay. And then there are two additional exhibits that are stipulated by the parties. So this would be our first stipulation. It's marked State's Exhibit 13. It is signed by myself and counsel for the defendant. And it is a stipulation
that reads as follows: the 911 call made by Lakin Riley's telephone on the 22nd day of February 2024 at 9:11 a.m. was sent to the FBI laboratory in Quantico for enhancement. The audio call is consistent with a 911 recording, and analyst Alicia Hiller used a multimedia processing procedure in an effort to enhance the call. Ms. Hiller noted there is a constant system noise present in the background throughout the recording. Occasional impulsive and rustling noises are heard in the background, as well as
Carmen, I've got it set up.
sounds consistent with birds chirping, or bird in parentheses. There are a few areas that may contain voice or voices at approximately 22 seconds, 48 seconds, and 55 seconds. The potential areas of speech are unclear. A musical sound of some sort is also heard in the background at 25 seconds, mostly overlapping with the dispatcher's voice. So that is a stipulation by the parties, which is States 13. And then finally, States Exhibit 14 is a copy of the enhanced 911 call. And so for the purposes of this witness, we have agreed, so the court won't have to hear this 911 call twice for the record, we are going to play the enhanced version by the FBI for the record at this time, which would be States Exhibit 14, which I would need to admit at this time and request permission to publish.
Do y'all want to be heard on 13 or 14? Yes, sir. Okay. There is stipulation.
Yes, sir. So now, for the record, the state will publish States Exhibit 14, which is the enhanced 911 call made at 9:11 a.m.
Clark County 911. Hello, this is Clark County 911. Hello, Clark County 911. Can anyone hear me? Clark County 911.
Mr. McCready, I want to ask you about this 911 call. You told us what time it came in, and we hear an enhanced version of the call. Did 911 hang up on the caller, or did the caller hang up on 911?
The call was ended by the caller's phone.
After the call was ended by the caller, did dispatch attempt to call the caller back?
Yes,
And what happened to that call?
no answer.
I want to publish just the first part of States Exhibit 12, which is the 911 call at 7:57 a.m. that you all then transferred to UGA, okay? And so with court's permission, publishing parts of States 12. The remainder for the record, Your Honor, of States 12 will be published through the witness, Tejaswi Sarawati.
Clark County 911. Hello, I think someone's trying to break into my apartment. Okay, what's your address? Street and Rogers Road, building F114. All right, you're on UGA campus, hold on. Yeah. Let's push you directly over. University 911, what's location of your emergency? Clark County Emergency. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, so is that the transfer that we just heard at 30 seconds or 31 seconds in the state's exhibit 12?
Yes,
That's ACC PD transferring to UGA?
yes, ma'am.
For the record, I am putting that with Madam Court Reporter, State's Exhibit 11, 12, and 14. May I have one more member council?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examine.
Yes, Mr. McGreevy, just very briefly, I understand that your job requires you to maintain the records and control of the 911 call center, right?
Partially.
And but just to be clear, you weren't working the phones that morning, February 22nd.
That's correct.
You weren't hearing these calls when they came in at the time.
That is correct.
Okay. And then you all were asked to submit that the 911 call to the FBI for possible enhancement.
We were not asked to submit it to the FBI. We were requested to provide it to prosecutor.
Okay. But you all don't have that capability.
We do not do that. We don't do enhancements.
And then and any analysis of the phone from which the 911 call originated at 9:11 that morning, that would be done somewhere else. Y'all don't do that.
Has nothing to do with us.
That's all. Thank you.
No, sir. May be excused.
Any objection to excusing McGreevy?
No objection.
You're excused. You may call your next witness,
We call Sergeant Maxwell.
and I'll remind media of the instructions for this witness regarding displays.
Would you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self and God?
Yes.
Please take a seat. Spell your first and last name for Madam Court Reporter.
My name is Kenneth Maxwell. First name is Kenneth. Last name Maxwell.
Where are you employed?
The University of Georgia Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
About 9.5 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities?
Right now, I'm a patrol sergeant, so my job is to oversee a group of anywhere from 5 to 15 officers with daily tasks, answering calls for service, things like that, paperwork, administrative side as well.
If you could do me a favor and just adjust your microphone just a little bit. I'm having a tiny bit problem hearing you, and I'll make sure they can hear you at this table to my left. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Now, much better. Yes. Are you a post-certified officer?
I am.
Were you working on February 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
Did you all receive a certain call for a missing person named Laken Riley?
Yes.
Please tell the court the date and approximate time of the call and what you did and once you heard the call.
All right. So I believe the call came out on February 22nd at about 12:06 in the afternoon. It went out to another officer, Officer SPO Speller. He's one of the individuals that I oversee day-to-day operations for. When I heard the call come out, missing persons, or I guess people who are not like returning phone calls and things, aren't entirely uncommon. But anytime they come in, and as a supervisor, it kind of perks our ears up. So I started following the call and figure out what was going on, and dispatched myself towards that call at the same time to just see what resources may be needed to help begin whatever was going to come from that.
Did you meet with the 911 callers?
Yes.
Where did you meet them and when?
I met them at the entrance to the intramural fields deck, and that would be approximately 12-17 hours when they were speaking with SPO Speller.
And did they provide you with any data that you were able to use in an attempt to locate Laken Riley?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
They showed me a screenshot, or I guess it was just where they were tracking her phone on some app. I'm not entirely sure which app it was. So I asked them to screenshot that and send it to my email, which I then sent out to other officers who were working so that we could kind of have an idea of where we might begin the search.
Tell us a little bit about that area, the intramural fields and the trails behind it. Are you familiar with them working for the police department?
Yes, very much so.
Tell us about it.
Front part of it's basically just a bunch of open sports fields. It is open for different collegiate type intramural activities. There's a big parking deck in the middle, which is where we met with the caller. And then towards the back, you get to the tennis courts and Redcoat practice marching band. And then on the back side of that is a large wooded area that's maintained by the university as well.
And that large wooded area, is that large wooded area located in Athens, Clarke County, Georgia?
Yes, it is.
So what did you do once you obtained the location data?
Once I had the screenshot, I got back in my patrol vehicle and I drove to the back of the intramural fields where the trails begin. Based on where the screenshot was showing the phone was pinging, I kind of had a rough idea of how I was going to get there. At the same time, another officer arrived on scene and I directed them to go from the opposite side of the trail that I was going to enter in from.
And how did you have an idea of where the screenshot was coming from?
One, I'm relatively familiar with the trails. When I was on bike unit, we used to ride back there every so often, but I also use things like Google Maps as well to kind of see the actual layouts of the individual trails.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing what's already been admitted into evidence, the State's Exhibit 5. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
So this is the large retention pond that's towards the backside of where one of the trails are that back up to the backside of the Rogers Road University Village housing.
And using State's Exhibit 5, could you show the court in which way you entered the intramural fields and the trails?
Roughly, so the direction.
Well, yeah, do it that way because we've already talked over. If you could show the court, because it's
Yes.
the court.
Roughly, I would have entered from this upper area side of the trail.
Lift it up so you can see it.
There is a bridge that connects over Lake Herrick, and I would have entered in from this side, and then Corporal Bridges came down this trail here, which hooked up from the actual roadway on the backside. So I had him coming from this side, I was coming from the other side so that we could meet in the middle.
Once you entered the fields, how long did you have to search the fields?
I think I searched for approximately 21-ish minutes.
And what were you looking for?
Pretty much anything that would give us an idea of, one, if she was indeed missing, or sometimes individuals may just get hurt. I think while I was also en route, I had asked them to check, dispatch to check hospitals and things like that, because sometimes people get hurt out there. So pretty much any signs that she may have been out there or anybody was out there just kind of acting weird. I think I also had them screenshot a picture maybe from social media to send to my email. So I had a rough idea of what she looked like. Because there's also times where we just have people who just are like, oh, I just come out here and unplug myself and I don't want to talk to anybody. So at that point, we still didn't really know what we were dealing with.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Handing what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 15. Do you recognize State's 15?
Yes.
What is it?
I believe this should be some of my Axon footage from the day.
When you were searching for Lakin Riley, were you wearing your department issued body cam, Axon body cam?
Yes, I was.
And did it record your actions that day?
It did. I turned my camera on as I entered the bridge to go over into the trails.
And the State's Exhibit 15 contain a fair and accurate recording of your body cam footage on the 22nd day of February 2024.
Yes.
The state would move to admit State's Exhibit 15 and request permission to publish.
15 submitted.
And Your Honor, as of what we did for the hearings that we had on this case, State's Exhibit 15 contains about 2 hours worth of body cam video, which the state does not intend on playing all 2 hours. But the other side is welcome to play whatever parts they want to play of the body cam video. And again, when we are referring to State's Exhibit 15 or any Axon body cam, we're going to be using the UTC timestamp in the top right corner of the screen for records purposes. so that they will know what we're talking about, because there are two different timestamps on these videos, and we want to use the Axon timestamp. So for the record, Sergeant Maxwell, I am publishing States 15. If you could tell us,
I'm gonna interrupt you.
yes, sir.
So I suspect what we're about to see is the victim's body there. I'm going to offer for anyone that's here to step out if you want to do that. I'll pause and order and allow you to do that.
May I have one moment?
Maybe more difficult.
Your Honor, thank you for that opportunity. A few people have left, but the others are insisting upon staying, and I have cautioned them to refrain from any statements about it. One more moment. If you could, Sergeant Maxwell, using the top right hand of State's Exhibit 15, tell the court our date and time here. I'm going to make you do the UTC conversion.
So it looks like at the top right, it's going to be February 22nd and at 17:21, which would translate to, let's see, sorry, I'm on midnight, so my brain kind of acts weird, but about 5:21 according to that.
Okay, so that's UTC. So back it up 5 hours, 12:21 p.m. I'll help you out since you were on midnights. Okay, so 12:21 p.m. is when you start hitting the trails. And what is it that we see right in front of you? First of all, do you have your cell phone?
Yes, so I was pulling up the screenshot of the location as well as Google Maps. And then this is the bridge that I took to cross over to Lake Herrick to actually start the trails on the other side.
We can see the wooded area as the video is playing, but just tell us about the woods back there in general.
So in general, they're pretty well traveled trails. There's some very kind of more clearly marked ones that are wider that are about the size that vehicles could easily drive on them. But then there's also some connecting trails that, bicyclists or pedestrians mostly would use.
Now, we just heard audio for the first time at 17:22. Why did the audio just now come on?
So we have a 30-second buffer to when we activate the camera. So it captures 30 seconds prior to activating the camera, but it's only the video, it's not the audio.
So what I'm going to do is fast forward a little bit. And again, anyone can play whatever parts they want to of this. And I'm going to go to 17:28, which is 5:28 p.m. for the record on State's Exhibit 15. And we are going to start to play it from there. But tell us now where you are in the intramural fields or that area.
Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be back further on one of the larger trails that circles from the back. On the picture from earlier, it would have been the main trail that circled from the Redcoat Practice Band directly back from Lake Herrick Drive.
Can you see that trail in State's Exhibit 5?
I believe so. Let's see.
Can you show the court on State's Exhibit 5 where you are now?
Yes, so it should be right around here near the bend of this trail.
All right. So you looking at your phone again?
Yes. If y'all can stop calling for now.
Who were you talking to at 12:29?
I was speaking to my dispatch. When I first stepped into the wood line, I asked them to begin calling her cell phone so I could hear some kind of an audio alert to where her phone may be. I didn't hear anything, so I told them to go ahead and turn it off to try to preserve battery.
I want to stop right here at 12:29. Can you see the running trail from where you're at?
But yes,
Back so we can get oriented. Show us where it is when I stop again.
if y'all can stop calling.
Okay, do you see it?
Yeah, so it's going to be on my right-hand side. I'm kind of walking parallel to it in the wood line right now.
And can you just point to it on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. At the top right-hand corner, almost where the timestamp is?
Correct. For now. Two. I'm currently in 8.5 is where the phone last pinged.
So approximately how long did it take you to find her?
From the original call, it would be about 21 minutes. From this area, once I was on the field, looks like it would have been closer to about 7 or 8 minutes.
How would you describe that vegetation?
It's not really super thick necessarily, but there are a lot of vines and thorn bushes and things like that that kind of interweave. Not super difficult to walk through, but it was catching my uniform every now and then.
And how would you describe the lighting out there?
The lighting was pretty decent. It was the sun was up. I'm not sure if it was completely cloudless, but not overcast.
I am going to fast forward on State's Exhibit 15 to 12:34. Do you see that in the right-hand corner? And do you see the running trail on State's Exhibit 15 at this point?
Yes.
Is that what you're facing?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
All right, so it's more this way. That I'm too close. A little bit further in. It's more at that bend.
Okay, guys. I need to catch you up on what's happening. If you guys remember, my bank account had to be closed because of theft. So I have to go pay the electric bill in person. this month. I'm not happy. So it's going to take me about 15, 20 minutes. So I'm going to leave this going. We have Ronnie, we have Dr. Bullbutter, Haley Mouse. So we have enough mods here. I'm going to let this keep going. I will have it in my ears. I will be paying attention. I hate this, but I need to go and take care of it because I don't need to have a problem. Okay. So I will see you guys in a minute. It looks, I'm just going to scroll. It looks, oh, there is a delay. I'm going to let this go. You guys will have a delay. Can't fix that, but I will be back as complete as I can. I'm just down with the screen. Okay. See y'all in a minute. Behave. Remember, Mama's always watching.
Stand boarded. No. Oh, shit. To the university, I found it. Ma'am, ma'am. Oh. I need EMS immediately to the location where the phone pings. Ma'am. She's down, she's not breathing. Potentially been attacked. Starting CPR now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. I'm not getting any pulse. She's stiff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. That's what you exact. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Take over. Looks like blunt force trauma to the head. Her shirt has been removed above her breast. Got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24. Far side, if you look at the ping, we're exactly where that phone was pinging at. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I'm going to stop it right here at 12:40 for the record, states 15. Let me ask you a few questions, Sergeant Maxwell. First and foremost, we hear a whistle. Is that you whistling?
Yes, ma'am. It's my patrol whistle. We always keep it on our uniforms.
Why are you whistling?
To help other responding units figure out where we're at.
You, we heard you describe it, but tell us for the record, when you observed Lakin Riley, first of all, how would you describe her clothing?
So it appeared that her clothing, at least her shirt, had been removed to up above her breast. It did not look as if something had like unintentionally happened, as if, you know, somebody falls and has a wardrobe malfunction. It looked more intentional, as if somebody had attempted to either remove her top or maybe had used it to drag her. At some point, did you all have to remove her top? Yes. In order to continue CPR? Yes. How did y'all do that? We have, at least some of us carry some shears on us, trauma shears, so we use those to cut off her clothing.
And who is that other officer that we now see in the video with you?
That's Corporal Mason Bridges.
And the two of you are, I see, were working together with CPR?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, does EMS arrive?
Yes, they do.
And at some point, do you all have to physically move her body?
Yes, I believe it was before EMS showed up. It was when Athens Clark County Fire showed up. And they suggested that because she was laying in a more of a divot, that it would be better to move her to the side for better compressions.
Okay, and I could see you and Officer Bridges there. Were either one of you wearing gloves?
No.
You okay? Need a switch? Okay. Okay, let me know.
And when you first saw her, was she covered by anything, or how would you describe how she was when you first saw her body?
Yes, she was laying slightly on her side, and it appeared that she had some leaves and other vegetation that had been placed on top of her.
Tell them to go to the lake and take a next left. Take a left at the lake and then take another. Go to the left, take a left, just keep going left. I'm blowing my whistle, you should be able to hear it.
I'm gonna try to fast forward a little bit. I'm at 1742.
I'll keep going. You got it? Keep going. Okay. Keep going. Dude, head trauma? Yeah, looks like right there.
Call for help. Remove pads from package in back of unit. Apply pads to patient's bare chest as shown. Apply pads to patient's bare chest as shown. Apply pads to patient's bare chest as shown. Apply pads.
Push it that way a little bit. Pull it that way just a little bit. Reverse to apply pads now.
Apply pads to patient's bare chest as shown. Analyzing interrupted. Do not touch the patient. Analyzing heart rhythm. Do not touch the patient.
Yeah, run south where I ran in. About 45 degrees angle to your left.
Looks like right there. To touch the patient. CPR now.
Hey, I need you to scream for those officers. Hey, you know where we are. Walk over there and get them over here. Okay, you're okay. You're okay.
For 1 minute, 45 seconds.
What do you mean you want to cut her shirt? Go ahead, try to get it off.
That person that you all were just talking to at 1744, 1244, who was that person?
That was one of our interns.
So she is with y'all.
Yeah, she was riding with Corporal Bridges that day.
Continue. Continue for 1 minute, 30 seconds. Continue.
So why is it that you all had to cut the clothes as we just saw, as opposed to just taking the clothes off?
I believe when Sergeant Epps arrived, he attempted to take them off, but they were really tight, bound up, basically, to make it so it was very difficult, as well as some of her extremities were starting to become stiff.
Continue for 1 minute, 15 seconds.
You got the wire. You got the wire.
Continue. Continue for 1 minute. Continue.
Is that everything?
Continue for.
Sergeant Epps, did you notice anything about Lakin Riley's clothes beneath her waist?
Yes, so she had on a pair of like running leggings, and it looked like in the front side, her underwear was bunched up towards the top end.
Was her navel exposed?
Yes.
45
Yes, we
seconds.
got. Come on. Get his head. Get his head. Get his head. Get his head.
Continue. Continue for 30 seconds.
And can we see that now in the underwear as you described it at 17:45 for the record, 12:45?
Yes, in this direct frame, I think my cord from my whistle's covering it, but any frame to the side should be able to.
Okay, you see her
Yes.
underwear in that? Please point to it for the court.
Down here, it's kind of peachish or tan in color.
Sticking out of the pants in the middle of the frame? Yes? Is it in the middle of the frame
Oh,
for the
yes,
record?
yes.
Thank you. And that's at 17:45 for the record.
Continue. Continue for 15 seconds.
Put down. Put down.
Continue for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop CPR. Analyzing interrupted. Do not touch the patient. Analyzing heart rhythm. Do not touch the patient. Analyzing.
I'm going to move a little bit I'm going to fast forward a little bit until you move her. And so for the record, I'm going to go about 3 minutes ahead. And since I am jumping ahead, instead of playing all 3 minutes, could you just tell the court what happens in the 3 minutes before y'all move her?
So we continue to rotate back and forth between AED instructions and giving compressions. During this time, Athens Clarke County Fire Department will have shown up as well.
Who is the other officer that has arrived from your police department that we see?
So Sergeant Epps will have been that officer.
So at this point, then it's you, Sergeant Epps, and Officer Bridges.
Yes.
Now, do not touch the patient. Analyzing heart rhythm. Do not touch the patient.
I'm at 17:48 for the record.
Analyzing. No shock advised. It is safe to touch the patient.
Negative.
Begin CPR now.
Sorry, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for a while now. 10. We've had it up in the red on the 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29,
Continue
30.
for 1 minute 45 seconds.
Who found it? I did.
Continue. Continue for 1 minute.
Yeah, we got that on her. 3 times and check, no shock advised. Okay, hey, let's pull her up onto some flat ground. All right. Get better compression.
Continue for 1 minute.
1, 2, 3. Get that. That's under. We got,
Continue.
Next to her,
continued for 1 minute.
Taking over CPR. Do we have somebody with crime scene tape? We need to start going around here. Yeah. Go ahead and get a BBU. Let me grab those back.
And so now at 1750 or 1250, is that when fire took over CPR?
Yes.
Is this location where you found Lakin Riley's body in Athens, Clark County, Georgia?
Yes, it is.
After fire takes over CPR, what do you do?
So at that point, I suspected that this wasn't an accident based on the circumstances in which she had been found. So I started communicating with Sergeant Epps that we need to begin setting up a perimeter to preserve any evidence because I believe the crime had occurred.
What perimeters did y'all set up?
So we set up a pretty wide perimeter from that location outwards. I'm not sure exactly how far it was, but I myself went up to the more northern side of that main trail that I had walked in on, and I stood there until I was relieved.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
And I'm gonna just take out states 15 and leave out 9. How long did you stay on the scene that day?
I was there, let's see, in my narrative, I think I have until about 3:20 in the afternoon when I was relieved by another officer at that perimeter, but I was on scene for at least a couple more hours.
That's all I have, Your Honor. I'll pass it.
No questions, ma'am. Thank you, Judge.
You want to replay any of this? Okay, I'm gonna, if somebody will let them know, if anybody wants to come back in, they can do that. I'll leave that up to them. You don't have to.
Thank you, Judge. And Judge, I'll try to keep this brief. Is it Sergeant Maxwell?
Yes, it is.
Okay. When you arrived on the scene, Miss Riley's pants were on, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. They were pulled up above the waist?
To the waist, yes.
Okay. And the only thing that you noticed about her pants was that her underwear was up above her waistline, is that right?
Correct. It was bunched up in the front.
Okay. And that her shirt was pulled up, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the way that I heard you describe it on direct was that it could have been removed, is that right, by someone?
It appeared to me as if somebody may have attempted to remove it. That's where it had been lifted up.
Or had used it to drag her, is that right?
Potentially.
Okay. Did you notice any blood stains around her ankles?
I did not.
Okay. Did you notice any injuries to her ankles?
I did not.
Okay. Could this shirt have also come up if she were dragged by her feet?
I would have to speculate, potentially.
Okay. You don't have any personal knowledge of how the shirt was pulled up, is that right?
No.
Okay. And how far off of the trail would you say she was when you found her?
At least 50 feet.
Okay. And it wasn't obvious when you started looking for her, it wasn't obvious where she was.
No.
Okay. Did you notice anything about the area surrounding her that looked disturbed in any way, or is that just not something that you were necessarily looking for at the time?
Exactly. It wasn't something I was looking for at the time.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Sergeant Maxwell, when you were conducting CPR on Lakin Riley, did you actually take the time to study the number of layers of clothing that she had on her top?
I didn't specifically do that, no.
You know how many layers she had on?
I think maybe 3.
And you said her pants were pulled up above the waist. I'm going to have to ask you, what do you mean by waist?
I guess waistline would be up above more of like the hips, but below the navel.
Okay, so was her navel exposed?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Any objection? You're excused.
Thanks, sir.
How long the next witness will take?
She will be like the first two, because it's Connolly who, so maybe 20 minutes.
Let's take one.
Yes, sir.
Take her. Who is that?
Connolly who?
Connolly Luke?
Who? Thank you.
Who? I said it.
Who? Connolly. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Okay, please take a seat. Spell your first and last name, please.
My name is Connolly Hood, CONNOLLYHUTH.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
What do you do for a living?
I'm currently unemployed. I graduated in May and I'm waiting to go to grad school.
Where are you going to go to grad school?
Mercer.
What are you going to study?
I'm going to get my master's in mental health counseling.
You graduated from where in May?
The University of Georgia.
What's your undergrad degree in?
Psychology.
Did you, when you attended the University of Georgia, have roommates?
I did.
Can you tell the court, where did you live?
I lived at 1686 Millage Avenue.
Who lived there with you?
Lake and Riley, Sophia Magana, and Lily Steiner.
How long have you known Lake and Riley?
Known her for over 2.5 years.
Where did y'all meet?
We met, well, she came over to my house to see the house, so in the house.
Would you and Lakin run together?
Yes.
How often?
It depended on her nursing schedule, anywhere from 3 to 6 times a week.
Tell us what kind of runner Lakin was.
She was a good runner. She could run for a long time, far distances. She's pretty fast as well.
And would y'all, when you would run together, well, first of all, did you run races together?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
1.
And are you, which one was that?
The half in 2023.
Is that October 2023?
Yes.
And would you train together for that race?
Yes.
And could you tell us when Lakin ran and you ran with her, are you familiar with her running habits?
Yes, I am.
What are her running habits?
She, like clothing wise?
Clothing and what she would do on her runs.
Well, she always had a watch on. It was either an Apple Watch or she recently got a Garmin watch. She had different types of headphones she would wear, but she would listen to music while running. Sometimes when she was alone, she would call her mom. And she also had called her mom with me before on runs. She'd wear tight clothing usually.
And why tight clothing?
It's kind of annoying when you have loose clothing on when you're running and it's flopping around, as well as like compression.
How many times have you seen Lake and Riley in running clothes?
Many times.
And of all the times that you've seen her running, does she wear running tights?
Yes.
And how often does she wear running tights?
Almost every time.
And running tights, and when I say running tights, can you describe what is meant by running tights?
They're like leggings, so they essentially like stick to your skin.
And when Lakin would wear her running tights, were her tights above her belly button or would she wear them below her belly button?
Always above.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm handing you 2 exhibits. One is State's Exhibit 16. I'm going to ask you recognize the person in State's Exhibit 16.
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
That's Lakin.
And does that fairly and accurately depict Lakin in life?
Yes.
And does it also show the manner in which she would wear her running tights?
Yes.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 16. State's Exhibit 17, have you seen 17?
Yes.
And what is State's Exhibit 17?
It's a video that I took of Lakin doing jumping jacks.
Okay, and does it also depict how she would wear her running tights?
Yes.
And the state would need to admit 17 and request permission to publish.
17 is admitted, you will publish 16 and 17.
Let's start with 17 since we've toggled over already. I just published State's Exhibit 17 for the record. Is that the manner in which Lakin would wear her running tights above her belly button?
Yes.
And did you ever see, in the times that you were with Lakin, did you ever see her running with her underwear on the outside of her
No.
running tights?
No.
Would you toggle over, please, Your Honor? State's Exhibit 16, tell us what that depicts. When was that picture taken?
October of 2023.
Is that your half marathon that y'all
Yes.
ran? Okay, and in that photograph, do you see Lakin's tights?
Yes, I do.
And again, can you describe, is her belly button showing or not?
It is not.
And is that consistent with what you would?
Y'all, it was only a mile away, and I even stopped and got drinks. Even have gotten drinks. Thank you, mods, for managing everything. I want to say something about that CPR. That is how it should sound. That is how it should be. That was flawlessly done. Flawlessly done. We're still cooking. I just had a little snack. As far as the dress, I saw someone make a comment about the dress in the court. This is how it should be done. And it's the attorney's responsibility to ensure that every witness and everybody who presents himself in court, whether defendant, witness, or otherwise, is dressed appropriately. Don't go to Judge Boyd's court not dressed appropriately. It would not bode well for you. All right, here we go.
Would see every time she ran that her belly button was not shown.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
He did. And it hurts the next day. I don't care what they say. You're using muscles you don't use every day.
I
At least I did.
You, Ms. Ruth, about February 22nd, 2024. Tell us about your morning that day.
I woke up. I had 2
Beautiful
classes that day,
day.
so I woke up at 7:45. I quickly got ready and
beautiful
I
day
had class
here.
at 9:35 and 11:10 in Caldwell Hall in the same room. As I got ready, I walked out to our living room and kitchen. Lakin was sitting there with her iPad and she was taking notes and doing her homework and watching Netflix. And for 45 minutes, we sat and talked about our plans for the weekend and what we were going to do later that night. And I left for class at around 8:45 to get on the bus.
When you left for class, was Lakin still in the house?
Yes.
And at some point when you were in class, did you become concerned about Lakin?
Yes.
Tell us why and what happened.
At one point, Lily had sent a text asking if Lakin was okay. And I was in class and I just figured she was on the phone with her mom and walking around because that was standard. And I didn't think anything of it. And then at around 11:15, 11:20, I got a call from Lauren, Lakin's sister, and I didn't answer because I was in class. And then she called me again and I didn't answer. And I texted her and I said, like, I'm in class, what's up? And she asked me if I'd heard from Lakin, and I immediately went into panic. I stepped outside of the class and I called Lauren back and said I'll try to figure out what's going on. So I then called my 2 roommates, and both of their phones went immediately to voicemail. And then I tried calling Lakin and her phone rang and then went to voicemail.
Why were you panicked immediately?
Just because she would run for a long time, but I knew she had class that day and I knew that she wasn't one to be late or off schedule.
All right. So At some point, did you meet up with the University of Georgia police officers?
I did.
When did you do that and where were you?
I had Sophia pick me up from my class around 12:15, 12:20, and she took me straight to the intramural fields to meet with the officer and Lily.
How long did y'all stay there that day?
6 hours, 7 hours.
When was your last communication with Lake and Riley?
9 o'clock
At what day?
on February 22nd.
And did you ever hear from her after that?
No, I did not.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? That's it. I'll pass the witness.
Ms. Huth, I'm going to try and keep this short, but let me know if you need a minute, okay? You described Blake and Riley as a good runner.
Yes.
How long was a typical run for her?
6 miles,
And how long did that take her?
58 to an hour.
If the two of you were sprinting, do you know what her fastest time could be for a mile?
8 minutes.
Besides the clothes and the phone, did she often have anything else with her when she went on runs?
Her AirPods.
Did she ever carry a house key with her?
Yes.
And where was the house key kept?
Depends. Sometimes her leggings have pockets. They're in the pockets or in her waistband. There are pockets in some Lululemon brand leggings, so in there, or in her jacket pocket.
And I believe you told officers that it was typical for her to wear 3 layers of clothing on a run. Is that right?
Sometimes, yes.
And sometimes when she was getting heated on runs, she would remove the middle layer, the shirt in between the jacket and the bra.
No.
You didn't tell the officers that she would ever remove a layer of clothing?
Between where?
She would sometimes remove her shirt when she got heated on runs.
She would take her shirt off and have her sports bra on, but it was only when I was with her.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Just briefly, did you see the Ring doorbell footage of February 22nd at 9 a.m., 9:03 a.m. when Lakeland left the house?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the clothing that she was wearing that
Yes.
day? What was the clothing she was wearing?
She was wearing Lululemon black leggings, a Lululemon zip-up jacket, lapis black, and her white hokas.
And hookahs are what?
Tennis shoes.
Okay. And that Lululemon black jacket, you've seen Lakeland wear that one before?
Yes.
And would you describe that as a tight jacket or a loose jacket?
Tight.
And how tight is that jacket?
Very tight.
That's all I have.
You should be excused.
Yes, sir.
Let me go down, man. This time we'll break for lunch. We're in recess till 1 o'clock.
Crime scene week as well. And then for the GBI, I also and also conferences.
How many crime scenes
Okay,
have you had
she's
the
a crime
opportunity
scene
to process over
investigator.
your career at the GBI?
So over my career at the GBI, I've probably processed close to, I want to say maybe between 80 to 100. Prior to working for the GBI, I worked for the Atlanta Police Department as a civilian crime scene technician. So there I responded to over 500 crime scene calls. I also worked for the DeKalb County Police Department in a civilian capacity in crime scene for a little while, where I also responded to major crimes.
Do you have some special training in photography as well?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the court about that?
So in the National Forensic Academy, we have a week of photography there as well. And in the GBI Special Agent Academy, we also do photography in Crime Scene Week as well. And then for the GBI, we train additionally in photography. So this year alone, we've had photography training.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm handing you a few items of evidence so I don't keep coming back up here at one time. The first one is states 142, and I apologize because we have pre-marked a lot of evidence, so I don't like to go out of order, but this one will be out of order. You recognize states 142?
I do.
And there will be 18 through 141, just so that everybody knows. What is states 142?
This is a copy of my CV.
And that means your qualifications that you went over with us?
Correct.
State would move to admit states 142. The next fact I am going to hand you is going to be a series of photographs and a crime scene sketch. The photographs are marked for the record as states exhibits 18 through 84. And the crime scene sketch is states exhibit 85. So first, starting with the photographs, I'm going to hand you states exhibits 18 through 84. I ask that you take a look at those and I ask you a series of questions. You recognize 18 through 84?
I do.
What are they?
They are crime scene photographs that I took.
And are they the crime scene photographs that you took on the 22nd day of February, 2024?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it on that day?
Yes, they do.
State would move to admit states 18 through 84.
No objection.
They're admitted.
States exhibit 85, is that still in front of you?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
This is one of my crime scene sketches.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of your crime scene sketch? And does that sketch adequately and accurately represent the scene as you saw it on that day?
Correct.
State would move to admit states exhibit 85.
No objection.
85 submitted.
And before you move on to, I want to ask you a little bit, I know it's in your CV, but I would like you to tell the court a little bit about your training in latent print processing. What is latent print? What is the processing of it? And how are you trained in that regard?
So as far as latent print processing, again, at the National Forensic Academy, we have a week of latent print processing there as well, which includes latent print photography. I also teach classes, crime scene classes for the University of Tennessee, and I go back and I actually teach at the Forensic Academy, so I've taught the latent print week there as well. And then with the GBI, we have additional training in latent print processing.
How many items of evidence have you had the opportunity to process for the presence of latent prints over your career?
Oh gosh, a lot. When I worked in the Atlanta field office, we processed a lot of vehicles, a lot of cartridge cases. Like I said, I responded to over 500 crime scene calls there, so maybe about half of those probably involved latent print processing.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender Special Agent Stewart as an expert in the fields of crime scene photography, latent print processing, and crime scene processing.
No objection.
Should be allowed to testify as an expert in those areas.
May I approach to retrieve the photograph?
Yes.
Could you start first by telling the court What date and time did you get a call to process a scene on the University of Georgia's campus?
So it was February 22nd, and I responded to the crime scene at approximately 2 p.m. So I would have gotten the call maybe an hour prior to that.
Tell the court what the crime scene was like when you got there.
When I got there, one of the things that I noticed was it was very windy out. There was a lot of leaf coverage in the area. It was a wooded area.
What was the temperature like?
It was approximately 67 degrees.
Was this an outdoor scene?
It was an outdoor scene.
Can you tell the court what are the challenges particular to outdoor scenes?
So with an outdoor scene, obviously you're dealing with weather conditions, basically Mother Nature could be directly impacting you. Whereas when you have an indoor scene, even if it's raining outside, it's not really going to impact how you work.
And did you find any challenges with this particular scene due to the foliage?
Yeah, so like I stated previously, the leaf coverage was kind of thick in the area that was off of the trail, and it was also very windy.
And so how did that impact you and your ability to process the scene?
Well, when it's windy, obviously things are not going to stay where they normally are or where they were previously. So you kind of have to take that into account when you're looking for evidence.
Did you process the scene by yourself or with others?
With other people.
And tell us a little bit about that process in this particular case.
So how our agency works is we are a request-only agency, which means that an agency has to request us for assistance. That may mean us taking over the entire case. That may mean us just working the crime scene. That may mean us just doing a few investigative acts for them. So in this case, the University of Georgia Police Department requested for us to, or for me to help process the crime scene.
Who did you work with specifically with the University of Georgia Police Department in processing the scene?
That would be Sergeant, well, now Lieutenant Saunders.
And how did y'all go about processing the scene? Was it together? Was it separate? Tell us about that process here.
Yeah, so what we decided was because they were going to be the primary agency on the case, I took photographs for them. That was what they requested. And then I assisted with collecting the evidence, but Detective Saunders took possession of all of the evidence.
And when you said you assisted in collecting it, were you literally standing side by side as y'all were collecting it together?
Yes.
I want to start with an overall of the crime scene and your crime scene sketch, which would technically be State's Exhibit 85. And for ease, Your Honor, we have a blown-up version of State's Exhibit 85, which I think would be easier for the witness to testify to and would not have to leave the stand for that. So may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 143. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
It is a blown-up copy of my crime scene sketch.
So is State's 143 just a blow-up copy of State's 85?
Correct.
And would using State's 143 aid you in your testimony today before this judge to explain the crime scene?
Yes, it would.
State would move to admit 143 for demonstrative purposes only. And may I publish it using the easel here if it will stay?
Yes.
No. Can you turn it? And then I'll put it right here first. Get the leg. The easel doesn't have feet, so we are going to try to clip it. Thank you. Thank you. So having clipped State's Exhibit 143 to the easel, I want to make sure that defense counsel can see and the court see. Thank you. I want to start talking to you about your photos. How many evidence markers did you have on this scene, and what is the significance of the evidence markers?
I used 8 evidence markers.
And did you label the items of evidence by number?
Yes.
And just before we get started, tell the court, what is evidence item number 1 that you collected or you assigned number 1?
The AirPod.
And evidence item 2?
Evidence item 2 was a bloodstained rock.
Evidence item 3?
A bloodstained rock.
Evidence item 4?
Was a section of a tree.
Evidence item 5?
The jacket.
Evidence item 6?
The sports bra.
Evidence item 7?
A suspected bloodstain.
Evidence item 8?
The cell phone.
And the cell phone belonging to who?
Lake and Riley.
Did you assign these a number by any significance, or just the number in which you collected them, or?
Just the number in which I collected them. Sometimes I do it by what I first see. It just depends.
I'd like to start first with State's Exhibit in 18. Tell the court, what are we looking at here?
So this is an overall photograph of the trail.
And in this picture, State's Exhibit 18, in what direction would be Lake and Riley's body?
It would be towards the right side.
Okay, so I'm gonna, for the record, point my finger on the right side where my finger is?
Yes.
That would be in that direction?
Yes.
When you got there, did you observe, first of all, was Lakin's body still there?
Yes, it was.
And did you
Okay, I'm
observe
back.
any signs of medical intervention?
Yes.
What did you observe?
So
Hey, Adair, I'm
with
sorry, I'm not
the-
ignoring
the
you.
AED pads were actually still on her body, and the AED was actually still audible.
What is an AED?
It is a device that first responders use to try to revive individuals.
State's Exhibit 22, what are we looking at there?
This is an overall showing the area closer to her body, which was near a tree that had already fallen down.
The tree that her body was near that had already fallen down, can you see that? Can you point to it for the record?
Yes.
The screens don't work like that. I think you have to point behind you.
Okay. Thank you.
She has a pointer.
Right here.
It's in the middle of photograph 22.
Yes.
Page 22. State's Exhibit 49. What does this depict?
So this is an overall, once I put out my evidence markers, and the fallen tree would be on this side.
To the left side of State's 49 for the record.
Correct.
I know that's an old comment, but it's very pertinent.
State's Exhibit 33, what are we looking at here?
This is an overall of the top half of her body.
Did you observe injuries to Lake and Riley's body?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 35, tell the court, first of all, where overall did you observe injuries?
So there were injuries to the left side of her head, and then there were also these linear marks on her torso.
And point to those for us. Is that, okay, thank you. Middle of State's 35. State's 38, what part of Lake and Riley's body are we looking at here?
So this would be the lower, like just below her left hip. I had to kind of pull down her underwear. We always try to examine the decedent to see if there are any individual injuries under the clothing that we're missing.
And is that your glove then that we see in the photo?
Yes, it is.
All right, what injuries did you see when you pulled down her underwear?
There was another linear mark that looks kind of similar to the ones that were on her torso, but a little bit wider.
Can you point that out for the court? Where is her underwear line in this photo then?
So her underwear is down here where my glove is, because I'm having to pull it down to photograph that injury.
And in this injury that you photographed in States 38, is that in her pubic area?
Yes.
And you actually can see pubic hair in that area?
Correct.
Can you show that to the court?
All mods, please go to Discord.
Circle it
Mod
below the
management.
wound for the record in the bottom part of States 38.
All mods, please go to Discord. Mod management.
States 39.
This is a photograph of the lower half. So I was trying to photograph the dirt stains that were on her leggings.
States 40.
Those are her shoes.
States 27.
This is a close-up of her face.
States 32.
This is a close-up of the injuries to the left side of her head.
Please point to the injury, one of the injuries to the left side of her head that you captured in this photo.
So on scene, really, I can only observe two. I know that there were more, but I could only see two. So this one and then this larger one.
Did you make any observations about her hair?
Yeah, so her hair was very tangled, which made it difficult for me to locate the additional injuries.
And tangled with what?
So there were leaves, blood, dirt tangled in her hair.
And when you say tangled, do you mean attached? Do you mean, I don't mean to be picky, but what do you mean by tangled?
Yeah, so typically with the decedents, we try to do an examination for additional injuries, which would mean somewhat kind of looking through the hair. And in this case, it was extremely difficult for me to do that because her hair was so matted and clotted with blood.
For some reason we lost, all right, there it goes, okay. State's exhibit, and I want to ask you before we leave off the underwear, you said you did pull down the underwear.
Correct.
But this photo, State's exhibit 35, does that depict the way you found her underwear when you got there?
Yes.
Before you actually examined her for other injuries?
Correct.
And how would you describe her underwear in this photo and what you saw on scene?
So on scene, her leggings were down below her belly button, and the underwear was somewhat protruding out of the right front area.
Did you flip her?
Yes, we did.
State's exhibit 41, what did you observe when you flipped her?
When I flipped her over, I noticed that her leggings were exposing the upper area of her buttocks.
And can you show us where that's depicted in States 41?
Yes. This area.
In the middle of the photograph?
Correct.
States 42, what does that depict?
So there's a little bit of a glare, but I was just trying to show that she had like
Testing.
some leaves on her back, which
Testing.
I guess to be expected because she was laying in that area.
Testing.
And then also that her hair was matted.
I was trying to find a way to eliminate the glare because it might become a problem later. But I'm not sure how we would do that without turning out the lights. So,
Oh, if you hold it.
We can dim some of the lights if that's something that's important.
would we be
I
able
don't
to
know if
dim
I'm
a
on.
little bit just so the
can't
glare
hear anybody.
disappears?
Don't dim a little bit. So
Um,
turning off, see what you can do. Take those down, and we'll still have these up here.
That's too cumbersome. Much
I
better.
don't
Thank
know.
you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Can you hear me?
Would the glare be gone? States 42, can you
How do
show
I
us
see
what
what's on with-
part of Lakin's body are we looking at here and what are you photographing?
So we're looking at the back, but also we're looking at her head where her hair is, has leaves and sticks and dirt and blood in it.
Where's her neck in that photograph? Okay. And was she wearing a necklace?
Yeah, she was.
Okay, and can you point the necklace out on States 42 at the top of the picture? Okay, thank you. States 43,
This is a photograph of her left hand.
was she wearing a watch?
She was.
And do you see that watch in this photograph?
Yes.
And can you please point to it? Okay, thank you. States 44.
This is a photograph of her left hand also, just her fingernails.
States
I have a
45.
suspicion that they're going to rest
Photograph
pretty
of her right
quickly.
hand.
States
I don't think this is going to go.
Another photograph of the right hand showing her fingernails.
Did you take measurements on scene?
Yes.
I'm going to move away from the photographs of her body. But before I do that, I wanted to ask you about her shoes and any observations you may have made about her shoes. What type of shoes was she wearing?
She had Hoka brand running sneakers.
And did you observe those and look at those on scene?
Yes.
And what observations, if any, did you make about those shoes? And I'm showing you now States 40.
When I first looked at them, I noticed that they had reddish stains on them, and then they were also dirty. And then in the grooves, dirt was, I guess, caked, for lack of a better term, in those grooves.
And when you say reddish brown stains, what do you mean by that?
The suspected blood stains.
Did you take measurements at the scene?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask you,
I'm
first starting with what you marked on your evidence marker.
trying to learn something new.
As your evidence marker 1, and while we're talking about evidence marker 1, I'm gonna approach you with some of the evidence. Do you have gloves?
Yes, I do.
Would you glove up, please?
Yes.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Special Agent Stewart, we're going to start with marker 1. You already told us it was an AirPod.
Yes.
Was it on the trail or off the trail?
It was off the trail.
Approximately how far off the running trail was your marker 1?
That was a little difficult to determine because it was hard to see where the trail actually ended and where the road started and the, I guess like the leaves, because the leaves were so thick in that area, but it wasn't far.
So when we see leaves in this photograph states 55, can you also then point for the court where is the marker 1 on this chart?
Yes.
At the bottom of 143. And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Pending what's been marked for identification purposes, the state's exhibit 86. Do you recognize state's 86? Yes. What is it?
It is the AirPod.
And if you keep your voice up so Madam Reporter can hear you, and you can take it back. Okay. And is the AirPod in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you collected it on the 22nd day of February 2024?
Yes.
State would move to admit state's exhibit 86. Request permission to publish.
86 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
The distance, I'd like to ask you, from this trail, from where you marked 1, from your marker 1 to markers 2, 3, and 4, what is that distance?
64 feet, 11 inches.
And you measured that day?
Yes.
The distance from where you marked 2, 3, and 4 to where Lake and Riley's body was found, what is that distance?
13 feet.
And the distance from marker 8, and what is marker 8 again?
I can hear you, Ada.
The distance from Lake and Riley's body over here at 5 and 6 to the phone is what?
I believe it's 54.7 or 57.4.
Over 50 feet.
Yeah, it's over 50 feet.
Thank you. I want to go on to your evidence markers 2 and 3. What were those?
This was evidence markers 2 and 3 represent rocks that were bloodstained, and then evidence marker 4 represents the tree that had bloodstains.
Bill?
Before we zoom in on 2, 3, and 4, what if
Hello?
anything did you notice about this area
Hello?
in your crime scene sketch that you labeled 2, 3, and 4?
So in this area near evidence markers 2, 3, and 4, there was also an area where I could actually see the ground, where the leaves were significantly disturbed to the point where I could physically see the ground.
And why is that significant?
I'm around, I'm
Because
here,
the leaf
I'm just
coverage was
kind
pretty
of
thick
running around my
throughout the
place,
entire
putting
crime
back
scene,
into
and
my
there were no
adventure
other
today.
areas where I
So
could
like,
actually see the ground.
just let me know whenever y'all need to talk and stuff.
Based on that, and then also like her hair being very matted, some type of significant disturbance happened in that area.
Did you observe blood in that
Can't
area?
hear you now, Ada.
And where did you observe the blood in that area?
The blood was near evidence markers 2, 3, and 4, and there was no other blood in the crime scene other than obviously where her body was resting.
State's Exhibit 62, what is that?
That is a close-up photograph of the rock from evidence marker 2.
I can hear you video though.
I'm just asking why you think it's going
Out, yes. Does it sleep? Is that the sleep mode?
No, it should be. We don't have that problem. It must be a connection issue, but I'm not sure. If it gets worse, we can, a lot of times it's, we'll just keep watching and see. I don't know.
That is a rock. Is this one 2 or 3?
That one is evidence marker 2, and there were some hairs on that rock.
What type of hair?
It looked like it was brown, yeah, brown.
63
This is the rock from evidence marker 3.
and 64.
Another view of that rock, and you can see that there's hair on it.
May I approach the witness runner? Handing you 2 bags.
Okay, I know where I'm at now.
Exhibit 87, the other one is State's Exhibit 88. I'm gonna ask that you look inside both of those bags, and then I'm gonna ask you some questions.
Do I pull the items back?
Yeah, if you can see it to yourself, yes. And just set them on top of your lap if you could. And just do them at the same time if you could do the other one, and then I'll ask you about both at the same time. Okay, so have you had an opportunity to look at the items inside State's Exhibit 87 and 88? Yes. Yes. Do you recognize those items?
I do.
And what are 87 and 88?
They're the rocks I collected, or that were collected from the crime scene.
And are they both in the same or substantially same condition as they were on the day that you collected them, February 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
State would move to admit States 87 and 88, request permission to publish.
87, 88.
Still one at a time. I am holding. Yes, that's the first one. So this is State's Exhibit 87 I'm about to publish to the court. Which number is this in your crime scene sketch?
Evidence marker 2.
Marker 2. $88. What evidence marker is this one?
Evidence marker 3.
And approximately what was the distance between 2 and 3?
I feel like it was less than a foot. They were very close together, which is why they got measured together.
How long did you spend at this crime scene that day?
I started at 2 and I was finished at around 8:45 p.m. So a little over 6 hours.
How much walking around this area, not only the crime scene where her body was found, but other areas around there, did you do that day?
When we got done with labeling when I got done with labeling 1 through 7, we were still looking for her phone, which is evidence marker 8. So we were still canvassing the area for that and additional items. I also looked for additional bloodstains, so we went beyond just where her body was. I also had other agents search the area as well.
In and around the area of her body and in anywhere out in that forest where you walked that day, did you observe any other rocks that were similar to the ones that you collected at 2 or 3?
No.
Moving on to item 4, and if you need to change gloves, you can. State's Exhibit 66, what does that depict?
That is a photograph of the bloodstained tree.
And State's Exhibit 67, what does that depict?
The hairs that were attached to the tree.
It's difficult to see from my perspective, but can you point out the hairs that you saw in State 67? In the middle of the photograph. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Handing you now what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 89. Ask you to look at that, please. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 89?
I do.
What is it?
It is a section of that tree.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as it was the day you collected it on February 22nd?
Yes.
So you move to admit State's Exhibit 89. No objection. And may I publish?
Yes.
Did you guys literally cut the tree?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
Because we wanted to make sure that we had the best evidence possible, and we felt that swabs were not going to be enough.
Evidence marker 5.
Okay, mods, I tried. I don't know if you could hear me or not.
Which is State 69. and it's
We may have to
listed in
try
the
it again later.
photograph. What is that?
That's her jacket.
And State's Exhibit 70, what does that depict?
Her sports bra.
And had those items been cut prior to your arrival?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Handing you now what has been marked for identification purposes of State's Exhibit 90 and 91. I'll ask you to do the same thing, take a look at those items, and I'll ask you some questions. Can you start with 90?
Okay, you heard me. Put thumbs up in this chat. You understood what I said. We'll have to try another time.
What is State's 90?
I'll do it another time.
This is her jacket, and actually there was also her shirt, but her clothing was so tangled that I didn't even realize the shirt was in there on scene.
And when you say tangled, what do you mean by that?
Well, the AED pads, it had been cut off by law enforcement. The AED pads were tangled in the clothing, and to avoid disturbing any trace evidence, we
sorry,
didn't
y'all.
open
I tried.
it completely.
All right, and are those items in the same or substantially same condition as they were when you collected them?
Yes.
They would move to admit State's 89. No objection.
89 was approved.
I apologize, 90. And may I publish 90 before moving on?
Yes.
Oh, so those are those are expensive. Those are like $100 plus. Her clothes were not cheap for running. They never are. You don't want me in any of those. That's for dang sure.
90, there are 3 items inside State's 90, the bag that's marked State's 90. Item number 1 I have in my hand inside of State's 90 is in my right hand. What is this item?
That is the jacket.
Item 2 in my left hand inside of State's 90, what is that?
The shirt.
We have a panel thing coming up
A zipper on it?
tomorrow, I think on Discord, and I don't know how to do it, so we'll see. Anybody know the
Item number 3
skinny on that? I need you to let me know.
What is this?
A section of the sports bra.
Moving on to State's 91. Sorry, Mom. Let me get that. Yeah. Is 91 in the same or substantially same condition as it was the day you collected it?
Yes.
Statement of 2 minutes states 91, request permission to publish. No objection. And what is 91?
A section of the sports bra.
So the other section of the sports.
Correct.
That would bring us to your item number 7. Could you tell us about item 7?
So as I mentioned before, I was trying to look for additional evidence. And as I was walking the area looking for additional blood stains, I came across a dark colored stain that I suspected could be blood. So I marked it, I tested it. It ended up not testing for the presence of blood.
And that's item 73, or states here 73.
Yes.
Show you states 50. What are we looking at there?
So this is after I put out my evidence markers, and I'm just showing generally where the evidence markers are. And then this is the area of disturbed leaves.
Show the area of disturbed leaves.
Where I could actually see the ground.
So would it be in states 50 between the tree that you cut and Lake and Riley's body in that photograph?
Correct.
States exhibit 54. Let me move some. What does that depict? And wait a second, I think it'll clear on its own. There we go.
So in this photograph, I'm trying to show evidence marker number 1, which is the AirPod. And then there was also a path of disturbed leaves, not as disturbed as the area near 2, 3, and 4, that I used pin flags to kind of show the track of the disturbed leaves.
And that path of disturbed leaves, did it go from the trail to where?
It went from the trail to evidence markers 2, 3, and 4.
And that path would be how long in length?
It would have been a little less than 6411.
But would it be over 50 feet?
Yes.
When you say you saw disturbed leaves and you marked them with those orange flags, what did you physically see?
So when we were looking in the area, we were trying to look for additional evidence or just evidence in general. There, like I said, the leaf coverage was thick, but you could see almost like a slight depression in that area that led from the trail to the area of evidence markers 2, 3, and 4. And it was a little challenging to photograph because of the shadows of the trees. So I used the pin flags to show the path.
And what are we looking at here in states 53?
So this is a photograph from evidence markers 2, 3, and 4 back out, showing the viewpoint from the opposite direction, going from 2, 3, and 4 back to the trail, and then the pin flags are there.
Can you point to the pin flags so we can see them?
Yes.
Up in the middle of the photograph. And when you walked that trail and you photographed and you looked at, did you look at the disturbed leaf path?
Yes.
Did you see any blood?
No, I did not.
States 50. I already showed you that one, I'm sorry. 1 second. I want to talk to you about your marker 8. What was marker 8?
The phone.
At what time or how long approximately did it take y'all to find the phone?
We found the phone maybe about an hour before we finished. So maybe like 5 hours.
By the time you found the phone, was it daylight still or dark?
It was still dark. Oh, well, sorry. It was dark.
State's Exhibit 80, what are we looking at there?
I can't see the evidence marker.
I'm sorry, hold on. I will try to move it and see if it resumes. There we go.
So this is a photograph of evidence marker 8, and then in the background, those are the other evidence markers.
And where, I know we see evidence marker 8, but can you see the actual cell phone in this photograph?
No.
Okay. But it was there where evidence marker 8 was?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take a close-up of this?
I did.
States 81, what does that depict?
The cell phone.
Can you please point to the cell phone in States 81? Okay, in the middle of the screen?
Yes.
Did you collect the cell phone?
Yes, we did.
Did you look at the cell phone?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you observe about the cell phone?
We noticed that there was an area of ridge detail on the phone.
When you say ridge detail, what do you mean by that?
Fingerprint ridge detail.
Were you able to see that without processing the phone at all?
Yes, a little bit, but I had to use oblique lighting. So that's where you take your flashlight and you kind of side light it to be able to view the latent prints better.
States 82, what does that depict?
That's a photograph of the phone and me using the flashlight to try to highlight it.
I'm gonna wait for this thing to stop moving. Hold on a second. Maybe
It's okay, Haley, Mel, I'll fix it.
Where on the phone was this image that you saw, or this item that you saw? See, I'm not even touching it now, it's just moving.
It was at the bottom, close to the charging port area.
And do you see it depicted in States 82?
Yes.
Please point to it with your pointer. Were you able to determine, was there any reddish brown stains on the phone?
Yes.
Okay, what did you see?
It looked like there were reddish stains suspected to be blood.
Where on the phone?
Specifically the print.
States Exhibit 83, this may be really tough. I think I'm gonna have to come to you closer for it. So before I do that, did you end up taking a better photograph or more photographs of the latent print that you saw on the phone?
Yes.
States Exhibit 84, what is that?
That is a macro photo of the latent print, or in this case, it would be a patent print because we could kind of see it. So of the ridge detail.
Of the ridge detail.
Correct.
And when you say a macro photo, what do you mean by that?
So with photography, we have different lenses, and the macro lens specifically allows us to take close-up photographs of small items that are difficult to see. So it almost magnifies.
When did you take this photo?
On the scene after we collected the phone immediately.
Was it before or after the phone was processed for prints?
This photograph, I believe this one is before. Yes, this one is before Detective Saunders used powder.
Okay, and did you see Detective Saunders process the phone?
I did.
And was that done in your presence?
Yes,
And then did he lift a latent lift card from that phone?
he did.
But this was your photograph prior to that?
Correct.
Now, for States 83, I am going to have to come closer to you because I'm assuring that it's not going to show. May I approach?
Yes.
States 83, could you tell us what we're looking at? And then I'm just going to have to show counsel in the court.
This is a photograph of I was trying to show that the print was located in the area where you would swipe to unlock. And so the phone was actually still receiving notifications. And so it actually says swipe to unlock behind the print.
Where do you see the swipe to unlock on this photo? At the very bottom.
Yes.
I'm going to show defense counsel first, and then with the court's permission, may I show? And how to approach the court. Very difficult to see over my So moving to the phone and your exhibit marker 8. You can switch gloves if you need to. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 92. Do you want me to take your old ones? Yeah, okay. And I'm gonna ask that you look inside State's 92. Do you recognize what's inside State's 92?
Yes.
Addy, soldier.
This is the cell phone that was at evidence marker.
Addy,
And
soldier.
is it in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you collected it?
Yes.
State would move
Did
to
y'all
admit
hear
State's
something say Addie soldier? I'll be right back. Come for break.
So while I'm publishing the phone, can you put, using your finger where you saw the latent or patent ridge detail that we see in States 84?
It would have been right here.
And do you have an iPhone?
Yes, I do.
Right here where you put your finger, is that where you would hang up a call?
Yes.
On an iPhone?
Yes.
Just have a few more photos. 74. What is state 74?
So this is, I was trying to show how we got to the phone because the phone was not close to where her body was. So there's my evidence marker 1, marking the AirPod, and then I tried to use this tree stump as a marker to show the path of getting to the phone.
72.
So that's, we talked earlier about the suspected stain. So in this photograph, I'm just trying to show some spatial relationship between 2, 3, and 4 in that stain.
And finally, 25.
This is the area where first responders initially said her body was, and they moved her out. And I was just trying to show that even with first responders in this area, and there were several of them moving her, that area is still not nearly as disturbed as the area near evidence marker 2, 3, and 4.
Y'all heard the Addie soldier? Did I figure out? Did I figure it out?
On the scene that day, were Lake and Riley's hands?
You got to figure out how to use
Yes,
it.
they were.
And when we say bagged,
Kitty Mouse, that wasn't meant for you.
What we do is we put handbags over the hands to prevent the loss of any potential trace evidence or DNA.
And was that done in your presence by Lieutenant Saunders?
Yes.
Did you, what time did you leave that day, you said?
8:45.
At some point, were you asked to assist the same agency in photographing a suspect named Jose Ibarra?
Yes.
Can you tell the court what day and time were you asked to do that, and where were you and what did you do?
That would have been the 23rd, and it was approximately 9 p.m. when I arrived at the police department,
Which police department?
the Athens-Clarke County Police Department.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I am handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibits 93 through 115. Ask you to take a look at those photos, ask you a series of questions. Do you recognize 93 through 115?
Yes.
What are they?
They're photographs of Mr. Ibarra.
Did those photographs fairly and accurately depict him as you saw him on February 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
State would move to admit 93 through 115.
No objection.
93 through 115 are admitted.
And Mayor, request permission to publish. Mayor, approach to retrieve.
Yes.
First of all, the person that you photographed that day, do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you please point to him and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing? For the record?
He's wearing a plaid shirt.
May the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant. When you photographed him that day, about how close did you get to him?
Pretty close because I had to take close-up photographs of injuries that were on his body.
Okay, did you observe injuries on his body?
Yes.
And did you photograph those injuries?
I did.
And the time that you saw him, excuse me, that day, is he heavier or lighter than he is today as far as weight?
When I photographed him, he was heavier.
Publishing States Exhibit 93, tell us what that depicts.
It's an overall photograph.
States 94, and it might be really hard to see, but maybe not. What does that depict?
An overall photograph of his hands.
And did you observe or photograph any injuries to his hands?
I did.
In general, just show us where they were, and then I'll try to get the close-up photos. Okay, so you're on the left hand for the record?
Yes.
Okay, and you pointed to the wrist area?
Yes.
Left pinky finger?
Yes.
Okay.
And I believe I photographed this one as well.
Right middle finger?
Yes.
So, States 95. Could be hard to see. Can you see?
Yes.
Okay, show us that injury. Show a few more, please. States 100.
That's the wrist, left wrist.
States 98.
Left pinky.
Whose scale is that?
Mine.
That's 96. States 96.
Oh yeah, that would have been the, I think the left middle finger from the previous photo.
States 101.
So now we're on the right hand.
102.
There's a small, well, looks like a scratch.
Okay, in the middle of States 102.
Yeah, on the middle finger.
States 103.
Photographing the other side of the hand.
104.
Overall of the inner forearms, or yeah, forearms.
105.
A scratch on the forearm.
Can you show that to the court? Is that where your sticker is?
Yeah.
Your scale?
Yes.
Okay.
I try to put the scale close to the injury.
And is that his right side or his left side?
I believe that's the left side.
What I need
Yes, because it would be here.
That's the left side?
Yes.
States 106.
That's an overall of his upper body.
States 107.
An overall of the back, and there's something here.
Okay, when you say something, where are you pointing?
In the middle.
And did you observe an injury there?
Yes.
And did you photograph that?
Yes.
States 108. Is that where your scale is? Is the injury that you observed?
Yes.
In the photograph? I might need to hand these back to you if you can't tell what they are. So you let me know, okay?
Okay.
States 114.
That's the left side of the neck.
And what did you observe to the left side of his neck?
A scratch.
All right. And is that, you just point to it for the record, above the necklace, but below the ear?
Yes.
States 115.
That's the same injury with a scale.
And what side of your scale is that injury for the record? In the middle of the photograph to the right side of the scale?
Yes.
States 112.
That would be the right side of the front neck.
What did you observe there? Okay,
Looked like it was a scratch.
Okay, in the middle of the photo. States 113.
Same scratch with the scale.
These are the ones I think I'm gonna have to come and hand back to you. May I
Okay.
approach the witness? I'm not sure you'll be able to tell based on what I put them up, or the way that I put them up. It's probably easier to see. What part of the body is that?
This looks like it's the back. 109 looks like it's a close-up of the back.
Okay.
The mark that was on the back. And then 110 would be the right elbow area. And then 111 is a close-up of that.
May I approach to retrieve?
Yes. I'll tell you what, going forward, both prosecution and defense can move around further if you want. I know you're trying, that's gonna be a hard habit to break.
It will, but I will do my best, Your Honor. You may
I was
have.
just trying to.
Thank you. Yes, I understand. I will do my best. You may have to remind me, because I used to get yelled at if I did that. So then just briefly, States 110. Can you show us the scratch on that?
Yes.
And then 111. Is that the same area with the scale?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor, with counselor? Pass the witness.
Respect.
Afternoon.
When you arrived on the crime scene, the body had already been moved?
Correct.
And were you informed about how the body was moved?
Yes.
So you were aware that some policemen grabbed the ankles and some grabbed her arms to move her?
Correct.
You photographed a metal washer on the trail. Did that turn out to have any evidentiary significance in the case?
I don't believe it did.
Okay. When it's hard for us to tell from the pictures, but when you photographed the rocks on scene, were they lying on top of the leaves or partially buried by the leaves?
They were lying on top of the leaves. Like when I went to collect them, it wasn't like they left a depression. Like it wasn't like they had been sitting there for a while.
So they had, they were on top of leaves and they were not in the dirt, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you didn't see any other rocks in the area, but to be fair, you weren't out there with a rake looking for other rocks.
I did move. So it's common for us when we have outdoor scenes in the woods, we do move the leaves to search for additional evidence, especially because it was windy and I knew that the leaves could have shifted. We did kind of like rake up, not using a rake, but literally on my hands and knees, crawling through the area, trying to find additional items.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You're good.
Okay. How wide of an area were you crawling through?
I searched the immediate area, and then there were also other agents that went further beyond the body, like into the woods in multiple directions.
Okay. And I'm not trying to pick you, but when you say immediate area, can you give us an estimate of?
So that would be the immediate area where my evidence markers are. That is what I consider my immediate area of the crime scene. And then I will assign other agents to go beyond that area.
Okay. Let's see. So you said that the markers 2, 3, and 4 were about 13 feet away from where the body was found. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that the markers 4, 3, and 4 were about 64 feet from the path. Is that correct?
Yes, 6411 from evidence marker 1.
Okay.
Yes.
And for those of us that are not great with distances, is that like the length of this courtroom or a little bit more?
I'm not great with distances in that aspect either, so that's why I take my measurements.
Right. Okay. So in States 45, we saw a picture close up of Laken Riley's hand and her fingernails. Eventually, her fingernails were clipped. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you do the clipping yourself?
I did not. That's done at the autopsy.
Okay. So these photos would have been before her fingernails were clipped.
Correct.
Okay. You also briefly in your report mentioned that there was an irregular shaped blood stain on her left ankle. Do you remember noting that in your report?
Probably.
Okay. Did you see a corresponding wound on her left ankle?
No, but given the fact that she was moved by law enforcement, or things could have occurred during the incident.
Sure. So I guess what I'm asking is, did it look like the blood on her ankle was formed from contact with a bloody object rather than from a wound on her ankle?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about the latent print that you talked about with Ms. Ross. So you described that it was on the very bottom.
All right,
of
let's
the
just
screen,
admit it. That didn't happen.
and right where it would have said swipe up to unlock. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you own an iPhone.
Correct.
I own an iPhone. And you would agree with me that some iPhones have different screen sizes.
Yes.
But you would also agree with me that the marker to hang up a phone call is not at the very bottom of a screen.
It depends on your phone, but it doesn't vary that much. I mean, I have an iPhone 13 mini, and which is probably the smallest iPhone you could have. And the screen size is not significantly different.
Sure. So just for demonstrative purposes, I'm going to show you my phone. It is also an iPhone. Let's see if I can get it angled the right way. Would you agree with me that would you agree with me that that's a fairly accurate screenshot of where the call would be displayed on an iPhone?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that there's about an inch between the red hang up sign and the bottom of the screen?
Yes, but your iPhone has the button.
It does have the button, but from the bottom of the screen to the red button is about an inch.
I'd have to measure it.
It's not touching the bottom of the screen, right?
No.
You were present during the autopsy of Ms. Riley,
Correct.
and you spoke with the medical examiner regarding the state of the crime scene as she was doing the autopsy.
I did.
Did you discuss her conclusions with her at that time?
No.
You noted in your report that you searched Ms. Riley's shoes for a house key.
Yes, so at some point while we were working the crime scene, we were looking for her phone and potentially a house key. So some runners run with the house key in their shoe. They take the single key and they put it in their shoe.
And you didn't find the house key in her shoe.
I did not.
Did you ever find the house key in any of her clothing articles?
I did not.
I want to talk briefly about your photos of Mr. Ibarra. You took photos of his arms, his hands, his back, and his neck. Are those the areas that you photographed?
And his legs.
And his legs.
Yes.
We didn't go through any photos of his legs. Were there any injuries that you saw on his legs?
I did not observe any.
Now, when you took photos of Mr. Ibarra, you were also collecting evidence for a DNA test. Is that correct?
Yes.
And to do that, you collected some buccal swabs.
Sergeant Saunders collected those.
In your presence?
Correct.
Okay. And buccal swabs would be on the insides of the cheeks, correct?
Yeah, it's actually buccal swabs.
Thank you. And then you also tried to collect DNA from the fingernails, or at least collect his fingernails for DNA analysis. Is that true?
Correct. Yeah, he had really short fingernails, so there was no way that I was going to be able to clip them.
So they were too short to even clip a little bit off of.
Yes, it would have been extremely painful.
Okay. And so instead, you guys resorted to a backup plan, which is where you swabbed the kind of underneath his fingernails.
Yes.
And you did that. And were those sent to the lab for testing as well?
That I do not know.
Okay. The injuries that you, well, I guess who had custody of those swabs under his fingernails? Would that be Officer Saunders?
Yes.
Okay. The injuries that you observed on his back and his neck and his arms, some of those injuries were lighter and some were darker. Is that true?
Correct.
All right. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Let's measure out 64 feet and 11 inches. All right? So, stand. Yep. And just step before those podium. Hold the end. Actually, I should hold the end. You should tell me when we get there. Okay. All right? Go over where you need to go to make it work. All right, so this is 25 feet.
do the math. How much more of this than you have there?
I gotta take puppy out. Be back.
At least by this distance, right? Because this is only 25 feet. And then by 14 feet in addition to that. Thank you. The iPhone, you had mentioned when Ms. Beck showed you her phone, that hers has that button that Apple doesn't use anymore at the bottom of the screen, right?
Correct.
Did Lake and Riley's phone have that button?
No, it did not have the home button.
What's the significance of the home button? And why did you point that out to Ms. Beck?
Because the home button takes up space and the whole reason the newer phones have a bigger screen and the home button doesn't take up as much space, which provides a bigger screen. So that would change.
Would it change where you would hang up a call?
Yes.
So Lake and Riley's phone did not have a home button like the one on Ms. Beck's phone, correct?
Correct.
So would it look more like, I'll just show you my iPhone. Would it look more like my iPhone?
Yes.
No home button?
Correct.
Hold on just a second. Miss Jackson's about to call me. Okay, so do you see where my phone is?
Yes.
Would the hang up button be where the answer button is as well? Oh, I'm sorry. Do you see my green?
Yes.
Okay.
The slide to answer. Yes.
All right, slide to answer. And that is how close to the bottom of the phone?
Closer than if you have a home button.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Any Red Cross and stuff?
No further questions.
Should be excused.
Yes.
Any objection, Ms. Beck?
No.
You're excused. Special Agent Stewart.
Thank you.
And call your next witness.
The state calls Zachary Davis.
Zachary Davis.
Good, Andrea. Oh, come on. We all know who John Armstrong is. Come on now. Make it hard. My Discord went away.
Raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you
Oh,
swear
another copperoo.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra?
I do.
Thank you. Please take a seat. Spell your first and last name for Madam Court Reporter.
I am Zachary Davis, Zachary, last name Davis.
Where do you work?
I'm a police officer with the Athens Clarke County Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Athens Clarke County Police Department?
I have been employed with Athens Clarke County since March 7th of 2022.
What are your duties with Athens Clarke County Police Department?
I am a patrol officer. I'm assigned to the West Side Division, work night shift between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m.
As patrol officer, what do you do?
Typically it's responding to calls for service. When you call 911 and you want someone to come out, that's your patrol officers that show up. When we're not responding to calls for service, we're expected to be patrolling our areas, meeting the needs of the community.
When you patrol, do you wear a uniform such as you are wearing today?
Yes.
And you drive a patrol car?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you working for the Athens Clarke County Police Department in on February 22nd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
What shift did you work that day?
6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
When you came in at 6 p.m., were you given any information about an incident that may have occurred?
Yes.
What information did you get?
At the time, it was very little information,
but I was made aware that a female had been murdered in the IM fields, the intramural fields located on UGA's property, just across the millage from my zone.
And when you say just across from my zone, what do you mean by that?
So we divide the county along millage. Everything on the east side of millage, like the downtown area, is east side. I work the west side, so everything on the west side, closer to Oconee County and the mall, that's typically assigned to our side of town.
So millage is basically smack in between the east side and the west side.
Yes,
Are you familiar with the IM fields in that area of the University of Georgia?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that area?
Prior to being a police officer with Athens Clarke County, I was employed by the University of Georgia Police Department and served on their patrol division for 5 years and some change.
So when you came to work that evening and were given this information, what, if anything, did you do?
My shift, we assigned more units down towards that millage area, just hoping to assist in any way that we could. I immediately started talking to some of the locals, asking if anybody had heard of anything. Nobody really knew anything and could point me in any sort of direction to start working. At that point, the only real information we've been provided was a photo, a very grainy photo that I was told was taken from Building S on the University of Georgia's, when I worked there, it was called Family Housing. I'm not sure what it's called now. It's down there off of Rogers Road and East Campus Road. I was told that photo was of someone suspicious in the area that morning. I knew the proximity of Building S to the IM fields and the location that I worked for the county down in South Millage. And I began checking in those areas for anything to go off of.
So tell us the proximities that you knew of then. The Building S that you're familiar with, how far away was that from Millage?
From Millage, if it's just a straight line, it's maybe 100, 150 yards, I guess.
And you were made aware of where the woman had been killed. How far away was that from Building S?
Maybe another 100 yards. I still don't know the exact location, but I knew it was within that proximity of walking distance.
And I'm going to approach and show you a few things all at once so that I don't have to keep coming up to you. The first thing I'm going to show you is states 144. Do you recognize 144?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the grainy photo that was taken from Building S that I was provided.
And I would move to admit states 44. 144, I apologize.
Any objection to 144? No. 144 is admitted.
States 140, we're eventually going to get to that, but since I'm up here, I got to go ahead and do it. You recognize states 140?
I do.
What is states 140?
That is a photo I took of a jacket that was located inside of a trash can on the property of either 291 or 295 South Millage Avenue, what used to be Raintree Apartments.
Is it also called Celiac at Azul at one point?
Yes.
And Argo Apartments?
Yes.
Yeah, about how many times has that apartment changed?
Since I've been living in Athens, 4 times. I believe now it is currently the Grove at 5 Points.
So no matter what the name is of that apartment complex, what are the addresses associated?
I believe it's 291 and 295 or 285. I'd have to check my CAD system mapping.
Okay, of Millage Avenue.
Yes.
Are both of those addresses, 285, 291 Millage Avenue, are they both located in Athens, Clarke County, Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
This photograph that you took, which is states 140, does it fairly and accurately depict what you saw in the dumpster on the 22nd day of February 2024?
It does.
So you move to admit states 140.
No, no objection. 140 is admitted.
And states 141 while I'm up here, what is that?
This is a flash drive that I have signed, and when I signed it, it contained my body cam footage involving collection of that jacket.
And is it a fair and accurate recording of your body cam footage?
It is.
State would move to admit 141.
Any objection to 141? No, sir. 141 is admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes.
So starting first with 144, is that the image that you were talking about that you had received?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you got to work about 6 p.m. that day?
Yes, that's when my shift starts.
Okay. And you had that image, you said you started asking people, millaging around. What else did you do in relation to trying to assist the officers with the crime that had just occurred?
So given the university's location to Millage, I recalled an incident from 6 years ago where I pursued a subject from Building S, behind Building S, to, at the time, what was Argo Apartments at that 291, 295 address. And there's a perfect cut through that walks through those two. So I figured the ease of access for someone to easily cut over to millage, I began checking dumpsters just because people tend to try and get rid of property in dumpsters that they don't want to be in possession of. I checked several dumpsters. We'd also been called to, people were starting to call in about everything at this point, not really knowing what's going on, trying to be helpful. During that time, I found myself at the Rain Tree Apartments, whatever it was called. Started going through those dumpsters. There's one immediately behind the Italian restaurant that's there, that's still on the Rain Tree property. Looked in there, didn't see anything that really appeared to be evident that it was, pertinent to what was going on. I then made my way around. I noticed that the trash had been picked up recently. It's a rather large complex, and
Sorry, we had the lights off before you got
no,
there.
you're fine. And then, so the trash had been picked up either earlier that day or relatively recently, just due to the lack of trash that was in there. I made my way further into the complex, and I noticed there were 3 dumpsters, 2 of which were trash receptacles and one that was clearly marked for recycling. I checked the 2 trash ones. They have the sliding doors on the side. Looked in there, didn't notice anything. Again, nothing that really stuck out to me as pertinent. Finally went to the one that was strictly labeled for recycling. The sides of it were welded shut, but the top was open, so I climbed up onto it and looked down into it, and that's why I noticed the blue jacket.
And what, if anything, did you notice about the blue jacket? And is it the blue jacket that is depicted here in States 140?
It is.
All right, there's a pointer right next to you. Can you point out the jacket? Oh, it should be, oh, nope, there's your pointer.
Perfect. So that is the jacket. The photo of the suspicious individual, they were wearing a darker colored jacket, appeared to have some shinier zippers or buttons on the front. Again, super grainy, but something to go on. The zipper, as well as it appeared as though there were leaves, and upon further examination, there was a little bit more.
Could you see anything else on the jacket at some point?
Not from this height. At this point, we didn't want to just be chasing down clothes in dumpsters, but given this proximity to the scene, as well as the photo that was taken, I immediately notified my supervisor so that he could contact the University of Georgia Police Department, since they were working the case. Detectives from UGA came out to look at it. They decided they would like to collect the evidence. I volunteered to climb into a dumpster, and upon picking up the jacket, I noticed that there were leaves on it. There were tears on the front as well, and what appeared to be some darker red or brown stains on the sleeves near the wrist.
Okay, and did you notice anything else on the jacket?
There was, I believe in my video, I stated it's a button. The front has 2 pockets up here that fold down, and on the bottom has 2 pockets that fold out, that the buttons are used to close those pockets. Wrapped around one of the pocket buttons appeared to be dark hair.
So you jumped into the dumpster.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you or publish for you. Your Honor, can we toggle back over? States 1.
I will later. No, I can know.
Do you see the screen in front of you? Do you see that address, 2091 South Milledge Avenue?
Yes.
There you go.
And that is located in Athens, Clark County, Georgia.
It is.
Is that where you found this jacket?
Look like I got antlers.
Who's that we see in your body
That
cam
is
video?
Detective Norris from the University of Georgia Police Department. He's the one currently standing on the side of the dumpster. The gentleman on the right is, I'm not sure of his rank at this time, but it is, when I was there, Lieutenant Graham.
Okay. So are those ACC PD officers or UGA PD
University
officers?
of Georgia Police Department.
Thank you.
The first 30 seconds is silent on all of our videos. It gives a chance to buffer and go backwards from time of activation.
Okay. So we'll hear volume in a second.
Yes,
All right.
about 10 seconds.
What? I don't know where that happened. Y'all help me cut. We were about 2 hours and I'm gonna have to help me now. I don't know what
And
happened.
do you see the cup in states
Can
120?
you let me know if we need to go back or forward?
No, not in this image. Yes,
Is
I
it-
do. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It's
is it hard
kinda
to see
grainy.
because of the glare?
Yeah.
All right, so you pointed out in the right side of the photograph. In this photograph, where is the university housing that you mentioned?
University housing is right here on the hill behind the trees.
Thank you. So, did you collect this cup?
Yes.
And when you went to collect the cup, did it have anything in it or was it empty?
It had a liquid inside of the cup.
And did you smell the liquid?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you smell?
It smelled like alcohol.
You have gloves?
Yes.
Adair, you're too easy.
What's been marked for identification purposes is States Exhibit 148. And as you look inside of that, and I'll ask you questions.
Yeah.
Do you recognize States 148?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the cup that I collected. That was featured in that photograph.
And did the cup that you collect also have a straw?
Yes.
And is this cup in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you collected it?
Yes.
And do you see the straw and the top to the cup as well?
Yes.
Statement moved to admit States 148, request permission to publish.
148 submitted, you may.
Mr. Neal was a boyfriend of mine and his arm was very strong. That's who
I
he is.
poured it in a separate container and sealed that separate from the cup.
States Exhibit, I'm going to approach you with what is marked States Exhibit 154. Do you recognize States 154?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a map of the intramural field where the cup was and also where the crime scene was.
And with using States 154, aid you testimony before the court today to show him the relationship between the cup and the crime scene.
Yes.
And is this an accurate overhead image of the crime scene from that day? I mean, as it was depicted that day.
Yes.
Statement moved to admit 154, request permission to publish.
Have a job to be, but then for demonstrative purpose.
Lieutenant, if you could use your pointer again and show us here what we're looking at, can the court and counsel see?
Okay. This is the location of where that cup was, right here next to the rock. And this road is the main road that I took to the crime scene, which then loops around and comes back through here. And this is where the scene itself was.
Dude, I'm a photographer and you just took 50 shots of that one guy.
Yes. And then also, did you respond to a call
That's it.
later that
1 through
evening
10.
to an apartment complex named Argo, sometimes called Raintree, but it's
A little overkill, don't you think? God only got so much memory.
I did, yes.
And do you see that also in States Exhibit 154?
Yes, right. Right here.
At the bottom?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, you can have a seat. In addition to collecting that cup, did you assist Special Agent Stewart in processing the scene?
Yes.
Tell us how you assisted her.
I assisted her by collecting the actual items that were on the scene, by helping her physically put them in the bags, the collection bags. Also, when I collected the cup, and when we found the victim's cell phone, I collected, or Agent Stewart collected that, and then I processed it.
Also, the items that were collected by yourself and Special Agent Stewart that day, were they sealed by you?
Yes.
And were they dropped off at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab for processing sealed?
Yes.
Did you collect the Garmin watch off of Lake and Riley's body?
I did.
And did you also bag her hands on the scene?
I did.
How did you bag her hands on scene?
Using CSS Stewart provided me with the handbags that she had, and I placed it on the victim's hands.
I'm going to hand you two items. The first one is State's Exhibit 146.
No, Andrell. Neil was a boyfriend who had very strong arms.
And the next one is State's Exhibit 153. I'm going to ask you about 146 first. Do you recognize 146?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the bag that I placed the victim's watch in after I removed it from her wrist.
And if you open up the inside, you see inside the bag?
Yes.
And what's inside the bag?
The Garmin Forerunner watch.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you collected it?
Yes.
And when you arrived on scene, was the watch still running?
Yes.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 146.
No. 146 submitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
And there's 153. I'm going to ask you about 153. But before I do that, tell us about when the phone was found. How did you physically process the phone?
Using a sterile brush and sterile black powder that Agent Stewart had in her crime scene vehicle.
Okay, and did y'all do that together as well?
She photographed the item prior to me processing it. After she was done photographing it, I physically processed the phone itself.
And were you able to lift a latent lift off of that phone?
Yes.
If you could look at States 153, what is that?
This is the latent lift from that phone.
The state.
So he got a thumbprint. I had to leave the room for a second.
153.
So he was able to lift a print.
I want to ask you, did you note on the lift card where on the phone you found that
From the
impression?
phone.
Or developed that impression? Or saw that impression?
Yes, there's a drawing on the front of the print.
We have
card
missed
itself
Zach
where that
today.
print came from.
All right, is
We
that the
didn't get
mark
Zach
that you have
today.
there? Is that an X?
Yes.
And I'll publish that to the court. So it's this drawing here where it says sketch and an X.
Correct.
That's where you saw the impression.
Correct.
And this latent lift card and Special Agent Stewart's photographs of the latent lift that you all saw on Lake and Riley's phone on the 22nd day of February 2024. What did you do with those items? What happened to the photographs and the latent lift card itself?
Those were provided to Tim Stewart with Athens Clarke County Police Department.
And what was the purpose of providing those items to him?
He is the local APHIS fingerprint examiner, so those were provided for him for comparison purposes and to run on APHIS.
I want to direct your attention to later on that evening. About what time did you leave the crime scene?
We left, the crime scene work was actually complete around 8:45. We left closer to 9 o'clock.
When you left, where did you go?
We were headed back to the station. On the way there, I received notification that Officer Davis with the Athens Clarke County Police Department had found some items, a jacket that may have been related to our crime scene.
So did you respond to that location?
Yes.
When you were there, what, if anything, did you collect or see?
While we were on the scene, I collected, I handed an evidence bag to Officer Davis with Athens Clarke County Police Department. He put a blue jacket
you, love.
inside of that
We welcome you
bag.
back.
And we also collected a set of gloves that were found in a bush nearby where the dumpster was.
I am going to hand you what has been marked for notification purposes of States Exhibits 121 and 130 through 130, not and, but through 121 through 130. As you look at those photographs.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
What are they?
These are pictures of what I took that evening of the dumpster that the jacket was found in, the jacket itself that was in the dumpster, and then the gloves that were found in the bush, the relation of the bush to where the dumpster is.
Hello, TK.
Pick those items as you saw them on that evening.
Yes.
Same motion at 121 through 130.
No objection.
121 through 130.
Request permission to publish.
No.
What are we looking at there?
Oh, I got a scratch on my glasses.
The dumpster,
Brand new,
that the
$1,000.
jacket was found in is right here.
Okay, can we dim the lights again? Because now the glare is back. Thank you.
This dumpster right here is where the jacket was found in.
And that's the one closest to the patrol car?
Correct.
And whose patrol car is that? I mean, as far as what agency?
Athens Clarke County Police Department.
Thank you. 122, what are we looking at there?
It's another image of the dumpster just from another angle.
123.
A closer up image of the dumpster itself.
124.
This is an overhead view inside the dumpster. You can see the edge of the dumpster where I held the camera up and photographed the jacket that was found inside.
125.
And it's a closer up image of the jacket itself, just with a little bit better lighting.
All right, and do you see a button on that jacket?
Yes.
Can you point that out? And on your photograph, do you see anything around the button?
Yes, there was hair around this button.
126.
The jacket itself again.
And so you said there were some bushes.
Correct.
And you went and looked there and recovered some gloves. What brought you to do that? How did you go to look in some bushes?
As we were searching the area around where the jacket was found, we had noticed that there was a security camera in one of the apartments nearby. We spoke with a resident of that apartment, and he allowed us to view his camera footage from that security camera that was pointed at the dumpster. After watching that security footage, we noticed that somebody had put an item in that dumpster. And then after they put the item in the dumpster, they walked toward the bush and appeared to put something in the bush as well. So we checked that specific area of the bush where you could see somebody put something in there.
And what, if anything, did you see in the bush when you checked it?
Some gloves that were wrapped up together.
What kind of gloves?
They were black, black gloves.
Cloth or not cloth?
No, not cloth.
States 130, what does that depict?
That is a picture of the bush in relation to where the dumpster itself was.
Can you tell us which bush you went into? Because I see 2 in states 130.
Yes, I believe it was this one, but one of the other pictures should show it from a different angle as well.
Okay. States 127.
Yeah, it was this bush right here.
And when you say this one, is that the one in the middle? Or
Correct. The one in the middle. It was found right here in these branches.
States 129.
That's how the gloves were situated. We hadn't touched them or anything at this point. This is how they were found in the bush.
And 128.
That's a little bit closer up or further off image of where the gloves were found in the bush.
And how many gloves were there?
I did not unravel the gloves on scene.
Okay, so what did you do with them?
They were turned into the GBI crime lab afterwards.
Did you package them before you did that?
Yes.
How did you package them?
I packaged them in a paper bag.
And same question with the jacket. When the jacket was collected, did you package it?
Yes.
And did you seal it?
Yes,
Did you seal the gloves also?
I did.
And were those items delivered to the crime lab sealed?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibits 147 and 149. And I'll leave them both up here if you're going to ask them to look at 147.
Yes.
What is 147?
This is the jacket that was recovered from the dumpster.
And it has gone to the crime lab, correct?
Correct.
For testing.
Yes.
The state will move to admit state 149. 147.
Any objection?
No objection.
147 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
And is there a hood on this jacket that I'm holding?
Yes.
One 49.
Everybody, I want you to congratulate Mr. Dr. Bullbutter. She is now an admin in Discord. If you have any issues with Discord, she's the one to go to. Welcome, Paulette Kelly.
First of all, do you recognize the outer
Some of them
packaging,
don't.
which is in marked 149?
Yes.
And inside 149 is what? Just describe what it is.
Yep. 3 individual envelopes.
Also in Discord, welcome Haley Mouse as a new mod. Woo! We love
And
having
you see a
y'all.
crime lab
Thank
number
you.
associated with those?
Yes.
And could you just read that out for the record?
It's 2024-1005-107.
And those 3 items, go ahead and look inside. And do you recognize those 3 items inside the envelopes?
Those are 3 black gloves.
And the state would move to admit states 149.
No objection.
149 is admitted.
And may I publish on a, just gonna publish one of these out of 149. In front of you also is 145. So I'm gonna ask you, after the collection of the gloves and the jacket, did you have the opportunity to also assist Special Agent Stewart in processing?
And it was great
of
having you today. I'm sorry, I've been a little distracted trying to take care of some little
Yes.
fires in the background. There are
This
both
occurred
days.
on the 23rd.
Of what month?
There
The
are
23rd
those
of
days.
February.
2024.
Yes.
And where did that occur?
At the Athens Clark County East Precinct.
And were you the person that actually physically swabbed the defendant to get a sample of his DNA?
Yes.
And was that done after obtaining first search warrant?
Yes.
The sample of his DNA, tell the court how exactly you went about collecting it.
I collected buccal swabs using 2 sterile cotton swabs on the inside of his cheek.
Okay, and then did you label them?
Yes.
Did you seal them?
Yes.
And were they delivered to the crime lab sealed?
Yes.
The person that you swabbed that day on the 23rd day of February, do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please point to him and describe an article of clothing he's wearing?
He's wearing a blue and white checkered shirt.
May the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant. States, can you give me the evidence number again? Is that 145?
145.
Okay. Are those the swabs that you collected?
Yes.
And
Welcome back, my dear.
Admit States 145.
145 submitted.
Moving on to other matters that you did in this case, I want to hand you what has been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibits 131 through 139. If you could look at those for me. Recognize those?
Yes.
What are they?
These are pictures that I took of a bag that was seized by ACCPD from Diego Ibarra.
What day did you obtain that bag from ACCPD?
The bag was obtained from ACCPD on the 26th of February, 2024.
When you obtained from ACCPD a bag that belonged to Diego Ibarra, did you search the bag?
Yes.
Okay. And did you look at the items inside the bag?
Yes.
And did you
You
photograph
can get
the
it.
items
Did you
inside?
get it loose or in a tea bag?
And do States Exhibits 131 through 139 depict the photographs that you took?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the items of Diego's bag and the items inside the bag as you saw them on February 26th of 2024?
Yes.
State would move to admit 131 through 139.
So from now on, you'll
And they
get
have
10% off your order as long as you use the code
And
AdaKay.
in looking through the items that belonged to Diego Ibarra, did you see any items that had any blood on it?
No.
States 131, what's
That's
that?
fresh. No
That's a
preservative.
picture of the bag.
States 134, what are those?
Those are 2 gloves that were found inside of the bag.
States
I will actually
135.
use it in my strength twice.
The other side of those gloves that were found in the bag.
Now, are those cloth gloves or plastic?
Sometimes
Those
strong,
are cloth
sometimes
gloves.
not so
One of them It's kind of a mix of leather type material and cloth.
And were there any blood on these items?
No.
Or was there any blood on those items?
No.
137,
That's a picture of the inside of the bag itself.
138,
That is the shoes that were inside the bag. I took those out and photographed them.
and these are just other items. Let's see, 136,
Those were found inside the bag as well.
139,
Those also found inside the bag.
133.
That was
When you
inside the
use a
bag.
lot of tea to get flavor,
And
that ain't a good tea leaf. Doesn't take much, y'all. She and I
Did you collect,
collaborating on a Christmas
yeah,
one
did
for
you
next
collect
year.
from the Athens Clark County Police Department a black Adidas style hat?
Yes.
Tell us under what circumstances you collected that and when.
That was
John,
collected
his
at the
Cameron
same time
on a
that
vacay.
I
He gave
collected
us
the
some
bag
tips.
from the Athens Clark County Police Department. There was a search warrant that Sergeant Rabu had obtained for those items that had been taken off Diego Ibarra when he was taken into custody by ACCPD.
The black Adidas style hat, did you look at it?
When I collected it, I did not. It was already sealed in a bag from the Athens Clark County Police Department.
And that sealed bag, did you take that sealed bag to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
I did.
And I'm handing you a spin mark for identification purposes as States Exhibit 151. Do you recognize your handwriting on States 151?
Yes.
What is States 151?
This is the evidence bag that I placed the Athens Clark County evidence bag inside of.
Okay, and what was inside the Athens Clark County bag?
A black Adidas hat.
And was that all delivered to the crime lab sealed?
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit States 151 and link it up with another one. Mr. Ron.
No objection.
It's admitted.
And States 151, do you also see that same crime lab number on States 151?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Did you also obtain
And congratulations to
a cell phone, a blue Motorola cell phone,
for the membership
seized from Diego Ibarra from
that were
ACC?
donated.
I did at the same time that I picked up the bag and the hat.
So much.
Handy was been marked for identification purposes of States Exhibit 152.
And toys.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
What is it?
That is.
Beautiful.
This is the cell phone that was seized or that was collected from ACCPD. I then placed it inside of one of our evidence bags.
I think it
Was that the cell phone seized from Diego Ibarra on February 23rd of 2020?
Oh, thank you so much.
Yes.
Bless me.
Say we move to admit States 152.
No objection.
152 is admitted.
Thank you so much, hon. You blessed me greatly.
Of all the items, just globally, so I want to make sure that this was clear for the record. Of all the items that you collected from the scene of Laken Riley's murder, so that would be Daniela Stewart's numbers 1 through 8. You know what I'm talking about? Her evidence markers?
Yes.
Yes. All of those items that you collected, did you seal those items yourself?
Yes.
And did you deliver those to the crime lab sealed?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Is it Lieutenant Saunders?
Yes.
Lieutenant, you were called to the scene on February 22nd, you said around 2:00 p.m.?
No.
You can look at your report if you.
We arrived around 12:57.
12:57. Okay. And you had initially started to process, or you were moving toward the scene to process it yourself.
I was right. Before I was notified that the GBI was on the way, I took some photographs of the overall scene.
Sure. And then when you were told GBI was sending somebody, you kind of held off until they arrived.
Correct.
And is it fair to say
Yes.
or okay. Was there any investigative act that you took the lead on, or were you just letting her and following along behind her?
What butter are you
The
leaving?
only thing that I didn't, or that I collected without being in the presence of Agent Stewart, was the styrofoam cup and the jacket and the gloves later on.
Okay. Let's talk about the latent fingerprint discovered on the phone. That was later at night, around 9 o'clock. You can refer to your report.
It was later at night. It was a little bit before 9 o'clock.
And before you processed it for fingerprints, you noticed that it was the fingerprint appeared to be made with some sort of reddish substance.
There appeared to be some sort of reddish substance in the fingerprint.
Did you believe it was blood?
I wasn't sure what it was.
Okay. Was it a liquid red substance?
It appeared to be made from a liquid, yes.
So we have heard you use the term processed. What do you mean by processed?
When I say process, it can mean different things, but in this particular case, I mean using fingerprint powder and a fingerprint brush to make the print itself stand out.
And what is that fingerprint powder made of?
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. When you use fingerprint powder on a substance, is that substance then able to be chemically examined, or does the fingerprint powder kind of ruin whatever chemical substance was there before?
So I know the fingerprint powder and the brush we use is DNA free. As far as chemical processing afterwards, I can't say whether or not that would prevent anything like that from being done.
Was the surface of the phone ever tested for DNA?
The surface of the phone was swabbed.
And were those swabs sent off for DNA testing?
They were given to the GBI crime lab.
And was that done after the latent print was processed?
Yes.
I had a question. I noticed that both you and Ms. Ross are putting on gloves to handle the evidence today. Can you explain why that is?
Sorry.
We change our gloves between handling different items of evidence to avoid any sort of cross-contamination with the DNA.
Because DNA can be transferred by as simple as a touch. Is that right?
I can't say how much of a touch it takes to transfer DNA.
But your testimony a moment ago was that you put on gloves to avoid transferring that DNA.
Correct.
When we looked at States 147, the blue jacket, part of the jacket was actually kind of missing. You could see the white lining inside the jacket.
Correct.
That was a cutting that wasn't there when you photographed the jacket in the dumpster. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay, so that was done later at the crime lab.
Correct.
And so I just wanted to clarify that's not the tear you guys are talking about when you see the dumpster in the video.
The large cutting is not the tear that we saw in the dumpster.
Okay. So one thing that it was hard for us to see in here was the condition of the gloves. Now, you were present when defense counsel looked at the gloves a couple weeks ago or last week.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And we actually kind of like spread them out on the table. And the gloves, they're not latex gloves, right?
I'm not sure what material they are.
What I mean by that is they're not the stretchery, rubbery consistence of the gloves that you and Miss Ross are
They're
wearing.
not. No, they're not like stretchy material.
They're more like, I don't know, papery, thin material.
They are thinner gloves.
Would it be consistent to say they look like food service gloves?
I've never worked in the food service industry, so I can't.
When you pull them out of the bag now, they've been kind of cut along the entire seam so that they're almost like a butterfly effect spread out.
Correct.
But in your report, you document, or you and a detective or Miss Stewart document, there are some tears in the gloves. How were those documented before they were cut up for processing?
So when I collected the gloves, they were still bundled up in a ball. I did not undo the ball to photograph the condition. From what I understand from when they were photographed at the crime lab, a tear was seen in the gloves.
So when you picked up the gloves, they were tangled up in one bundle, as you said.
They were all together in a ball.
And when you got them back, they had already been kind of cut out and kind of expanded for the processing.
They had been processed at the crime lab.
Okay. So you didn't ever have a chance to document kind of the condition of the gloves?
I did not.
But you are aware that there were 3 of them that came back?
I did not know how many gloves were in the bundle when I collected it.
But you are aware that 3 of them came back?
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk to you about DNA collection. The same day that you collected DNA from multiple individuals, is that right?
The only swabs that I did was on Jose.
So you didn't collect the swabs for the other individuals being tested?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of who collected those swabs?
I know I didn't collect them.
When you went to collect Mr. Ibarra's DNA, you first tried buccal swabs?
Yes.
Okay. I learned today that they're pronounced buccal, not buccal. But those are the inside of the cheek?
Correct.
Okay. And then you also did swabs around the fingernail area?
Correct.
And Ms. Stewart said that was because the fingernails were too short to be cut. Is that right?
They were too short to be cut.
Okay. And did you send those swabbings off to the lab as well?
Those, I would have to see my evidence sheet to see if they were sent off.
So you're not sure if they were sent off?
They were not tested.
Okay. That was going to be my next question. So you never got them back from the lab with a result on them?
I know they were not tested.
But you just don't know if you sent them off to be tested?
I couldn't tell you without looking at the evidence sheet.
I want to talk briefly about what you found in Diego's gray bag. You showed us a picture of cloth gloves that were in the bag.
Correct.
And it's a little hard to tell, but you would agree with me that those are not from the same pair of gloves.
No, they're 2 different style gloves.
Do they still comprise a left and a right hand, to your knowledge?
One of them is a cloth hand, a cloth glove. It's kind of like these.
Okay.
It could be on the right or the left hand.
Okay. But you never found the other 2 matching gloves that would have completed those 2 sets throughout your investigation?
Those were the only 2 gloves in the bag.
And when you're looking at items for blood, how do you do that?
Visual inspection.
Did you use any sort of, infrared lighting to see if blood was apparent on these gloves?
No, it's just visual inspection.
It's just visual inspection. Did you consider using any sort of specialized lighting or chemicals to see if there was blood on those gloves?
I can just tell you I didn't.
Okay.
I just looked at the gloves.
And those gloves were not sent off to the lab?
No.
Just a moment.
So what are y'all thinking with this case? I know what I want to say. Don't know if I can say it. Did I lose everybody? It got kind of quiet in the chat.
Testimony, Mr. Saunders, you said that no item collected from Diego had blood. But just to clarify, the black Adidas hat was collected from Diego. Is that correct?
Yeah, I can tell you nothing in the bag that I looked through had blood that I was able to see.
Understood.
Yeah, we're all listening intently, huh?
Just briefly, and if you felt like you needed to do more of an examination of those items from Diego's backpack, you could have sent them off, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was there anything that you saw in there in that backpack that made you think there was blood on any of those items?
No, there was nothing that would indicate
I am.
blood on anything in that
Thank
bag.
you.
Thank you.
He's not going to get out of this one.
You're excused.
He gets out of this one, I'm going to be.
Call your next witness.
Detective Preston Norris.
175. Raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony that you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and spell it grammatically.
First name is Preston, Preston. Last name Norris, N is in November, Orris.
Where do you work?
University of Georgia Police.
How long have you worked there?
Going on 6 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities there?
I'm currently assigned as a sergeant in the Criminal Investigations Division.
That is your rank, and you tell us where you work, but what do you do day in and day out?
So I am now the evidence custodian and property management detective in the Detective Bureau. So I'll also oversee a group of corporal detectives and work cases that are assigned to me whenever they come in.
Were you assigned as the lead investigator in the murder of Lake and Riley?
I was.
Tell us, first of all, did you respond to the scene of her murder?
I did.
What time did you get there?
Approximately 1 o'clock.
What did you do while you were there?
I assisted Sergeant Daniel Saunders. Well, he's a lieutenant now. He was the lead evidence custodian at the time. I assisted him and GBI Special Agent Daniela Stewart in processing the crime scene.
And assisting them, at some point, were you an individual or the individual that was able to locate Lake and Riley's phone?
I was.
Tell the court about that process.
It's
and
slow,
how
it's
it is that
quiet,
you were
it's
able to-
boring, it's cold.
Okay, so we were unable to find her phone that entire day.
It's moving.
We had evidence that showed that it was still in the area based on what her
This
roommates
guy's
were saying,
cool.
that it was still pinging near where the body was found. And we also had live pings coming from Verizon, which was the cell phone provider that Lakin had. So we knew it was still in the area. We believed it may be under where her body was located. So as soon as the coroner removed her body, we first searched in that area for the cell phone. It was not there. So then I started a periodic search around where the body was located. And about 25 minutes into that process, I found the phone.
By the time that you did that, what's a periodic search?
So I did like a 20-yard perimeter of where her body was found. So I went directly in front of where the body was found, looked in that area, kind of moved to the right, basically moved in a circle around the body within like 20 yards, shining my flashlight just to see if I could get anything to reflect off the light. And the phone did reflect off my flashlight.
So by the time that you were doing that, was it dark?
It was very dark.
Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 171. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
This is my flex cam footage of me finding the cell phone.
And is it a fair and accurate recording of that process?
It is.
And the state would move to Exhibit 171, request permission to publish.
171 submitted, you went up.
Y'all, Whoopi did a good one. I gotta share. We need some humor right about now. We need some humor. So Whoopi was talking about some of her favorite things, and this is a wheel of cheese that has her face on it. Sarah Haynes walked off the air after Whoopi Goldberg says, "I like to be eaten from time to time." Speaking of, she likes to eat cheese from time to time, and she will take bites of. I'm trying. But you can order a wheel with someone's face on it. I'm like, what? Sorry. Y'all may have found it offensive. If you do, I apologize. I'm not a Whoopi fan per se, but I thought that was good. I just popped up on my feed. I apologize if it offended anybody.
Is that you that just talked?
Yes, that is my voice.
What did you say?
I almost stepped on it.
And by it, you meant?
The cell phone.
All right, so you see your flashlight. What time was this now, if you look at the time on your flex cam?
In Eastern Standard Time, this is 6:56 in the evening.
And what are the white things that we see in your reflection off your light?
Dust, bugs, just stuff.
Things that are in the woods?
Yes.
So you locate the phone, and then who ends up collecting that?
Daniela Stewart with the GBI and Sergeant Saunders.
So how long were you at the scene the day Lakin Riley was murdered?
Roughly
Ooh.
8.5 hours, I'd say.
He stepped in it. She did.
At some point,
The host came back and hugged
you
me,
left. Where did you go?
but
We were on the way back to the police station when Captain Graham received a call. In the vehicle was Captain Graham, Sergeant Saunders, and myself. He received a call from someone at ACCPD
What?
in reference to one of their officers locating a jacket at the I refer to it as the Argo Apartments located at 2085 South Millage Avenue. One of their officers had found a jacket that they wanted us to look at.
The Argo Apartments located there off Millage Avenue, are those located in Clark County, Georgia?
Yes, they are.
I'm sorry, Athens, Clark County, Georgia.
Yes.
And is that on UGA property, or is that, how close is that to UGA?
It abuts UGA property roughly
okay, Andrea, that's good.
50 yards from UGA property.
What does the law attorney do once married girl who courts her?
And what happened once you?
And if he really wants to date another,
So first things first, we
Fix her up
met with
car.
Officer Zach Davis, who was the one that located the jacket. We kind of got a brief from him, what he had noticed inside the recycling dumpster.
hello, salty girl. You were
I
right.
tried to look in through the slit. I could not see
Funny.
anything inside the dumpster, so I climbed over the side of the dumpster to get a look at the jacket. And after I made those observations, I agreed that we
Inappropriate,
needed to
but
collect
funny.
it. And once I jumped back off of the dumpster, I was kind of looking the area for anything else that stood out to me. And when I turned to my right, I saw a video camera that was looking at me at one of the neighboring apartments.
What did you do after you saw the video?
I went and talked to the resident who lived in that apartment.
Did the resident allow you in?
Yes.
And what's his name for the record?
Edwin Edelinsky.
Could you spell his last name for Madam Court Reporter, please?
Edelinsky.
When he allowed you in, what did you ask, and what did you do while you were in his apartment?
I asked him if it was his apartment
I'm
and if
gonna
he
go
knew
check
if
on
the
dinner. Be
video
right back.
camera was working that was facing towards the dumpster, and he said that it was.
Yeah. Don't tell me what he said, but did he allow you to look at his video?
Yes, he did.
And did you look at his video
I did.
from apartment B32?
Yes,
And did you collect video from apartment B32?
I did.
And I'm going to then show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 173. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
It is a video clip that I collected from the owner of that residence.
And it is a fair and accurate recording of the video that you collected from B32.
That is correct.
State would move to admit 173.
Objection to 173.
I'm fairly new to this. What does that mean? Exclamation gift? Does that mean if somebody does a gift that you're open? I don't know. I'm learning.
Captured and the system
Forgive me.
working appropriately, then that would not be admissible.
That's not required. It's just a matter of what he saw that day, and he reported himself that evening. So I think we have created an appropriate foundation for that.
I would move over.
Lauren?
Thank you, Judge.
So, states 173, I'm gonna request permission to publish. When you viewed that evening in his apartment,
Yes,
and you, got a recording of it from him, correct?
yes, he emailed it to me.
And you also saw it yourself from his device, right?
Yes, yes.
What type of camera did he have?
It was a UFI camera, EUFI.
And the thing that he emailed you was exactly the identical video that you had seen with your own eyes from his Eufy camera when you were standing inside his apartment.
Yes. That's the wrong clip.
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Can't help it.
Let me look at the date.
These two are good, Andrea. I give it to you.
No, wait, these are the
Yeah,
wrong ones.
yeah.
Sorry. Is it the one in the middle?
It's a different.
Oh, the
flash
different
drive.
one. Hold
Yeah.
on, just 1 minute. It says, guys, you obtained a lot of Eufy video.
Yes,
from
I
him.
did.
This one that I just showed then, which is 173, just tell us what Eufy clips these are.
These are video clips of two Hispanic males that Sophia and Lily saw the day of the murder on the 22nd.
And you obtained those as well in the same manner?
Yes, I did.
Hold on just 1 moment. We're missing a thumb drive. I can't read your handwriting. You may have heard. Is that say 124?
Yeah, that's not it. So where does that leave us with 170?
We're
Not
still
sure.
going to it with that and make it relevant a little bit.
Okay, so you're withdrawing 173.
No, I still want the 173 in that part. There were several UV clips, so I'll get him to explain which clips these are.
Okay.
And may we have part?
Let me make sure I'm sure. All of 173 came from that apartment camera that was focused on.
That's correct. All of 173 came from apartment UFI camera from B32.
Okay.
It's just that he got several different days and different clips from that day from B32, and this one is just a different one than the one that I am looking for with the thumb drive that we cannot find right now. So 1 moment, Your Honor. This is that.
Judge, while we're here, just I know that the state's looking to admit this. We have the same objection to this, which is that Officer Norris cannot independently verify
Glad to
that
see yourself,
the system that
Appreciate you.
was capturing these videos was working appropriately, and thus it's all hearsay. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He's not able to lay that foundation.
Well, how is it different from a homeowner that comes in and then retrieves a recording that wasn't there to see it? It's unlike a photograph where people take a photograph and you ask about a foundation, about them being able to testify that it accurately depicts the scene at the time. I don't know what the difference would be.
I think it's less about the accuracy of the scene itself, which no one could testify to who didn't actually see it themselves. It's whether or not the video that is captured, it's the same way of any other surveillance video in a bar or a gas station, anything like that, that the owner and the operator of that system has to be able to testify that the system itself was working appropriately when the recording was made, in order to lay the foundation for the video showing it is an actual video of what it's supposed to be. And so that's what the objection is, Judge.
That is absolutely not true under Georgia law. Georgia law has a statute that is aimed exactly at videos like this, and I will pull it up if I get my computer to come up, that talks about the authentication of videos that are self-recording, like rings, like Eufy, like body cam, like dash cam. And the state has made the appropriate foundation, or has met the appropriate foundation for this type of video in this case. We're still turning here, but I need 1 moment, y'all. We have misplaced one thumb drive, and I really do need to go find it real quick. Maybe we take a 5-minute break.
Yes.
It is,
We have about 27 thumb drives at this point, and I cannot read.
It's long.
32
We
videos
got about
that we were just talking about.
Yes, that's
What other videos?
45 minutes left.
There are also some videos from a ring camera that was also within the apartment complex.
And then what resident did you obtain ring cameras from, videos?
Bethany Paisley,
What is her apartment number?
Delta 124.
How did you obtain those videos from Bethany Paisley?
We had one initial video that was collected from Bethany on the 23rd by one of our captains. I went back a few days later and obtained the rest of the videos that her ring camera captured during the time period.
All right. And did you obtain those videos in the same way that you did the B32? When you showed up at her residence, you had access to her camera and you looked at it yourself and then you recorded them?
That's correct.
And can you testify that all the videos on State's Exhibit 174, whether it's from B32 or D124, are fair and accurate recordings of what you yourself saw on both B32 UFI and D124 ring?
That's correct.
So it would move to Exhibit 174. Thank you.
Let me ask, is it 174 or 172?
Now, let me go see. I need to see at this point. It is 172.
Objection to 172. Is there one? Okay.
There is, Judge, and it's because Officer Morris is not, I have no doubt that that's what he saw on this, because I think it's what we're gonna see. But the problem is whether or not he can competently testify as to where that came from, what it was recording, whether that system was operating correctly.
I think under 24993C, that's addressed. And
Thank you. That was a statute number I was looking for. Thank you. So I'm going to now, with the court's permission, and publish at least one of the videos off of 172. We're going to talk about the others from D120. But the video that I'm going to publish on 172 would be the UFI video from apartment 32. First of all, as I'm publishing that first video and videos on States 172 for the record, this is the first video on that thumb drive. Do you see the dumpster that you were at that night in States Exhibit 172 in this video?
I do.
Can you please point to it for the court using a pointer? There's a pointer right in front of you.
This?
It's old school.
yes.
Okay.
In the center of the screen?
Yes.
Do you see in the UFI video a date and time at the top?
I do, yes.
What is the date and what is the time?
February 22nd, 2024 at 09:43 in the morning.
Is that complete playing the clip of the 32 UFI video from the 22nd day of February, 2024 at 9:44 a.m.?
Yes.
All right, using this screen that's up is still 172 for the record. I want to ask you a series of questions about this exact location.
Okay.
And to do that, I have a map for you, which is already marked as State's Exhibit 175. And I'm going to ask if you recognize State 175.
I do, yes.
What is it?
It is a overhead map of the immediate area surrounding the intramural fields and South Village Avenue.
And with using States 175, aid you in your testimony today before the court regarding the locations surrounding this area.
Yes, it would.
State would move to admit States 175, request permission to publish for demonstrative purposes only.
No objection to this purpose, Judge.
Very well, it's admitted for that purpose.
I don't know if it's going to fit, so I think we need to set it down because it's big enough. So what we're going to do is set it right here, not use the easel because it's too big. And, if you could, Detective Norris, first of all, I need to make sure that His Honor can see. Can you see?
I can. I'll stand up as I need to.
And that counsel can see. Can y'all see? Yes. And if you could step down with the court's permission, but you have to keep your voice in Madam Court Reporter, and you have to keep your voice up so that she can hear you. Show the court what we're looking at here in State 175. I want to start with, use your pointer. Where'd the pointer go? I want to start with the apartment complex that we see here in this video, the UFI video. It's at States 172. Where is that in this diagram?
The complex is right here in this area.
Okay. And where was Lake and Riley's body discovered?
Right here in the intramural fields.
And there's an incident that we're going to talk about a little later, which is Building S. Where is that located in here?
This building right here.
Okay, with an S on it for the record. And then is Lake and Riley's residence also depicted in here?
It is, yes.
Could you show us that?
It's 1686 Village Avenue Extension.
All right. So distance-wise, did you measure all of these distances? Okay. So I'd like you to tell us for the record, the distance between Lake and Riley's body and that dumpster that we see in this UFI video, what is that distance?
Roughly 400, 450 yards.
The distance between Building S and Lake and Riley's body, what is that distance?
I believe it was roughly 400 yards.
The distance between Building S and that dumpster is what?
150 yards. Roughly.
All right. Is there a camera, a trail cam, or was there at the time? Did the University of Georgia Police Department have a trail cam up near Building S?
Yes, we had a trailer cam set up in front of Building S at the time.
Okay, right next to where the pedestrian is depicted in this
Yes, there was
exhibit.
a bus stop that was here and it was right in front of the bus stop in that area.
What is a trailer cam? You can go ahead and resume your seat so Madam Court Reporter can hear you really well. What is a trailer cam?
So we have two of them in our department. You've probably seen them at department stores like Lowe's or Walmart. It's basically a set of cameras that are attached to a trailer that you can.
I'm going to show you a few other state's exhibits. These are 156, 155, and 157. Ask if you recognize those.
I do, yes.
Let's take them one at a time. Let's first go with 156. What is state's 156?
This is a overhead of the Argo apartment complex.
The apartment complex that we see in this UFI video?
That's correct.
All right. The state would move to admit state's 156. State would move to admit 156.
No objection.
156 is admitted.
While I'm up here, 155, what is that?
This is an overhead of the intramural fields, specifically the Oconee Forest Park area.
State would move to admit 155. All right, and then the state would move to admit 157 as well.
All right, they're admitted without objection.
I want to first start with 155 or 156. Would the court be able to toggle back over?
Tell us 156, which apartment complex this is.
This is the Argo apartment complex.
And I'm gonna try to zoom in a little more. If I can, I don't know how this Zoom works here. Anyway, in this exhibit 156, can you see the dumpster that we had seen in the prior UFI video?
Can't really see the dumpster, but you can see the concrete pad that it sits on, yes.
Okay, can you point that out for the court?
It is between building B and C here. This white area is the concrete pad that the dumpster is sitting at.
How many different buildings are in this apartment complex?
5.
And what are their numbers or letters, excuse me?
It is a A through E.
Do you, did you eventually learn in this case where Jose Ibarra was living at this time?
Yes.
Where was he living?
Delta 126.
So show us building D in this video, or in this photograph.
It's the one labeled D right here at the top of the picture.
Okay, and before I go back to the UFI video, well, in the UFI video, we see the individual dump the jacket and then walk towards the bushes and then walk away.
Yes.
In what direction was that person walking?
Walking towards building E and then northeast area of the dumpster.
Would that be towards building D?
Yes. Building D is also in that direction.
All right. Are there cut-throughs, or sometimes called cuts, between the apartment complex and the road that we see on the edge of 156?
Yes, there are 2 main cut-throughs.
Tell us, first of all, what is the road that we see?
Millage Avenue extension.
Is that the same road that Lake and Riley lived on?
Yes.
How do you get from the apartment complex onto Millage Avenue extension?
The easiest way would be through one of the 2 cut-throughs.
Show us the cut-throughs.
The first one is between building C and D. Right here, there's a little cut-through area here. And then the second is between B and C where the dumpster is. That's another cut-through.
Where's building S in this photograph and what direction?
It's up here.
All right, at the very top?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And when I say building S, I mean building S at the University of Georgia Housing.
Yes.
All right, thank you. State's exhibit. Oh, I'm gonna go on. I wanna go to building D. So you said that he lived in D126.
Yes,
Did you meet the neighbors, his neighbors at D125 and 124?
I did.
Will,
Yes.
will you tell the court when and how you met them?
I met them on February 26th. That is when I met Bethany Paisley, the resident of 124, and I gathered her ring video that was captured on the 21st, the 22nd, and the 23rd. And then I also met with the resident of 125 at a camera that captured photographs in the window of his apartment. So I also met with him and obtained some photos from him.
Did you obtain those photos from him in the same manner in which you obtained the ring video and the UFI video?
Yes.
Did you stand in his apartment, look at the camera, and take the photos?
Yes.
I'll get to the photos in a minute. The video that we just saw, was it sent to the GBI Cyber Center for enhancement?
It was, yes.
And is there one image that we were able to do is enhance it and slow down parts of that video?
Yes.
Your Honor, if you could toggle back over, I'm going back to 172. One minute, it started too fast. I'm back it up. What are we looking at here in 172?
This is the GBI Cyber Forensics slowed down and enhanced version of the same video.
From B132?
That's correct.
So going back to States 172, you had a folder in there, ring videos from D124.
Yes.
That would be the neighbor, Bethany, that you've already told us about. I'm gonna publish some of her videos, but I'm gonna do it one at a time. So this ring.com video, do you see the date and time in the corner of it? And could you please tell us that for the record?
February 22nd, 4 at 10:21 a.m. And that is Eastern Standard Time.
In what
Uh-oh.
direction was that person walking in that video that we just saw?
It'd be south in the apartment complex towards a dumpster.
And that dumpster that they were walking in the direction of, did you all search that dumpster?
Yes, we do.
And did you find anything related to this crime in that dumpster?
We did not. We later learned that it had been dumped approximately 45 minutes after this video was taken. It had been picked up by the trash service.
Next ring on D124, what's the date and time of this one?
This one is February 19th, 2024 at 02:02 a.m.
And this is what, the next video, what is this date?
This is February 21st, 2024, around midnight.
Yes, thank you.
Can you
for the
recognize the person in this
super
video?
chat,
This clip?
Carmen.
Yes, that is Diego.
You were awesome. I'm sorry, y'all can hear that? My bad. I'm working on a new video. Holy crap. I didn't know you could hear that. Shit. My bad. Sorry. Someone should have said something. I am so sorry. I had no idea you could hear it.
The next one, I'm gonna pause it real quick while it's running. What is the date?
I
and time of this
apologize.
one?
February 21st, 2024 at midnight 31.
And do you recognize the person in this video?
That is Jose Ibarra.
I apologize. I had no idea you could hear that.
And that is
I'm
Diego Ibarra.
so sorry. Pissed off your ears. I think I'll wait to do this till later. I am so sorry. I was working.
All right, now stop this one. This is the 5th video. What's the date and time of this one?
February 21st, 2024 at 7:02 p.m.
All right, do you see the shirt in that video?
I do, yes.
And have you seen that shirt before?
Yes, I have.
And where did you see that shirt?
This is the shirt that Jose Ibarra was wearing in the B-32 video that captured him discarding the jacket in the dumpster.
Is he also wearing a hat in this video?
Yes, he is.
And what type of hat is it?
It is a flat bill style hat.
And stopping the next video, what's the date and time of this one?
February 21st, 2024 at 9:04 p.m.
What is in his hand?
I believe it's a cell phone.
And does he have a bag on in this video?
Yes, a crossbody sling bag.
Okay, can you point that bag
Let's
out?
be right back, y'all. I'm embarrassed.
This bag is right here across his body.
And in your investigation into this case and the searches that you all conducted, did you ever find that bag?
We did not.
The shirt that he's wearing in this video, did you ever find that shirt?
We did not.
Date and time of this, I believe, our 6th clip, 5th clip.
February 21st, 2024, 9:07 p.m.
And who is this person?
Jose Ibarra.
And now what is he wearing?
That is the blue jacket that we wound up finding in the B-32 dumpster that had been discarded.
And the last clip.
February 22nd, 2024 1:35 a.m.
And I may have to back it up for this, but what's he wearing in this video?
The blue jacket, the flat bill hat, pants and slides.
When you say slides, what do you mean by slides?
Slide on basketball shoes. Open toe.
How much video did you look at from D124?
All of the videos she provided me with, I believe they went through February 19th of 2024 through February 23rd, 2024. So over 4 days.
And were you looking for both Diego Ibarra and Jose Ibarra?
Yes, I was looking for all of the residents of the apartment, 126.
You said that also the neighbors at 125 had a camera as well.
Yes, that's correct.
And instead of a video camera, it was a still camera.
That's correct.
And you explained to us how you collected images from that camera.
I spoke to the resident that lived there, and he allowed me to send the pictures that were captured from that video camera to myself through email.
And is that what you did?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibits 158 through 162 and ask you a series of questions. If you could look at those for me, please. Do you recognize those items?
I do, yes.
What are they?
These are the some of the photos that I gathered from the resident of 125.
And are they fair and accurate depictions of the photos that you collected that day from the resident?
Yes.
State would move to admit 158 through 165. 62.
I was trying to make a swoop, and I had this little iridescent thing, and I have a dog, black lab, that would be going, whoop, and looking at you. And I was trying to line up the sound with the dog with the background. I had no idea y'all were hearing that. I am so sorry. I'm losing my mind.
Start first with $162. It's stuck. Why is it stuck? Try again.
I bet you heard a lot of swoops.
I think it's warming up.
Typical trial admission of evidence.
It should be up again. Okay, if we toggle back over, it's up. It should be working. Great. What is 162?
This is a picture that depicts Jose Ibarra without the bag that I saw him with 3 minutes prior in their video.
My bad. I feel so bad. I really do.
What's the date and time of that?
February 22nd, 2024, 10:24 a.m.
$159. Does this depict and what's the date and time?
The date and time is February 21st, 2024 at 9:35 p.m. And that is Jose Ibarra with the blue jacket and the black and white Adidas cap.
So unlike the ring footage from D124, the still photos are actually in color.
Yes, you can actually see the colors of the images.
And do these color images line up timestamp wise with the ring doorbell video or the ring video? It's not
Yes,
doorbell.
they do.
So States Exhibit 160, date and time?
February 21st, 2024, 11:44 p.m.
What is depicted in that photo?
That is Jose Ibarra wearing the gray and black T-shirt with the crossbody sling bag.
161.
February 22nd, 2024, 1:34 a.m. That is Jose Ibarra with the sling bag and the blue jacket, which you can't see his face in this one, but it lines up with the ring video that was captured at 1:35.
Okay, so if you look at the ring video at the same time and compare the same,
Yes,
you can
they
see the face.
because he is walking in that direction.
And 158.
February 21st, 2024, 7:08 p.m. And that is Jose Ibarra carrying the blue jacket the same way he was carrying it in the B-32 video.
Did you conduct other video review in this case?
I did. I've watched hundreds of hours of video for this case.
State's Exhibit 157, I want you to explain to the court, in general terms, and maybe we'll drill down, but in general terms, what videos did you watch and why?
So the ones that are not depicted on this photo, I watched surrounding business video that was in the area of Millage Avenue and Macon Highway, which was the Shell gas station, the Chevron gas station, the Waffle House, and a liquor store, I believe it's Tall Boy Package Store. I watched all of our video footage, exterior and interior cameras, February 22nd, 2024, 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. that day. And then this photo depicts the UGA campus security camera map. So all the little camera icons that you see on this map, at each of those locations, there are 4 different cameras. And I watched all of the video cameras from those areas.
It's hard to see on the screen.
I didn't check
on
this
that.
board.
I have a different way of showing this image 157 on the screen. And so if the court could just toggle over, I'll show 157 on the screen. That will be easier for everyone to see. There we go. Is that also 157, just a little easier to see?
Yes, it's just a digital file.
All right, so if you could use the digital file of 157, it's easier to see, and show the court where are all the cameras in and around the intramural fields that you looked at.
This first camera here is Millage Avenue Extension by University Village. We have 3 buildings here, T, U, and V. So it kind of watches these buildings as well as the crossing this intersection here.
Okay, hold on a second. I'll have to do this in phases because it's the whole image can't be picked up. Go ahead.
This camera here is located at East Campus Road at Rogers Road.
I'm gonna have to move your microphone because it's hard to hear you. I think Madam Court Reporter's having a hard time hearing you. So if you can keep your voice down.
Yep. So this the second camera is at East Campus Road and Rogers Road. There's 4 camera angles at that location.
Okay, next camera.
This is located at East Campus Road at Agriculture Drive.
Okay,
This one is East Campus Road at College Station Road. This one is College Station Road at River Road. And then we also have cameras set up in the intramural fields in the parking deck.
and there's one more camera that was cut off because of the digital file.
Yeah, the trailer camera that I mentioned earlier, this is where it was located at in front of Building S on UGA property.
So you watched how much video from all of these cameras that we see in States 157?
All of these cameras we downloaded that morning, 6 a.m. to 1 p.m. I've watched the majority of these cameras. One other detective helped me watch 2 or 3 of them, but I watched most of the video from these cameras.
Okay, and the other detective that watched the other ones is named?
Sergeant Rabu.
Okay, Sophie Rabu?
Yes.
All right, so between the 2 of you, you watched from 6 a.m. to 1 p.m. on what day?
February 22nd, 2020.
Okay, if you could have a seat, please. And in watching and looking at all of the cameras that you saw that day, we'll talk about the trailer cam separately with the Detective Rabu. But did you ever see Diego Ibarra?
I did not.
And other than the trailer cam that we're going to talk about with Detective Rabu, did you see Jose Ibarra beyond that camera?
Yes. Okay.
We have a.
you. Besides the trailer cam that I will talk about separately with Detective Rabu, did you see Jose Ibarra?
I did not.
And did you also look between 6 a.m. and 1 p.m. for any other people who might have been suspicious, may have been up to no good?
Yes, that was the main point of the.
And did you investigate and follow up any of the things of interest to you from all of that camera review?
Yes.
And one. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Detective
Hey, Mr.
Morris.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you considered the lead detective on this case? Is that the position that you took?
Yes.
Okay. Would it have been your job to make any DNA requests on collected evidence in the case?
In this particular case, Sergeant Saunders handled most of the evidence that was collected.
Okay.
And requesting tests from the GBI.
Did you make any requests?
I did not.
Okay. But as part of your job as lead investigator, it would be your job to review everything, correct?
Yes, I have reviewed everything.
Okay. And to make any additional requests that hadn't been accomplished?
Correct.
Okay. And there were swabs taken of Lakin Riley's telephone, is that correct? Swabs for DNA?
I did not collect those swabs.
But you're aware of the swabs being taken as lead
Yes.
investigator, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were those swabs sent to the GBI for examination?
I do not believe so.
Okay. And so you do not know what's on those swabs?
No.
Correct? All right. And you did not ask for those to be examined?
I did not.
Okay. There were swabs taken from the fingernails of Jose Ibarra, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what were those swabs taken for?
To compare DNA that was collected at the scene.
Okay. And were those swabs tested by the GBI as part of this case?
I believe so.
They were?
I'm not 100% certain at this moment, no, sir.
Okay. But you testified that you had reviewed everything. And so is it just a matter of looking back at your report, or is it just a matter of?
This is a very weird scenario. I am the lead investigator, but there were many moving parts here.
Sure.
I did review everything at one point in time, and everything that was pertinent to the case, I was made aware of at that time.
Okay.
I can't recall every single test that was done by the GBI and what those tests, what the results of those tests were.
Okay. You don't personally recall ever requesting or reviewing any results from the swabbings of the fingernails of Jose Ibarra?
I have reviewed them at one point in time, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Do you know who did those swabbings?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. And do you know who tested those swabbings?
No, sir, I didn't.
And do you know what those results were?
No, sir.
So you don't know if they were positive for Lakin Riley's DNA or not?
I do not know, sir.
That would certainly be an important fact to remember, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And that would certainly be something as lead investigator that you would remember, correct?
That's correct.
Is it possible that these weren't tested?
It is possible.
Okay.
I do not recall all of the tests that were done. There were a magnitude of tests that were done in this case.
Certainly it would be something to remember, right?
Sure.
Okay. as to these videos,
Okay. Yes, I am 80. One of the reasons why is because I'm going to be interpreting for the Friday Night Frenzy. I hope y'all can hop on and watch. I'm doing ASL. That live can sometimes go 5-6 hours long. So it may be midnight, 1 a.m. before I'm done. We'll just see how I feel. That's my partner's time to so this will be
the videos that were introduced
one person interpreting.
on your direct
So,
examination,
see how it goes.
those were not your videos,
I'm
correct?
doing well I can.
Correct.
You didn't own the cameras that were
No, sir,
used to
I did
take
not,
those?
not own any of
Okay.
those cameras.
They're not UGA videos?
No, sir.
Okay. So aside from what you were told by these two individuals, is it Mr. Edelinsky
Yes.
and Miss
Paisley.
Paisley? Okay. So aside from what you were told by them, do you have any independent knowledge about how these cameras work?
I've met with Mr. Edelinsky and Miss Paisley. I cannot explain to you exactly how those cameras work.
Okay.
That would have to be something that they would do.
As part of your investigation in this case, you're kind of someone who is overseeing other officers. There's a lot of other investigators and detectives and crime scene people that you're kind of overseeing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Reviewing things and making sure that everything gets done correctly. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so a lot of the you're not doing a lot of the actual investigation in this case, but you're helping out where you can and you're doing your part, but there's a lot of things that are that you're kind of overseeing.
Correct. There were a lot of moving parts in this investigation.
Okay. You did do some investigation into the use of Jose Ibarra's phone, did you not?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And as part of that investigation, you came to learn that it was not just Mr. Ibarra who was using that phone. Is that right?
I learned that in October of 2023, it was possible that someone else was using that phone. That's correct.
Okay. And in fact, 2 or 3 other individuals. Is that right?
2 that I know of. Yes.
2 other individuals.
Yes, besides Jose. Yes.
Okay. And that was for the main phone number that you all were investigating that was supposed to be linked to Mr. Ibarra. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that number began with 347358?
Yes, that sounds correct.
Okay.
I get comfy and cozy because in about 2 hours, I won't be. Oh, I just want to go. I just want to lay here, kind of lay and watch. I am. My tootsies are cold.
To clarify that number,
cold.
the number
I
that
don't
you
know
were
why
looking
it's
at the
cold.
time was 347 358 3978. Is that
Yes,
right?
that sounds correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Judge.
I have a kitty and a dog, one on each side.
That'd be four.
What I'd love is a heated, do you know those seats that go in, look like their car seat, but plug in a wall that have the heat and a massage? Maybe somebody will bless me one of those for Christmas.
Can he be excused?
Potentially, actually, I'd asked to hold him for a potential rebuttal for just whatever comes down the road. So I'm just gonna ask that he still.
Dr. Bullbutter, are you still here? Can please go to the mod management and StreamYard?
You may step down.
I gotta grab the door. My son's eating. He cooked a fabulous dinner. Now I get to go take care of
We'll
it.
stop for today. My plan would be, as soon as the lights come back on, to talk about 8:30 Monday morning. Anything else we need to take up before we do that?
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to expand a little bit on our objection to this camera and this microphone in front of me, and also bring Your Honor's attention to another issue that came up over lunch regarding the live stream. So as Your Honor knows, we've objected to cameras in the courtroom. Your Honor has overruled it so that the public can have access to this trial. We objected to it being live streamed. Your Honor overruled it so the public can have access to this trial. We object to there being 2 cameras in the courtroom. Again, Your Honor has overruled us for the purpose of the public having access to the trial. I think that this camera being where it is a bridge too far. No member of the public who sat in this courtroom would be sitting here looking at us, looking at the defense counsel table with a microphone pointed toward the defense counsel table. Your Honor asked us to let you know if it was intrusive. I can tell you it was. I myself was personally distracted multiple times when it moved. And also we were, sorry, Your Honor asked if it was intrusive, and it was. I myself was distracted multiple times when it moved. It's on some sort of automatic thing, so it will, when we stand up, it will swivel or someone will turn it, but it is distracting. There's a microphone pointed towards our table. That microphone, I've been told, is live. I do not think we need to have this camera here. No one, like I said, no one in the public is going to have the shot if they were watching. That's something that Your Honor would have and the bailiff, and that's it. And it does discourage, in some ways, some consultation with Mr. Ibarra. It discourages consultation among the attorneys. I know Your Honor was kind of stuck because that's how it was set up today. I'm just asking, when we reset the courtroom for Monday, if we could either take it down or at least remove the mic. You know, this isn't about giving the news the best media shot of Mr. Ibarra at all times. That's not what the purpose of having the courtroom open to the public is. They should get the same view that anyone who's here watching the trial should get, which is from the galley. And then
I'm sorry.
thing I want to tell Your Honor is that
Oh, do you know what else I need?
part of the problem with having live mics and live streams is that even if the media are trying their very best to honor Your Honor's instructions, there are mistakes. And so I wanted to report to Your Honor that one such mistake happened over the lunch break. Our colleague was reviewing the live stream and noticed that the first photo of Laken Riley, when she's found at the crime scene, made it onto the live stream. And I just give that as an example for, you know, this idea that they can be so quick on the draw of cutting out the live stream and cutting off the mics is effective. Sorry.
The photo that made it onto the live stream, was it her that when she was found?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I wasn't clear.
What are they arguing about? What is the argument? My ears are not connecting it. Me off.
Colleague said the very first photo of Miss Riley that they showed at the
Nothing should be connecting.
made it onto the live stream such that she was able to watch it.
Can I ask, do you know if it was?
What's the argument about? I can't read that fast. It's too
I
small.
believe it was a photo. It was one of the crime scene photos that was put on the Elmo and then made it to the live stream. And so I just say that to explain that, you know, our fears and objections.
Okay, I'm going to have to back that up because I want to hear this. Obviously, it's not long. I want to hear this.
Microphone in front of me, and also bring Your Honor's attention to another issue that came up over lunch regarding the live stream. So as Your Honor knows, we've objected to cameras in the courtroom. Your Honor has overruled it so that the public can have access to this trial. we objected to it being live streamed. Your Honor overruled us. The public could have access to this trial. We objected to there being 2 cameras in the courtroom. Again, Your Honor has overruled us for the purpose of the public having access to the trial. I think that this camera being where it is a bridge too far. No member of the public who sat in this courtroom would be sitting here looking at us, looking at the defense counsel table with a microphone pointed toward the defense counsel table. Your Honor asked us to let you know if it was intrusive. I can tell you it was. I myself was personally distracted multiple times when it moved. And also we were, sorry, Your Honor asked if it was intrusive, and it was. I myself was distracted multiple times when it moved. It's on some sort of automatic thing. So it will, when we stand up, it will swivel or someone will turn it, but it is distracting. There's a microphone pointed towards our table. That microphone, I've been told, is live. I do not think we need to have this camera here. No one, like I said, no one in the public is going to have the shot that you're watching. That's something that Your Honor would have and the bailiff, and that's it. And it does discourage, in some ways, some consultation with Mr. Ibarra. It discourages consultation among the attorneys.
That's how I feel about
know
her.
Your Honor was kind of stuck because that's how it was set up today. I'm just asking you, when we reset the courtroom for Monday, if we could either take it down or at least remove the mic. This isn't about giving the news the best media shot of Mr. Ibarra at all times. That's not what the purpose of having the courtroom open to the public is. They should get the same view that anyone who is in here watching the trial should get, which is from the galley. And then the second thing I want to tell Your Honor is that, part of the problem with having live mics and live streams is that even if the media are trying their very best to honor Your Honor's instructions, there are mistakes. And so I wanted to report to Your Honor that one such mistake happened over the lunch break. Our colleague was reviewing the live stream and noticed that the first photo of Lake and Riley, when she's found at the crime scene, made it onto the live stream. And I just give that as an example for, this idea that they can be so quick on the draw of cutting off the live stream and cutting off the mics is a
If you
fiction.
would slow down for just a minute.
Sorry.
The photo that made it onto the live stream, was it her that when she was found?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I wasn't clear to me.
I didn't hear Mr. Wilson's questions. All I can tell you is that our colleague said the very first photo of Miss Riley that they showed at the crime scene made it onto the live stream such that she was able to watch it.
Can I ask, do you know if it was a photograph or a video?
I believe it was a photo. It was one of the crime scene photos that was put on the Elmo and then made it to the live stream. And so I just say that to explain that, our fears and objections here are not based on nothing. This has happened in the past where they've captured our voices on after a hearing is done. It happened today. So we are going to be renewing our objections and at the least asking Your Honor to reconsider this setup right in front of us.
Do you want to be heard, Ms. Ross?
Your Honor, I have been working all day, so I've not had a chance to review the live stream. I'll investigate that over the weekend and let Your Honor know if we believe that it happened and is an issue. We can address it at that time. But I support defense counsel and their position on that particular camera.
So I want to think about it over the weekend too, but I'll go ahead and tell you what my thought is right now. And that is removing the direct camera and microphone that is right here. I say that because I take Ms. Beck's point that if the purpose is to
we got to be able to hear her.
Be in, like if they were in the gallery, they wouldn't be right here. I think that's an excellent point and a valid point. Someone would have to convince me, and I'm not asking anybody to stand up and try to convince me. I would have
Your
to
Honor.
be convinced some way
Your
that
sound sucks.
that is
other than yours.
necessary over and above
Don't
what
take
you
away a
have,
microphone.
the one camera that takes everybody in. But I'll give some thought to that. I may ask some questions between now and then, but I'll give some thought to that.
Yes,
And certainly I will try to figure out if there was an error made. I'll try to figure that out too.
Yes, Your Honor.
But can I ask, I assume we're gonna have some more, there's gonna be some medical examiner photos. Is that going to be, can you say at this point, is that going to be the extent of that sort of evidence?
There are probably just a few more stray photos regarding her clothing, the positioning of her clothing. There are still shots that were made from Maxwell's body cam, but other than that, the medical examiner, that should be it. Yes, sir.
What's the timing on this case?
Anything else?
Only to say that we, the state has submitted a list of witnesses who don't want to be filmed. We have not yet consulted with the defense witnesses. So we'd like to have the opportunity to send that list if we have any, but no objection to the state's request on those witnesses.
All right. 8:30 Monday. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if y'all will wait just a moment.
8:30 Monday. Are you shitting me? 7:30 my time. I'm 7:30 my time. 7:30 my time. My mom always told me I need to learn to get up early in the morning because by the time I get up, the day's half gone. I said, yeah, but I stay up till 2, 3 in the morning. The night's half gone. Okay, we'll be back here 7:30 in the morning. Oh, seriously. Okay, you guys, I really hope y'all had a great day with me today. I had one with you. I am going to hop off because I need to get some rest because I know Sensei. She's telling me, my dog's telling me it's time to go take a break because I need to get ready for the Friday night frenzy at 7:30 my time. Please come support me and join us. The more deaf people see on, even though it's hearing, the more numbers, the more that they are to hop in. I appreciate it. I understand. Okay, guys, you were fabulous. It's home right at 9 hours today. Y'all freaking rocking. Okay, guys. See you 7:30 or Monday morning at 7:30 or Sunday evening on our Sunday Night Live or tomorrow on the, I don't know, Discord. I got something else. Anyway, blessings. Good night. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.